Alright, so today we're going to be checking out Big Ambitions and picking up where we left off with Disco Stew. The game had a major update. It's on 0.9 something. It's The Struggle is the name of the update. Completely reworked the tutorial. They have gone and revamped a lot of the businesses. So as far as all that, restrooms are now a thing that people demand. Oh, I forgot, it's like in the middle of a day doing stuff.
Great, things are looking better already. But there's always more we can upgrade. Say, let's improve your employees as well. I mean, after all, they leave a lasting impression on your customers. So let's make sure it's a good one.
Start working. But yeah, so where we left off, basically, I'm still in the early game. With part of the rebalance, and we are on the normal difficulty, the speed of which stuff happens is a bit different than it was before. It used to be in a matter of a couple of hours, you could already be dealing with where you've got a headquarters and a warehouse, and you're running 5-6 businesses kind of thing. You're in somewhere in that range. With the rework on things, there is some more purchases and expenses you have to do to make your companies work right. You have a bit more progression to get going. And while the new delivery jobs actually give you an opportunity to get some nice influx of money, an extra, like, $600, $700, maybe $1,000 a day if you really do well with it. It's just one of those things that realistically, the getting your businesses up takes a little bit longer in the early game. I fully expect as the game goes along, we're going to be hitting the same kind of most that the businesses end up making for us at like the peak. It's just a little bit more upfront cost, which should work out pretty well in the long run. Because ultimately what that's going to be is, once we get to that stage of just spinning up the businesses, that won't change a whole lot. Some other things they changed, they did add an editor, so that you can actually go and I can say, okay, this is what, an A1 style, like A1 size coffee shop, that I can actually go and design almost like in a Sims Creative, like what I want it to look like. And then there's, later in the game, you can hire people to build out your space. They just charge you, honestly, a pretty steep overhead cost to do so. But you could genuinely have it where I go, here's the place I've designed, go build that for me. And yeah, they'll charge you literally like triple what it would normally cost to build it out if you did it yourself. But when you're at that game where you're just getting money by the droves, that's how you spin up your businesses one after the others. You just kind of do that thing. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and fast forward through the day. I am trying to hire more people in. It is taking time. Because money's been a little bit hard to come by, I chose to do the hiring process where it has like a really long upfront time before they actually do the hiring. Because if I hire to get them like the next day, I have to spend like 500. Alright, so we got donuts. Alright, so I got plenty of donuts left. But as you can see, our coffee shop kinda super sucks. And grab our croissants. And grab the paper bags. Okay. So I got all that sorted. We did not get... Yeah, so it's trying to tutorialize me on the training employees. I've got another employee we're going to be hiring in not too long. So let's see. What should I be working on now? So realistically, so a couple things I could do is, one, we have not quite enough seating, that occasionally they'll complain about it. I believe we can also add the product of cupcakes in here. And they'll buy the cupcakes as well. And that'd be an additional income we can make happen. I'm a little leery about spending too much on that, though. Part of me wants to save the money. I also need to go into this place, and I need to take the time to continue to get the walls looking nicer. Part of me... Oh, right. The uniform rack. Yeah, so for the tutorial, I need the uniform rack. And the uniform rack is going to cost me... Clean your bathroom, it looks dirty? No, I got a janitor. They just don't work the last couple hours or the first couple hours each day. Oh, it's the weekend, so you're not open. That's fine. Yeah, so we're gonna need the uniform rack to deal with all that. So the thing we're gonna do for now is if we look at what's making us happy. We walked in the park, and they'll handle us for 4 days. We're definitely going to want to get a computer or workout stuff or whatever. I think what I'm going to do is we don't actually have the objective for taking the next set of classes yet. I don't remember when that comes to be a thing. I think it's when you get to headquarters. We could start taking our classes as a time killer in the afternoon since we know we'll need to do it eventually. Which, the tutorial hasn't informed us we'll need that. I just know we're going to need that because I played the game before. Alright. Good. We're gonna go ahead and visit for the 11 minutes. Excellent. We took 11 minutes of class. That was definitely something that'd be in real life productive in any way. You're absolutely not gonna gain any type of meaningful education by showing up from, like, you know, Communications 101 and show up for 11 minutes of class each day. And Draconic getting their stream streak to 95, getting it back up there. I wish you the best again, the stream streak up there, and thank you again so much for catching the last 95 streams without missing one. Means a lot. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and sleep. Move the day forward. So 6:30. So I have enough time to get to work. But yeah, so we're actively working on hiring another person in. Because if we do that, then I should be able to get this all sorted. Alright. Cool, and that'll be us being able to hire that last person. Okay, so first, let's get dinner. Alright. So the game wants us to train someone, so we're going to hire this person, and rather than give them a shift right away, we're going to just start training them. So I'm going to need to grab the cups of coffee, the donuts, the croissants. Okay. And the paper bags. Yes, unfortunately, we're gonna need more, more croissants is definitely gonna have to happen. Alright, so let's go look at our new employee. That's telling us we've got our new people. So we got our brand new candidate, right here. So they want to work full-time. They're gonna be someone who's gonna work the counter. You can negotiate. I've never bothered with that because it's not, to me, worth fighting over. So we're going to tell them to train their customer service. Oh, the employee has to be unassigned. Train their customer service. Are you sure you want to start training customer service? It'll take 1 day and it's $300. Cool. It'll also increase their hourly wage. So I'm going to continue training them up. All right. So, we do have enough energy. I could probably get a delivery job. Would you suggest the novice new player pick a gift shop after doing the coffee shop? The gift shop is a good one. Another good one would be the flower shop. Actually, we can even check the business types, and I can probably give you a really quick, quick one to consider. Yeah, so the bookstore is probably not bad. The clothing store is probably not bad. The florist isn't bad. The gift shop's not bad. Yeah, I would recommend probably the gift shop or the florist as probably the biggest ones to start with. But honestly, bookstore, clothing shop, florist, or gift shop. I think bookstore you don't actually have as an option. But clothing shop, florist, or gift shop would probably be the best ones. Because the only thing that makes the coffee shop bad, the one and only thing, is the fact that the coffee maker costs $12,500, which is a pretty bad thing. That's genuinely pretty awful. We're gonna run over here. We're gonna restock our stuff. And the tutorial when it first came out was the gift shop was your only option. It literally forced you to open a gift shop, and then after that it forced you to open a fast food place. And then they've reworked it now so you actually get some choice. I do think it might be good for them to probably have some type of warning or indicator or whatever you want to say when you go to open one of the more expensive options that's like, hey, just so you know, you're going to be putting some money down. It'll be a while till you see it back. Alright, so I know we need the coffee. We'll grab some donuts. Where's the croissants? Grab some croissants. Grab some bags. And we'll get extra of these, which is going to wipe us out for now. Alright, can I afford another one of these? Nah, it's like 400 bucks. Okay, it's going to wipe us out for now, but we're getting a little bit low on our inventory, so it is what it is. Big spend day to restock. But yeah, once we get to mid-game, I won't need to do these delivery runs anymore. We'll set up a warehouse that will then have purchase orders where they deliver the stuff to the warehouse, and then we'll have delivery drivers to distribute it to our various individual locations. It does add a considerable amount of overhead that isn't directly profitable. So it means basically a return on investment on every one of your individual companies gets worse because of the overhead. But at the same time, you, the player, can't... Like, it'll get to the point where it'll get very laborious to try and run down the goods to all your individual stores. So it ends up becoming a thing that you give up several hundred and all that. Hey, thank us over on YouTube for the €5 donation. Or gift tip, whatever you want to call it. I really do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot. Alright, so we restocked all that, so that way we don't run out of inventory tomorrow. And then from here, we're just going to pop into our house. We're going to go to sleep. And wake up the next day. And the beauty is, I don't need to worry about the schedule the next day. Because the next day, I've got my staff working there. So we got our new person we're trying to train up. So the question is, are you done training? You are not done training yet. Okay, you got 10 hours left until you're done training. Alright, so what we'll do for right now is, since I don't need to be at the store, we don't have enough money for the uniform thing, I have a couple things I can work on. One is I can do... Let's do delivery jobs. That's probably the correct decision. I was going to say, one is I can go to the classes, and I can work on the classes, burn a bunch of time on that. But let's do the delivery job, because that way the moment the person becomes available at the with the delivery stuff, the moment they're free from their training, we can put them back into training. And then this will also supplement our income, because right now I have an employee who's working for me and is effectively not making me any money. Yeah, so we can hit it to our delivery vehicle over here. And imagine pretty soon we'll stop doing these deliveries. Okay. And we will just continue doing all this. Manage storage. Okay, hand truck, pallet shelf. Make our way to the next one. Yeah, so we're gonna train our employees, get them up there. Now, long term, it gets to be easier. Once you get to the point of having a headquarters, you get an HR person, and you can have your HR person manage training everyone for you. They're willing to pay delivery things for right across the street. To be fair, it was a pallet shelf, so not even pallets, but a shelf for carrying pallets full of stuff. So it would be very cumbersome. So I could see where if they didn't have a shelf of, or the delivery truck of their own, I could certainly see that justified. If it was like some of the other crates you delivered, it's like a box of lettuce, I would agree and be like, come on, man. It's right there. Alright. So 10th and 6th, a hand truck, medallion, and a computer. And we can just go up the road, turn the next one in. And get that dropped off. But yeah, so we haven't hit the stage yet, but this entire game, like, the big thing you're doing isn't running a business. It's running a ton of businesses. It is like playing your games like, you know, trading card game store simulator and supermarket simulator, but less focused on the individual. Like, you don't individually stock items or anything like that, or, you know, whatnot. It's way more focused on setting it all up, getting it all up and running, and then, you know, like franchising it, that kind of thing. They don't even run just one type of business either. It's not you just open a bunch of grocery stores. You open up a whole bunch of stuff. But it takes a little while to kind of get things up and running. Surprised that they didn't take any damage there. But you have this whole thing where you can kind of take over Manhattan, drive out your competitors. I wasn't sure if they were turning or not. Drive out your competitors. Right now, the only competitor we're really dealing with is, I think her name was Ingrid. She is... You saw nothing? I didn't rear end the UPS truck. But, basically each one of them kind of operates in a district that they're seen as kind of the controlling power there. And a big part of it is, you know, as you grow, you kind of gain the ire of that individual. And so they'll start doing stuff like deliberately trying to price you out and, you know, opening up like competing stores right next to you to try and, you know, split your profits to see if they can't kind of drive you out of business. My understanding that one of the big changes on this update is they had the tools they could bother you with before, but they didn't really use them effectively. So in practice, a lot of times they just kind of hurt themselves more than even really hurt you. And one of the big changes, they've changed it to make it so they're a little bit more competent on doing stuff like, again, trying to price you out, you know, trying to do all that stuff. They also changed it, like, to make them smart about what businesses that open and close. And no van damage fees. Imagine the road had realistic amounts of traffic. This game would be daunting. It wouldn't be fun. It'd be the same as almost any game that involves lots of driving if it had realistic amounts of traffic. Like, imagine you're playing GTA, but you're just stuck in gridlock. There's just no really maneuvering around it. Imagine American Truck Simulator, you get near any of the major cities, and you're just kind of stop and go the whole way. It'd just not be fun. That's going great. We've already damaged our vehicle twice. It's fine. I've actually found the damage fees. I haven't gotten more than, like, lower than, like, 88 or so damage. But even then, it's only like 30 bucks. We're gonna drop off the carrots. Oh, 1 second. I was like, man, it is weirdly quiet. Right. Because we turned off the in-game music for DMCA reasons. Give me a moment to kick in some music real quick. You won't be hearing the... Well, actually, I think it will actually play on the YouTube side. It's fine. Alright. Either way. This is some GTA driving. Hey, that's what happens when you give me a timer. They're like, we need you to deliver this in the next 2 minutes. Alright, well... There's going to be... no mercy. Now granted, this is as fast as this van goes. You can get sports cars that go... like, uncontrollably fast if you want. Manage. I think it's the next row up. Also, considering that GTA, like, the first, was GTA 3, was that I think that was the one that was Liberty City? Either way, Liberty City is New York. Just, you know, different name on the tin. This is quite literally New York, like, very specifically and literally, this is Manhattan, and it's not like they give it some other name. It's literally even labeled as Manhattan. Like, he even has Central Park and everything. You don't need to worry about tickets. You can get parking tickets, but they don't seem to apply on this. But there's no, like, no speeding, reckless driving, anything like that. You just damage your vehicle. And have to pay for the repairs. In this case, because I'm doing a job for someone else, and it's not my vehicle, they'll take it out of my pay. You remember when Domino's had to pull your 30 minutes or it's free because drivers were getting into accidents? Yep. Yep. There's been a number of those. Like, I know, back in the day, Jimmy John's had all sorts of guarantees that, you know, they would do their freaky fast delivery, and if they took more than a certain amount of time, you'd get it free, and all sorts of nonsense like that. They also got rid of that for a whole mess of reasons. Okay, so we got the person done training. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna train them. Tell them to get back to training. So we can gradually work them up there, because that's the thing I need to work on here. In the meantime, we're also just trying to raise money for the uniform locker. That way we can require all of our employees to wear uniforms, because people are weirdly obsessed about that. And it's not even like, it's not even one I could pick on the game for it. I've known people who genuinely will judge a company by the fact that, like, you know, they're a coffee shop and they're not in uniform, they're just dressed however. And we're not even talking like they're dressed, you know, messy or whatever. Yeah, so I lost about $40 because of damage, but still got a decent amount extra, so we gotta eat. But see, IT always felt like a larger drone that could, it always felt like there was a larger drone that could take like 3 regular features and had taken the market, but flying stuff never went anywhere beyond novelty. Well, yeah, the thing you gotta keep in mind of, like, the drones and all that is there's a lot of things that people want drones to be able to do, but unless you have a drone with lots of redundancies, which makes it incredibly expensive, you have, like, one of the motors burns out, and now your drone falls down and someone's got to go retrieve it, and the drones can be very expensive to be able to carry that kind of weight. So it's just one of those things that it's cool on paper, but the unfortunate reality is it's just more cost effective to toss someone in a car and send them on their way. It's not It's not really a practical solution. Because otherwise you need a drone that's going to cost thousands and thousands of dollars that, you know, can, one, carry the weight of several pizzas, and then two, on top of that, the drone also needs to have the amount of redundancy needed so it can have a couple mechanical failures. And then on top of that, you gotta pay someone to be able to fix the drone when it takes damage from just wear and tear, not to mention people are gonna get pissed off the drone flying over and they're gonna damage them and all sorts of stuff. And you look at all of that versus, you know, finding some teenager, early 20-something, and offering them $15 an hour. It's one of the things a lot of times when you hear the threats about that kind of stuff taking all the jobs, it's like, okay, there's certainly things that you have the significant risks you can run into. Yeah, we'll do it. It's probably a mistake, but we'll do it.
Thank you Sniper Spice for subscribing for 41 months. Is it really another month or just this come up back to back?
Hey, Sniper Spice. I have no idea. Time gets weird, so the whole thing. But thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 41 months you've been subbed to the channel, which is a heckin' long time, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot, and I hope you've been enjoying your advertising-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for all that. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that there's a lot of jobs that you look at the automation side of it, and it'll be like, ah, but we'll automate. And then you look at the cost of automating, you're like, no, you won't. Like, you can automate, but there's so many negatives with automating this. Let's be real. Just paying someone is going to be way higher quality of service and is going to be cheaper. Like, you're not actually saving money. But just the same, there's a number of jobs that can very, very likely can and will be automated away. Like, I do think eventually we are going to see most delivery jobs get automated away. It's going to take a while longer. I don't think we're at that point that that's like, you know, in the next year or two. But I do think eventually, when it comes to like just your typical delivery jobs, those will start to get automated away. Is that better or worse? It's a big old basket of a lot. There's definitely pros and cons, and I would personally argue there's more cons than pros. But I don't know for a fact on that. But then there's a lot of jobs that people want to automate away that it's like, okay, but no, really. The quality of your result is going to be substantially worse. And also, these aren't expensive things to begin with. Versus the person to maintain your machinery. You know, your machinery's not going to scale in this case because it's going to be this one automated thing per location that someone's going to need to be servicing. So it's not like a factory where you might have, you know, like several dozen milling machines, and then you replace them with CNCs, and then you can have like 1 or 2 people operating like 4 or 5 machines each, and they're, you know, being used at all times, so you keep the one servicing person on site, and it like scales extremely well. Stuff like the pizza place doing the drone, you know, you're going to have 1, maybe 2 drones per an entire location. So scaling up that, it's not that it couldn't be done, it's a lot harder to make that work in a way that makes sense. Plus, I imagine there's a number of people when you have this drone showing up at your house and it's just blasting that buzzing noise when it shows up, because turning those propellers so fast, I'm imagining a number of people who that'll be a deal breaker for them, as their dog starts going absolutely ballistic the moment that thing gets within like a quarter mile of your house. Because genuinely the dog is like, this hurts and I hate it. Like, I've seen some really cool, there's been places that have been kind of toning down doing fireworks and instead doing like drone shows and all that, and I honestly like them way more than the fireworks. and is one of those things that the drone shows they can do so much cooler things. I got a new message from Ralph Barters. Who the heck is Ralph Barters? Hey boss, I've been enjoying working here so far, but moving forward, I have a new demand, a clean work environment. Manage employee. So, to clarify, the employee who has yet to work a single day in my company, they've shown up and we've had them just training, has like, alright, things have been going good, but I'm gonna need more, man. I've been here for 2 days I've spent training, and I'm gonna need you to change up the way you're operating your business if you want to keep me around. Let's see, you know this is not about the game. Do you see 30 years Walmart being like an Amazon? No. Not really. Amazon's thing that made them so powerful was the fact that they got their whole like online presence, that they sell just about everything online and they can deliver to you in absurdly fast speeds. Walmart ultimately still is, still is on the whole, they're a superstore in locations, and yeah, you can order stuff online, but it's more like just another e-retailer, not like the big monstrosity that Amazon has become. Pretty much Amazon is the Sears of today, where Sears completely disrupted the entire retail kind of stuff that, like Sears disrupted everything with their catalog. Because it used to be you'd have to sit there and go in and kind of go and get your own stuff, or find someone to go out and get stuff for you and bring it back. The catalog streamlined that. And then Sears sat in their butt, and Amazon was like, but there's this thing, internet. Amazon is if Sears was Walmart on the internet? I mean, I'm not getting the Walmart part of the equation, because Sears sold everything. Like, literally, you could buy, like, mail-order brides and entire houses in the Sears catalog back in the day. Like, it was utterly unhinged, the things you get on there. Like, pretty much anything you could think of, it could be legally sold or purchased. It was almost certainly in the Sears catalog. And some stuff that was a little bit more dubious on its legality, but not outright illegal. Amazon sells cheap stuff from questionable sources. So did Sears. If you get to see like the really, really old Sears catalog, they are cursed. Let's see. Walmart wants to corner the brick and mortar and use online to trim margins. Yes. Yeah, I don't see. I think it would be a bad move for Walmart at this stage to try and directly compete with Amazon on the online space. My belief there is Amazon has kind of already got itself properly locked in, that it's going to be very hard to move on that. Whereas Killdrix is saying Walmart's trying to be for the people who want to go in store. Like, they've got whatever you want. So for Walmart, the one they're chasing is it's Walmart and Target against each other. What am I here? Oh, I'm here for the uniform thing. Yeah, so I feel like people claiming that Walmart is going to take on Amazon directly, like become the next Amazon. Like, one, I think that ship has sailed. I think if Walmart wanted to be the next Amazon, they need to go back to 2002 and get off their butt. I think genuinely it'd be a mistake to try and compete with Amazon, even as big as Walmart is. Okay, so now let's go to my employees. No, I don't need to unassign you. What I need to do is remember how you set them to do their uniforms, because I don't need that. Oh, maybe it goes to the locker itself. Oh, right, I have to set your uniforms. Oh, this is going to be wonderful. Oh, no, they don't let me... I can't dress them up like they're stuck in disco wear? Come on. Why wouldn't you let me do that? It's Disco Stew. Make everyone wear shirts that say security. It's weird that they don't let you have the, like, that they've got, like, they're all mandatory things. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna be awful. Everyone is going to have to wear a suit and tie and dress shoes, no matter what it is. And a baseball hat. Guys at work would say Walmart could, but you're just unsure. You know Walmart's trying to outdo Target. Yeah, no, they might believe it's going to take it on, but very genuinely, I would be very surprised. That would definitely be jumping between things. Assign your employee a uniform. I don't know how to do that. Because this is... Oh, I changed just my clothes. Well, that's annoying. Disco Student needs to change his outfit. So I was going to my employees. Because I thought it used to be like right here. Maybe I have to go in through this way. No? Where did they put it? Well, first, I'm changing out of this outfit and back into Disco Stew's proper wear. Oh, I don't think I can. I don't have a place to change. Well, sucks to be Disco Stew, I guess. Alright, so it's gotta be somewhere in here. So I figure it's under my employees. So the checkbox doesn't do anything. As much as just like Walmart, it'd be nice if they took over the Kmart and Sears buildings in your area. Yeah, no, Kmart and Sears kind of just removed themselves. So like I said, it used to be you'd go here, and I want to say it was like an extra pane there you'd choose. Yeah, and I'm still trying to assign it to that. So we're going to go ahead and leave that. Oh, did I just accidentally pull you off the entire schedule? Boo. Schedule. That sucks. Alright, we gotta deal with this real fast. Okay, so that takes care of that. Oh, there we go. So default. Configure the uniforms. Here we go. Suit and tie, red. Do I not determine the pants? Oh, there we go. Suit and tie, red. Red. Force them to dress all up. No hat. Get it out of here. And then for women, suit and tie, red. Red. No comfortable shoes. Now, I was going to give them the same exact shoes that everyone else had, but I guess you're going to get heels, I'm sorry. Save preset. Excellent. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Simcopter? Absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a whole lot of simulation on set. Are there Sears stores left? Yes. There's not many of them. They've been doing the thing where they very, very, very slowly like burn down kind of thing, where they do like close a couple stores, close a couple stores, close a couple stores. So they're going out of business. There's no expectation of them to come back. There we go. So they're all in uniform. So what are my customers going to complain about now? Imagine being a janitor in a coffee shop, making minimum wage, and being expected to wear a suit and a tie while doing janitorial work. So honestly, it looks like they're doing relatively okay. Yes, I'm not seeing any complaints. I mean, at this point, it'd be just make the place nicer. They stopped complaining. My customers stopped complaining. I'll never adjust this. I also am going to need to get a wardrobe or something at the house so I could change Disco Stew back into his disco wear. I didn't realize when I accidentally changed myself into my my workwear that I could not go back because the workwear doesn't enclose, you know, casual clothes. Yeah, now there's a very small number of Sears still floating around out there. We wore a suit and tie while doing janitorial work, but it was after a meeting, and you usually remove the jacket and sometimes the tie. Yeah, no, it's I never had it for janitorial. I definitely had some of my earlier jobs. There were demands to wear a suit and tie. Luckily, it was kind of right at the time that most of those companies, they demanded it right at the beginning, and it was uninvolved with my doing. But it was kind of right around that time that a bunch of people started really pushing back on the suit and tie thing, because it was IT at that point, not software dev. And a whole bunch of people were like, yeah, you know what, we got to go in these wiring closets and make a mess out of ourselves. And you know, when it's a suit and tie, I got to go through that whole pain. Like, I'm not customer facing. Why do I need to dress up like this? It was when that kind of started really going in. There was certainly a lot of pushback. There was definitely a lot of people like, oh, you just want to dress unprofessionally, and people these days just don't have the same commitment and all that garbage. But again, it was still one of those things where like, hey man, if you want me to dress up in a suit and tie, we are talking an entirely different salary that I'm going to be demanding. Alright, so let's go ahead and get you, and drop you off. Like I did, when I was teaching college courses in person, it wasn't full-on suit and tie, but I definitely was, far more professionally dressed. People these days, I mean, to be fair, there are still young people who also are the same way, where they're like, oh, that person's not dressed up professionally, and you're looking at it going, that person's making like $9 an hour. And they're like working a deep fryer. They do not need to be in like a polo shirt and all sorts. Like, they don't need to like have, you know, a nice shirt and all that kind of garbage. Student type job that's not a lawyer, hard pass. I had one job that I went to that we had one of our new hires showed up, and you know, was wearing like, had a button-up shirt and tie, and the manager was like, here's the deal, take that tie off. If you ever show up with a tie ever again and there's not some like, you know, like board meeting or something, you will be fired. Do not do that. We just fought this fight to get rid of those. When you start a call center job, they had relaxed to wearing the tie as a requirement. Customers never see us. Yeah, no, there's a mentality that like you can kind of tell a person by like it'll be in your tone, like based on how you're dressed and all that. I don't personally subscribe to that. Like, it's one thing if you know you're running around in sweats and like tattered pants or whatever, you know, tattered top and all. It's like, all right, sure. There's certainly a point where you go, okay, this is a little much. But if you're at least, you know, like dressed as in you're wearing clean clothes and you know, it's not your Metallica shirt or something, that's fine. Like, there's certainly a mental component, but I don't think it's strictly you gotta be wearing a suit and tie to have, like, a professional mentality about it. But in France, it's pretty standard. Players don't tend to wear suits around here? Yeah. Well, I think also a lot of what's just being considered, one, like, professional wear is changing. I think it's also getting into trends that were popular at different points are changing. So, like, nowadays, you know, wearing a suit and tie, it's not like it's a bad thing or anything like that. I do think, though, the expectation of what a professional wears has moved away from stuff like suit and tie. Okay, the employee training is done. So my employees go here, train more, train forever. Your existence, oh. When I get paid, I'll train you. Cool. Got 340 bucks. So I'll go to you, train, confirm, okay. And I'll probably stop manually training them at that point, because I am running around desperately trying to keep up with all that. And I don't think it is the best use of my time. Yeah, but I've known managers who were very much, you had to, like, dress like professional, and those ultimately end up being a lot of the same managers I found who, you know, would take claim of your work, would micromanage you, like they were there to bully you. I've had a lot of really good managers, but I've had a handful that, you know, a lot of it felt like they were just power tripping. Someone gave them 2 inches of power and it entirely went to their head. The same kind of person I would expect to become the president of the HOA. And actually enjoy doing that. I know there's people who do take over HOA to, you know, well-meaning. But then there's the people who are like, I'm going to be in charge of the HOA and, you know, have, like, all sorts of ambitious things they want to do. And most of those people, they got their 2 inches of power. And they're just loving to lord it. I've known people who have done HOA stuff and have been very good, too. I personally don't think HOAs are a good thing, but I do know some people who join the HOA because they're genuinely trying to, like, make the neighborhood nicer, and not in the, is your grass above or below 3 inches tall or whatever. You know, let me get my ruler. You know, did you paint your wall off-white or eggshell? Oh, I'm sorry, that's eggshell. That's against the rules. You're gonna need to repaint your home. I've known those kinds. Usually those are people who don't really have a whole lot of control over their own lives. They take it out on others around them. But those are, like, those only managers I've ever had, like, really push, like, the suit and tie thing. I've definitely, like, I've known managers who are perfectly chill who have certainly gone and been like, hey man, like, I know we're working in this office and the customer doesn't see us, but, like, your pants are more holes than pants. I'm gonna need you to dress up a little bit better than that. Like, let's be reasonable here. I've certainly seen that, and that's honestly fine and fair. Because I've worked some jobs where it's like, not only were the pants full of horrors, like, man, I'm getting a real good look at your underwear, more so than I'm honestly particularly comfortable seeing. Maybe you should probably have a little bit more going on there. This is still an early access game. And I am running deliveries for other companies, where it used to be the only work you could do other than running your own businesses was to work as a cashier. They did add it where you can do deliveries now. And I'm doing that as kind of filler while my company's running, because we're still early game. They did a massive rebalance. And I think it's honestly been for the better, but it does make the early game go a bit longer than it used to, which I think is a good thing. Because it definitely felt like you could get past the early game in just a couple of hours, and then you got to the mid game, and then it was just kind of you sitting at home just watching television, working on, like, playing computer games, and then just sending people out to completely set up your entire businesses without your presence. Which is the late game of this, is that, and now they've got manufacturing, so you can manufacture your own goods to sell later on. So you can get way better margins since you're not having to pay people in the middle to get goods. But yeah, so it's just a way of supplementing your income. I imagine it's probably one of those things that once you get to mid-game, there's no reason for you to be doing the delivery vehicles anymore. Can I park it, like, full-on sideways? Yep. Ooh, $100 in tips. Okay. We got our other person training, right? Yeah. Okay. So once they're done, we should be able to assign them. And now can get mostly ethical brews, having, 7 days a week coffee where they're working and I don't have to be around to babysit them anymore. Like, I won't have to pull shift anymore. And then on top of that, that should allow me to extend the store hours, because they both want to be full-time, so that's going to be a whole thing. How's our inventory doing? Let's see. We got 2 boxes of paper bag, 1 box of croissants, 2 of coffee, 2 of donuts. So, probably not right now, but we'll probably want to go ahead and get ourselves another box of croissants. Okay. But yeah, no, the version number is like 0.9, that kind of thing. Some of the big things they've added in the game over this time is they've got rivals now. So they've got all these different groups. So like right now, in the area I'm operating, Ingrid is like the other person in this area I'm operating. Right now, I'm just a tiny little fish. I'm making only 6,000 per week, whereas Ingrid makes 1.6 million. So Ingrid does not care about my existence. But she'll be like, hey, you can operate here, but like, don't rock the boat is kind of her mentality. But we'll eventually get there. Okay, so what time do you become available for all this? So you have 10 in-game hours for that. And then I gotta get you on the schedule. And then pretty soon it's gonna be time to start expanding into a second business. More than likely, I'm expecting that'll be what our next objectives are with the reworked tutorial. I am going to immediately run over here and do another delivery. Because genuinely, I can make almost twice as much as my store is making right now if I just slam out deliveries all day. But that's very quickly going to change. Like, as we get our store farther and farther along, but... Can I show you what your pops... You and your pops did at the range yesterday? Are you just going to show me targets with hole shot in them? Because I'm glad if you enjoy what you did at the range and all that. Not actually something that particularly interests me, though. Like, I'm glad you have your interests. I just don't really care about guns. I'm not like anti-gun or something. It's just not something that I particularly am interested in. Figured out how the irons work? Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, and I'm glad you you enjoy your hobby and you had fun at the range and all that. Like, don't let me yuck your yum or anything like that. It's just admittedly something that doesn't interest me. It's one of the things that came up... Man, what game were we playing? There's been a couple of games we played. You know, guns are not an uncommon feature in games, and we've certainly played our fair share of, you know, gun games and all that stuff. But it'd be half the time I would play something like that. Like when I played something like Escape from Tarkov or whatever, and the entire conversation would turn to guns, and it just genuinely doesn't interest me too much. To be fair, a big part of why I'm not that into firearms is I worked at a company that manufactured and did research and development for firearms, scopes, and all that kind of stuff. And being around those people made me be like, oh man, no, genuinely, there's a lot of people who shouldn't have firearms that have access to them. Mostly the staff in this company. Because holy crap, those people were ridiculous. Like, in just all sorts of dumb stuff. But, you know, just the culture is what it is here. People are super into firearms. And again, I think it's cool to have hobbies. And certainly there's a lot of history there, and there's a lot of interest, there's a lot of nuance and mechanics and all that. So, like, absolutely, completely reasonable thing. Just, that company kind of ruined any interest in being around it for me. Like, I've told the story of the person who worked at that company who was always proud of whatever new gun he had gotten. And he had gotten to the point of deliberately leaving his laptop in his windowsill because he wanted someone to break into his home to try and steal it so he could blast him. And I'm like, I'm sorry. You shouldn't be allowed to own a firearm, and should probably be, like, you're certainly someone who should probably be in some type of therapy or jail or something. That is, like, trying to create a net new crime that would otherwise not happen so you can murder someone is not healthy behavior on anything. And there was a lot of people like that at that company. And there was certainly just normal people who are just trying to do that. Isn't that actually a crime? So, not really. Like, there is such thing as entrapment where you do try to force someone into committing a crime and all that, but that's usually more in the area of coercion, where, you know, you're trying to pressure someone. So, like, if I were to say, hey, you know, break into this house to steal this laptop, and then you did it, and then I arrested you for it, then I've coerced you into a kind of thing. And there's a lot of stuff that limits what you can do with that kind of thing. But creating circumstances where someone might be tempted to commit a crime, then that's, you know, legal. It's just, you're a crappy person. Property theft with gun depends on the state. Yeah. Let's see, technically people who are super into firearms are super into firearms. Everyone who isn't super into firearms gets washed out. Oh, you mean just like with the noise? Yeah, it's actually one reason I don't think I play too many first-person shooters on the channel that are actually... Like, I probably wouldn't end up playing any type of, like, World War II shooter or anything like that, Even if it interests me, because genuinely I just get tired of the gun subject. Yeah, it's just, you know, again, not trying to yuck people's yum. I think it's a perfectly valid hobby and all that. Just people have kind of ruined it for me. Because like way back in the day, as like a sponsored paintball player and everything, you know, doing all that stuff. So it's certainly part of the culture here. But that's before I met half those people. I wouldn't say every hobby has, like, lunatics, because, like, for example, someone being utterly obsessed with knitting isn't really going to hurt anyone. They can certainly be obsessive about it, and they can certainly be judgmental about it, like, are you using the wrong techniques or whatever. But there's a difference between that and that people who are, like, are excited about, you know, being able to blast some criminal or starting a race war or some other garbage. Are you sure those sweaters can be very itchy? Oh no, there are some judgy people in the sewing industry. I can say that for sure. On my mother's side of the family, we have a large number of people in the American Sewing Guild who have, you know, worked in the industry in various capacities. And it is a industry that people get pretty passionate about. Like, don't get me wrong, they certainly get pretty wild in all those. Okay, so you're fine with all this right now. You're probably getting low on croissants. Alright, so you could leave that. There'll always be gatekeepers every hobby. That I agree with. There's always gatekeeping kind of people. That they, you know, rather than trying to raise themselves up to making themselves better, they try to tear you down so that they're higher relative. That's a crappy move in the gun safety groups who actually care about firing guns while teaching other audience about the proper ways of using guns. Would grill a fool to no end if they're enemy. Yep. But you gotta accept that it's a pretty significant number of people who just don't take firearm safety, like, to any real level. Don't secure stuff, don't have, like, trigger locks, don't keep them in safes. Leave them sitting around the house loaded. There's no shortage of those people. Anyways, we'll move on from that subject. But, let's see. So, let's just grab the box of croissants. Keep that stocked up. Cool. And with that, we have finished that objective. So I need to go to this person, and we will want to assign them to working at the place there. And we want to manage their schedule. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put them... Oh, I was trying to assign the wrong person. Okay, so you now work the weekends. But with that, that's not enough to qualify as full-time. So we're going to expand the hours. We're opening 1 hour early and 1 hour later. So you're going to split shift on this day. And we'll split shift this day. So pretty soon, we're going to hit the point where... Oh, I made that too early. Hang on. And you'll do a 12-hour shift this day. Okay, so you need to go here and expand the hours. So pretty much what we've done is now I've got an employee who is working on the weekends for me. And then we've also extended our store hours by 2 hours every single day. The game is titled Not Big Ambition. You're not the best manager. Exactly. Let's see. Ooh, 12 hours on the weekend? You're an a-hole manager. Yes.
Hey kid, are you getting tired of resupplying your inventory yourself? That's a dumb question, I know you are. And that's what wholesale deliveries are for. Head on down to the nearest wholesaler and talk to the manager so you can set up automatic deliveries.
Okay. I can't sit down while holding something. Okay. Start a contract for mostly ethical brews. Except. Alright. So with that, what I can do now is I can have them do a delivery for me. Oh good, and it'll list all the things that they would actually have stocked anyways. This is perfect. So we can go ahead and get our shelf for the cupcakes and all that stuff. Because then we'll have them deliver stuff. So that's the first set of automatic delivery. That one is the more expensive one, because as you saw, the delivery fee ends up being $400. So it's kind of one of those things you don't want them to deliver frequently, but you want them to deliver in the higher volumes. What we'll do later on is we'll cut out the wholesaler and go directly to the imports. And that requires us to run our own warehouse. Yeah, the game is big ambition. Hey, everyone knows if you're going to take over a giant corporate conglomerate in downtown Manhattan, you're probably not going to be the pinnacle of work-life balance or ethics. There's going to be a lot of, you know, perhaps monopolistic behavior and anti-consumerist behavior and, you know, all that stuff to try and drive your competitors out of the market and all that. Right. I believe the shelf I need for the donut plate for the cupcakes is over here. We'll start by just grabbing the box and leaving it on the floor in there until the delivery of cupcakes arrives. I also just remembered I have to... Oh no, I can... That's right. It used to be I had to go through the phone, but they changed it to be this way. Alright, so coffee shop, deliveries, repeating order. So we know we need cupcakes. Oh right, that's not the number of boxes. That's the number of units. Okay. Because that's one box. That's one box. I believe that's one box. That's probably one box. Yeah, so as to get all of that, it'd be $2,000 to get one box of everything. All right. Because the thing I gotta keep in mind... Oh, crap. Alright, well, the thing I gotta keep in mind is I do need to make the order worth spending the $400 delivery fee. If I'm not getting enough merchandise in an order to justify paying the delivery fee, you can really screw your margins by doing that. Okay, so you can go to sleep till tomorrow. Made another 500 bucks. Alright, does it remember what I was entering in my order, though? It does. Okay, so with this, I can order a full $2,000 worth of stuff, and I can make it a repeating order. So we will order that. So they'll deliver that tomorrow first thing in the morning.
Okay, there's one last thing we need to talk about. Marketing. Now, you might have a great store, but if people don't know about it, they won't show up. Let's get you set up with a small marketing plan, okay?
Alright, I'm going to go ahead and go right here to that delivery. Because they haven't charged me anything. I'm going to cancel that order. And not do it. Because I was only doing it to complete the objective. We will ultimately want to do that, but it wasn't a situation where the inventory warrants me doing it. But with that, I'll be able to go in and say, hey, every X number of days, send me a couple of crates of everything. And then when something falls behind, I can supplement it by running and grabbing an extra box or whatever. So I need to go to the marketing place and start a marketing campaign. Which is good. I'm pretty sure they didn't teach you how to do marketing campaigns the last time. Also, was that the old voice actors' lines? The last one? Alright, so business. Small internet marketing campaign will be $100 per day. Thank you.
All right, look at you go. Your store's nearly running itself now. Now you just take care of customer complaints and adjust your weekly delivery amounts as needed. Also, give it a week and see how much that marketing boost is helping. Some stores need more, some might not even need marketing. You be the judge of that. Call me when things calm down and you're ready to grow.
Okay, so let's go and check. So what we can do here is we can look at the area. So you've got the traffic index and you've got the marketing index. Now I'm trying to remember with that, the traffic index cannot be altered. And then the marketing is basically what's going on here. So pretty much, let's see. You want to reach 100% promotion to maximize potential customers. The traffic index cannot be altered. So it's important to rent a building with high traffic index for your businesses. Yada yada. The marketing can be used to supplement the traffic index. Different building sizes require different amounts of marketing. You'll need to find the right combination of marketing for each business. Marketing is more effective in areas with more working class citizens, such as Industry City, Lower Manhattan, Garment District. You'll need more marketing in higher area. Marketing is more effective in areas with more working class people. You need more marketing in higher end areas like Manhattan. Okay, so what this is saying is right now I have a promotion amount of 47. That's with marketing at 27% and traffic index at 23%. Our customer service is crap because our employees have not been particularly well trained. It is what it is. What I will do is just to get the next objectives, we're going to call Uncle Fred. Ready for the next lesson. Wonderful, let's get expanding.
I just know that Snake Richard is cheating at golf. There's no way I lost that badly. But hey, enough about me. I hear you're ready to expand your empire and become a serial entrepreneur. That certainly brightens my day, kid. But first, you're gonna need to take some more business classes.
Okay. Luckily our schedule is mostly opened up, so I can just go to the Manhattan business classes and just sit and do that. With that said, that Anderson's? Alright, let's go get our display for the donuts, or cupcakes. So I can run this over here. And then I'm going to wait till our stuff starts to get to the point where I'm going to need to worry about getting an order. And then we'll put in our first automatic order. And like I said, it is going to eat $400 each time we get delivery. So it's going to be losing almost a day's worth of pay to not do it manually. But it is a thing we'll want to do in the long term. I also still should probably improve this place. I just put that on the shelf right now. Yeah, so how are we doing on our stock right now? I have 2 boxes of donuts, 1 box of croissants that's half gone, 2 boxes of coffee, and 2 boxes of paper bags. So we're nowhere near needing an order. Honestly, we're far enough from an order. Let me just run over here real fast. I'm gonna go ahead and get those cupcakes. Two's fine. Okay, because that way we'll have the new merchandise on the floor. So we're doing cupcakes as well. Your character's balding hairstyle is absolutely a style choice. He specifically chose as he is 18. Yep. Our character is 18 years old, and we are quite balding. We're also super into disco, well into the 2000s of unspecified exact date. So, you know, we're living a life of some form or another. It's not a good life, it's not a bad life, it's a life. Yeah. I imagine we'd be an interesting person to have a discussion with. Disco never dies. I mean, it's literally staying alive. Okay, so we can drop you off here. You're Panic at the Disco? Good. There we go. We're helping out sales by blocking all traffic here. So bakery showcase. Cupcakes. Alright, so we got ourselves cupcakes, donuts, and croissants, as well as coffee. So that's all the merchandise well aligned with all that. And so in the meantime, we are going to take business classes. And considering I can commit the entire day to it now, I no longer need to be doing... It's not that I don't do anything at the business. Obviously, I should still go and clean up the walls to get its aesthetic to be higher, to, you know, promote the number of customers who come in and how spendy they'll be and yada yada. We're going to need to just keep juggling the marketing and all that. But a lot of the day-to-day standing around working the register myself, that on the other hand, I do not have enough money because it's $80 per hour. Okay, hang on. Fine, I will do a delivery first. And then we'll do whatever classes I can afford. So the hope here is that we've, because we went and expanded our business, the products we're selling, that hopefully I should see an extra $100, $200 per day from the cupcake revenue. And then, you know, I'll lose about $100. Actually, I'll probably see more than that, because we'll have the $200-ish per day from the cupcake revenue. Plus, we expanded our hours, 2 more hours per day the entire week. So there's a good chance we'll see a little bit of extra income from that as well. That'll ultimately increase our profit a decent amount. And so on the other side of it, though, while we have increased our revenue by like whatever ends up being per day, like 400 more per day or whatever it ends up being, that on the other side of it, we're also going to get about 400 per week-ish get gobbled up from delivery fees. So it should still be a pretty nice step up money-wise from where we started with that. But, you know, it is the whole thing. One of the things I'll end up here is I don't know exactly how this is going to play out, but we're going to probably get set up where we're going to end up setting up warehouses, that kind of thing. It ends up being really important to the progression, but it does introduce overhead. It's one of the places you get yourself in trouble in this game, is that you'll want to automate things really early, but, you know, getting an HR person is a whole extra employee you're paying, so that's going to be, you know, a couple $100 per day worth of income they're going to eat up. Yes, they'll do the training and all that, that's important, but they are going to be gobbling up your margin. And that's fine, so long as you're getting your money's worth out of it. And you're not going to do that if you have just one store. So we'll see how this one's, we'll see how this one does so far as its, progression going to that stage. Because now I'm starting to feel a lot more like how the game was before this update and the money we're making. Because it definitely took a lot longer to kind of get the business up and running. But now we're pulling $500, $600, $700 per day, you know, from the store itself. It makes it a lot easier to do stuff because it only takes, you know, 2 days I can set up another table and chairs, 3-4 days and I can set up, you know, a bathroom or whatever. And then once, you know, you get your second business going and there it's making the 500, 600, 700, then, you know, it becomes even less time. Alright. So to drop this off, get paid our $300-400, and then we can use that to take classes for the rest of the day. We're working our way through business college right now. Considering, you know, in theory we are an 18-year-old, we have just moved to Manhattan. We didn't really start with much money to our name. What we did was effectively given to us, and probably shouldn't have been. We were given a free car. Wasn't a nice car, but it was free. But we're now going to be going to, like, a business college. We also were given a $15,000 loan with no collateral involved. Because that's something that happens with 18-year-olds. You certainly just have a no questions asked. You just get cut a check for $15,000. Okay, so $300. There's a lot of these games that the entire approach to, like, how loans work is just wildly out there. We talked yesterday about, people asked about Software Inc., which my understanding is from what I was reading just the other day. Apparently Software Inc. is actually going to be pushing to go 1.0, that the developer was leaving it in early access just, you know, because they might make stuff that breaks saves, and I guess that's a consideration with early access of whether or not, you know, it can break saves easily on updates or whatever. So they're kind of just keeping it in early access and just developing the game because they felt like it. But they're going to go 1.0 potentially and keep it getting updated as it's been. But just when you're playing Software Inc. and it's 1980 and just getting $1 million+ loan, you know, as a startup with no history or really collateral or anything, and just being like, you know what's not happening for any bank that's going to last more than 30 seconds? That loan. Alright, so we're going to study for an hour here real quick. And just bear with me, I'm snoozing the ad break so that we can hopefully line that up for when Tomb gets home, as best we can. And I say that as I'm definitely going to have to take 2 seconds to take a break here in a moment to use the restroom. So it's going to be weird timing, but that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so complete a personal goal, so we're still happy from that. And you do actually get happiness in the game for, like, if you buy a really fancy car, it gives you short-lived happiness. There's almost, like, a certain amount of commentary on that kind of thing where you can do material purchases to give yourself very briefly lived happiness. Buy yourself a brand new car, get yourself a nicer apartment. Okay. And we're just doing our grocery store run. So just like in real life. No, that's exactly the thing. Like, it's like, you know, that's honestly true. There's like, you know, people doing what's referred to as retail therapy. And very genuinely it does, it can, I shouldn't say it does, it can help you, you know, put you in a better mood. But again, it's usually just very short-lived. It can be different if, like, the thing you're purchasing enables a hobby, and then that hobby in itself becomes the thing that gives you happiness for a longer period of time and that kind of thing. But the just buying a fancy thing is usually very, very brief. So the good news is, even with the $100 we spent on our marketing campaign, the slight increase in revenue did ultimately mean we came out ahead on that. Yeah, so it's still saying 27%. I don't know how long it takes for the marketing campaign to do anything. We'll leave that the way it is. Legos are forever. Okay, and we can probably go over here. Oh, I need to eat first. So we could probably go over here and just spend the day in class. And then when that's over, we could potentially turn around from there and, you know, when those lessons are done, we'll continue the tutorial, but we'll probably end up having to do a lot of stuff. We'll have to see what the next objective is on whether it's we should finish decorating the existing building, you know, and getting that all set up to, you know, really get the business as well set up as possible, or if I'm better served just going for it. Okay, so that'll finish the entire thing. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to do that real quick. I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. But I want to eat the pizza. Okay. Still, I'm glad you moved here, Farmer Rual. That is too incredibly freaking adorable. I'm gonna need you to tone down the weaponized levels of adorableness. You never played Stardew Valley? Do you think you'd like it? I have no. That tells us about your personality, a random psychology test would say. Do corpses go away after a while? Yes, 9 days. All these bodies you see here, I have killed in the last 9 in-game days. All the bodies from before that are long gone. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some, like, horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. All right. So we got to finish our day in class. All right. So we will skip forward time because we don't need to sit there for like the next 8 or 10 minutes or whatever it is for them to finish lessons. Okay, so we are super hungry.
Well, those business classes must be working. You sound like a real pro. Now let's get your new store set up in a building with lots of foot traffic to get the most customers. And make sure you're starting a business that sells products people actually want. Use the Market Insider app to find out what's hot right now.
Okay, but before we do that, we are having our energy crash because we are starving. We're at maximum sadness. So that's all cool. I mean, I know going to school can be rough sometimes, but for one day of class, that's a bit much. All right, so we want to sort by demand, rent a retail building with at least 40% traffic, open a wholesale retail store whose primary product is at least 80% in demand. So, flowers, gifts, or whatever. All right, so we're gonna go with flowers. Interesting, so it's got like a whole list here. There's apparently strong demand for croissants, which is good. And you can choose to build into other locations, but right now I'm going to focus on the garment district. Okay, so rent a building with at least 40% traffic. So we will need to go to Google Maps, and we can hide that. And we want to choose retail spaces. So you want me to have at least 40% traffic. It's interesting that says 40%, but that's a flat number. Okay, that's 807. Alright. So they definitely are going to want me to set up here. Normally I'd just keep opening up the businesses on that road and not even worry about it. But now the quests want us to keep going with that. So unfortunately, I can't afford it. The initial opening will cost me 2,800. I don't have 2,800. So that's not a thing that's going to happen right now. So we'll go ahead and go to sleep. There you go. Almost $1,200 worth of profit. I didn't expect... Why is it so much more? Like, don't get me wrong, we added inventory and all that. Alright, so we got 2 boxes of donuts, 2 boxes of cupcakes. We got 2 boxes of everything but croissants. Oh, right! It was literally just saying that the croissants were on, like, some big rush or whatever. So let's go over here. Let's grab some more boxes of croissants, because those are about to run out. Yeah, so there's high demand for croissant. Apparently that high demand on croissant also impacts the amount it costs me to buy it, because those are normally like 300 a box, and that was 814 a box, which is not a price I'm willing to spend for those. I will let them buy all my croissants and I will come back when the prices are manageable. They wanted $1,900 for 2 boxes of croissants. I am the smartest man. But that sounds like how you end up buying croissants at a huge steep price, the demand falls out, and then suddenly you're sitting on this expensive box of croissants that you can't even get rid of. Okay. So we can go ahead and eat. And I'm honestly curious. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. I don't remember how much, like, the ordinary daily, like, retail job works. But I'm honestly curious if it makes enough money to be worth my wasting my time on it. I imagine the delivery is probably worth more since you have to actually put effort into it versus the, accept job. Start working. Yep, so we run our own store, and what are we doing? We got a job as a cashier at the local grocer. It's a hard economy. Alright, so the problem is we're getting the warning that we're getting low on croissant. Which again is a problem because their prices are pretty astronomical right now. I'm also I have no idea how much I got paid. You know, like, look at my... Okay. So it doesn't show me my salary yet. I guess I get paid tomorrow? Okay. How bad is the situation here with the croissants? Pretty bad. Alright, I'm gonna buy a box of croissants. Just one. Because right now the prices are very high on croissants. So I don't want to buy any more croissants than I absolutely need to. That way when the price drops, I'm not caught carrying a large number of inventory I overpaid for. But I do feel like completely running out of croissants is going to damage my revenue and profits more than overpaying for the croissants. The croissants are always expensive, but 800's steep. 800's really steep. You know what? I changed my mind. What we're going to try to do is get through tonight without running out of croissants. We're going to go there first thing in the morning, just in case, because we should have enough croissants to probably get us through the night. Okay, and I quit my job. Because otherwise I won't have the time to run there. But that way, if the prices do drop tomorrow, I can get them cheaper. If they don't drop tomorrow, then I'm going to have to make a run to get them to get through the day anyways. And at least I know I'll probably sell most of them, versus if I buy them like right at the end of the shift, because this literally closed for the night. So I could buy an expensive box of croissants to not have a single croissant be sold at the higher markup. I will say though, those croissants are sure moving. But yeah, this game does have a whole thing about like supply and demand and all that. It also has random events where it'll be like, oh, this thing happened. You know, the price on this is now higher. Like that kind of thing. Right. So I'm at the 2600, and that is enough to open up, or not to open up, but to rent the space to put the company in, the next company, which I'm not quite there yet. but not enough to do that and get the croissants I need to restock. So we're going to focus on keeping our existing business to making money. And then when I get a bit more in the bank, then we can worry about trying to get that going. We have now run out of croissants. There is no more croissants in the store. There is the French district is now in riots. The worst thing is I have to wait for this place to open. So we got about 30 more seconds till this place opens. And I have a feeling those croissants are still up in prices. So Market Insider. Yes, there's higher demand for croissants in the Market District. Croissants are at 80%. Come on, that should count. We're at a point that I'm in a business that I'm gonna have to get 2 boxes, and I know it, and I hate it. Alright, it's time to way overpay for these croissants. It's about that drone delivery topic. Yeah, no, I thought the trial they had been doing had ended a while ago. And like as you said, they had 2 drones crash into each other and then fall. And I can't remember if someone got hurt, because they had 1 or 2 cases where people got hurt with drones, like having problems, not specific to the delivery thing. So a lot of things they were still active in Arizona earlier today. Gotcha. There's been a number of different things doing drone stuff from shows and all that that kind of got put on pause because of stuff like drones, you know, not following the programming correctly and getting lost and all sorts of problems. Okay, cool. So they've got the croissants restocked. Now let's hope they really move those croissants, because we had to pay an unreasonable price for them. And let's see if I ultimately did get paid for... Okay, so salary was $100 and something for half a day. Needless to say, not as good as my delivery money. We are getting pretty close to the point where I will stop doing the deliveries, because fast forwarding time is going on the next day is going to be better than that. There was crashes today? Gotcha. Now with that said, I was able to push back the ads as much as possible. We have hit the point where I can't push back the ads anymore. So I'm going to run downstairs, try and welcome my wife home if she's home already. If not, whatever. But gonna throw some dinner in the oven and all that. This is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes, so I do apologize for that. But I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I do hope you'll follow and all that good stuff. But I'll be back in just a couple minutes to pick up where we left off with Big Ambitions, and I'll see you then. So thank you for tuning in. Oh crap, I didn't see you. That was a back hit. No! No! I didn't see the zombie over all the bodies. Our run is over. That's a bite. That is not the way to go. I looked away for 1 second. That's Project Zomboid. 1 mistake is all it takes. There were so many bodies, I looked... I'm gonna have failed this, like, at the door. Oh, come on, just give me a tower. Figure out check. Excellent news, the wonder has been built, completed the great monument. All of us are very proud to be part of the glorious empire. Character, excellent. You did a great job. We completed all the goals in the city. We can move on to the next place and create a new city in order to expand our glorious empire. That's good, because I was going to literally lose the next term. Great architect. I regret to inform you that I've been dismissed from management due to low loyalty. Oh, okay. I won and I lost in the same turn. Excellent. Perfect. It's fine. This is the demo, by the way. Figured thanks. Still is a rare tank. That'd be pretty tragic. No! Well, we lost the tank. And I'm assuming we lose everything in it, too. It'll work. Oh, yes, please. Please face that way. Yes, please. You right now, right now. Oh, thank you. Thank you for removing yourself from the entire rest of the horde. I can't tell. Do you have a gas mask? I cannot tell. I don't think you do. You do have a gas mask. You are just the best zombie. Did I ever tell you you're my favorite zombie? Did I ever tell you? This zombie right here, I mean seriously, guys. You seen this guy? Best zombie in the world. Straight up. Even brought me a snack. You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. I'll let him know, chat.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. He'll never know. I think he knows. I'm pretty sure he very much knows. Oh, you scared the crap out of me, Sand Shark. So pretty much what we're looking for is we're looking for large bodies of water. Just check the bottom to see if there's chests in the bottom. Now, down says I do have the metal detector because we've seen a lot of the nymph that drops it. The catch is life crystals get priority. Oh, the life crystal wasn't a life crystal, it was a boulder. I've been caught by that once before this run. Why did I think that was gonna work? No, don't say that way, I don't have any of the... Hey, see? Perfect. It went exactly according to plan. Obviously, it did not go at all according to plan. That said, we actually didn't take any damage from that. And it certainly could have gone worse. So surgical strike to there and here. Okay. So we did drop the drone port power consumption by a lot. The factory does seem to be coming back online. There goes the steam coming back online. Did I see? Ah, that's great. That's great. If you want to see how dense the zombies are here when you spawn in, that's how dense. I love that we got our giant platform of pet zombies. Yeah, it's exactly the invasive thought. Is that I can go here, attach that, perfect. That's almost exactly the plan I had. Didn't quite have the, like, I was expecting to more slide down the next part, but that's exactly what I was aiming to do. That definitely deserves a clip. Orange and home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming. Okay, and I'm back. So let's get things going again. What was I doing? What was happening? We overspent to get our croissants because they're in high demand. You dropped the link in the Discord since it didn't seem like there are any energies. Well, that's good. You just picked up Medieval Dynasty since it's 40% off? Yeah, no, if it's 40% off, it's worth it. Yeah, this is, I think, 25% off. Medieval Dynasty is like 40% off. What was... Oh. Was I over here to... Yeah. I'll do this while we're here. Look. This is the way I want to go. They should adjust the roads to what I want. Yeah, so we're going to try and back off the delivery runs soon. Because with the store starting to make over $1,000 a month, or a day or whatever, we're getting pretty close to the point that this is not going to be worth my time. You're looking at the DLC, but it looks like it's mostly decor. Yes. I completely blew past my stop. Yeah, no, the DLC for Medieval Dynasty is decor. Like, nature stuff, all that. That's the reasons why I had gotten asked to play more Medieval Dynasty a while back, and I kind of held off. Was because at the time, that was like what was available so far as the DLC. So like, they had some quality of life that came out the same time as the DLC, but that had been like the major draw. And you know, there's nothing wrong with it. I think it's cool to check out some of the decor stuff, but for justifying like a whole nother playthrough, that wasn't quite enough. Some of the decor can have minor effects, but nothing you can't get without it. Yeah. That's kind of how it felt, was like, it was not a thing that like added a lot to the game. It's like when you have like Sims DLCs and like, what does this do? It gives you a couch. What's the couch do? The same as every single couch. Oh. Okay, I guess. You know, versus one of the things that annoys me with like Sims DLC is you'll actually have some like arbitrary random set of furniture, but then there'll be like one piece of furniture in the set that actually does have some, you know, net new functionality of the game. And even then I usually won't get them because, my god, there's so much DLC for that game. Alright. Supposed to drop this off. And I don't think I'm going to bother with a second round of deliveries. What we might actually do is, in not too long, get ourselves some stuff to be around the house for, you know, personal entertainment kind of things, to boost our happiness, and then work on getting our happiness up versus all that. Well, the Space Engineer does that. Here's a DLC with 10 things that all look different. One thing that could change everything. Yeah. Space Engineers DLC has been... It's one I haven't been buying. I like Space Engineers, I played a ton of it. But it definitely feels like the devs have kind of been a little bit more abusive on the DLC of like... it's not huge things you can't live without, but not feeling like everything's kind of on the up and up with a lot of that stuff. Which I get it. They've been putting a lot of time in developing that game for a very long time. They need to make their money and all that. I can respect that part. But it definitely feels... You look at some of the DLC and you definitely feel like, come on, man. We'll see. So far, from my understanding, Space Engineers 2 has been a pretty big letdown for a lot of people. Alright. Let's go to Ica, which we were just at. And let's see if we can't buy ourselves, like, a television or something to work out or something like that. Because all those things do give you entertainment. Or do give you happiness. The last update for Space Engineer was pretty nice and free. Did it do more than the survival thing? The Apex survival? Because from what I had seen, and I don't know if it's gotten improved, from a lot of people who either main or very heavily play Space Engineers, that in a lot of the things, it was just kind of... Sorry, I'm trying to look at stuff at the same time. It was just kind of like they added some more bars to manage. They overhauled NPCs. I gotcha. I didn't know about the NPC overhaul. I just knew about the survival stuff. And I saw a lot of people pretty underwhelmed by the implementation of radiation. Well, the Lamb, all the DLCs are cosmetic. I don't mind cosmetic DLCs. It's kind of in that weird place where you get stuff that's cosmetic stuff, but then they'll kind of lump in like one functional thing in it as well. So it puts you in that weird spot where, even though it probably shouldn't be... It probably shouldn't be a thing you have to pay like for all that cosmetic junk to get the one thing that functionally changes the game. Even worse, if they rebalance the game with consideration with that functional thing. I've seen a couple of games do that, and that usually... That's where you get into like pay-to-win things. A lot of you know, pseudo-competitive games do that. So let's see if I buy this weight. If the working out with this weight gives any happiness. Because I like the idea of it being really cheap. We'll take the really cheap kettlebell and I'll put it in her apartment and see if I'm allowed to work out with it. Man, I think honestly cosmetic DLCs is a reasonable compromise on the DLC thing, where you don't have to do it by any stretch. It's a way for them to make money if you want to continue to support. A caveat being when a game deliberately has like really crappy non-DLC aesthetics that you then use the DLC to make it not crappy. But most of the time that's not an issue because of a game the aesthetics to start with are that bad. It usually doesn't get anywhere. All right. So we got our 2 hour or half-hour workout. I'm gonna eat some more. Work out for another hour. And we're working out to boost our happiness. And then we go to bed. Super cheap happiness, 25 bucks. Now, the way this works, the game does stack your happiness. It's like a traditional evening in Project Zomboid. Yeah, where you get home and it's too dark to do other things. So you just start slamming out exercises. Yeah, so the reason why we do that is if we look at our stuff there, because we keep stacking the exercise, it does continue. Can you put a speaker in the room while you work out and get double happiness? Not that I'm aware of. But yeah, so you can see here that that's only plus 25 for exercising. But in that little bit of time, we got ourselves kind of 6 days locked in for happiness off of it. Now granted, it's only 1 p.m. and we're already basically spent. But it's one of those things you can do is just keep stacking one thing to get that happiness like really extended out there. $2,200 worth of profit. Okay. So with that, we need to get a business that Alright, so we need a business that has a 40% traffic. The one that we had right there apparently sold. Okay, it's 21, actually, it's 21 traffic. Okay, so that's 40. Yeah, that'll do. So we're gonna open this. I'm going to rent that location.
Kid, with that building and business, you can't fail. You know, I think you're starting to get the hang of things. So let's see how well you can set up this second store on your own. You know what to do. It's just like your first one, but of course, with the proper items for this new store. Go get them, Tiger. I'm here if you need me.
Okay. So, we basically need to set up a new store with all that. We're gonna go to the Market Insider. And go to the Garment District kind of thing. And I'm gonna choose for demand. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So things that are currently in demand are flowers, gifts, hair products, chicken kebabs, bags of pears, croissants, and sodas.
Thank you Flincha66 for subscribing for 7 months.
And thank you Flincha for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. Do really appreciate. Yeah, okay, so literally the gift shop opened in that spot. Now genuinely, I've honestly mostly ignored this. And the reason is because, you know, it changes a lot. But if we, yeah, I'm gonna actually ignore it. Okay. Because it does vary a lot. So you get an empty retail space. So there's a couple different ways you can approach it. One is you can look at the demand. The other one is you can look at, see how many competitors are in the area. What did you say I need to do? Okay, so like genuinely it's not requiring me to have any specific type of business other than it has to be a retailer, which is fine. So we can become a florist. We already have coffee. We're doing that ourselves. The supermarket is a significant undertaking. The fast food I don't think is the right place. You could do the gift shop. Interestingly enough, I don't know if the gym would go there. We can get a bookstore. Because like the Market Insider is supposed to inform a whole bunch of stuff, but generally speaking, I haven't really had to worry about it. Because like supposedly the coffee is in terrible demand, so are the donuts and the cupcakes. and yet we're doing pretty good. Alright, so I gotta make my choice of what we're making that business. Alright, so definitely not a coffee shop. We shouldn't compete with ourselves. The gift shop is another one. Part of me wants to do the bookstore, even though I know it's going to cost me a bunch to set that up. The liquor store can also be a good one, like really high margins. It'll take a lot of money to get that set up as well. The clothing store seemed like it had... We'll do the clothing store, because it seems like it's got a decent amount of demand. There's only one other one in the neighborhood. So we'll have mostly ethical drip. Look, we're trying to be trendy. It is what it is. Oh. Okay. Alright, so I can't do that one. I have to do a wholesaler. I understand. So it has to be one of these ones on the other. There's like an additional training. Okay, so I got like a tutorial I have to pass before I'm allowed to do that. Probably makes sense because that'd be an obnoxious one because of the volume of stuff. Okay, so I can do the hairdresser, fast food, supermarket, coffee shop, fruits and veggies, or the florist. The gift shop? Even the gift shop requires that. Alright, well, flowers, I guess. Trying to think of something for a substitution for a name of florist just to be whatever. And we'll just go... Ah, I forgot. The character limit's very short. Ethical-ish flowers. Oh yeah. Ethical-ish botany. Start our business. Okay, so let's go here. I got a bunch of stuff we'll have to do to get that place set up. In the meantime, the first thing we're gonna do here is go to your settings. Choose a different font. And go orange, orange, black. Keep our color coding. Save the changes to the logo. We will be open all days of the week. From 7 to 6. Oh, I see. Okay, 7 to 6. So copy. Oh, interesting. So you can choose copy, and I can choose to paste all dates. Cool. Alright, so I've got it basically set up where it'll open all that. We don't do that yet. So now what I need to do is to get this set up, I need to go to get a shelf and a point of sale thing and a shopping basket. Oh, it's flagging Anderson's for me. That's fine. Basically, I need to start getting all the stuff to start putting on the shelves and all that. To get our brand new store set up. And I'm going to start needing to have enough of a buffer. 1 second here. Showing up with food. So we can get our flower shop set up. Let's grab our cart. Thank you, wifey. I love you. And any more. Enjoy. You enjoy. Like, can do, will do. Alright. So let's go over here. I need shopping stuff, the cash register, the drawer with cabinets. And do you sell... I don't know which shelf I need. Alright, that's fine. We'll start with this. This is already $1,500 bucks. Alright, so with this, my store is right here. So I can go baskets here, cabinets there, register there. I need paper bags. Alright, wasn't there a place you could search for flowers cheap? They can go on a rounded shelf or a display stand tiered. Let's grab you. So rounded shelf or display stand tiered. So I have my choice of these ones. I wish we could see that. So, let's see. So that can carry 40 or 25 of those. 40 or 25 of those. Customer capacity, 15. So why on earth would I ever choose the rounded shelf? Like, it doesn't give a beauty or anything, so yeah. We can grab you. Alright. Alright, so we're not ready to open, and I don't have enough money for more goods. Zay looks nicer, so, maybe customers' happiness, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, and that was the thing. It didn't mark any other stats, so I'm like, I guess that's fine. Okay, so we do have one problem coming up, which is I'm down to one box of everything. Which, getting a delivery for all of that is probably going to be astronomically expensive. So if I were to look at this and say deliveries, and went, okay, give me a box of everything, it'll be almost 2,200 bucks. So we're kind of cut off from doing that. And while I could certainly do deliveries for another like 300-400 bucks, that's not what we do now. You know what we do with our evenings? We get swole. Alright, and we wake up tomorrow after a nice casual 17-hour sleep. Okay, and that got us 1,900 bucks. I'm expecting it to warn me that we're low on merchandise. Okay, so how are we doing in all this? So yeah, we're really low on a lot of stuff. They're also unhappy because there's not a place to sit, and they're just gonna have to live with that for right now. Oh, I need to eat. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to run to the wholesaler, because I'm assuming our prices have not changed on any of this. Deliveries, it actually has, not by a lot. The croissant prices are going up again. Alright, so what I'm going to need to do here is we will do a delivery, maybe 2. That way we can queue up, actually I can queue it up now. Bizman, do this, deliveries, repeating order of getting 1 box of everything. We will have that delivery in 5 days. If we make it an urgent order, it'll take even more time. So we're going to leave that queued up. Most likely I'm going to have to intervene and get more. But with that, that does create a new issue I've got to deal with, which means when those orders come in, I need to have $2,300 sitting in the bank. Otherwise, the order gets canceled. Something, they get mad about me not paying. So I'm going to do this because most likely I'm going to run out of merchandise. So hand truck, grab you 2. Move on to the next one. But then what we'll also want to do is once I get that squared away, better sell a lot of them than none of them? None at all? Yes. What I could probably do here not too long is I'll start opening up the new location. Stop encroaching on me so I can't turn around. Yeah, so what I'll try and do is we will get a box of the cheap flowers, and I'm going to start opening up the botany place and doing that myself. Speaking of which, contacts, employing place, you call, select business, botany, select skills, customer service, full-time, 2 candidates, and take your time getting them. Confirm. New campaign. The botany place, cleaning person. Take your time. Confirm. Okay, and we can go ahead and drop off the truck, get the extra $300. But I'll probably need to do one more delivery, and that should give me enough that if I need to buy any merchandise or any inventory, we can make that happen. What I'll probably do is I'll make it a rule of like what I estimate the maximum the deliveries could cost for my goods. We'll make it a rule that I have to have that on hand. Let's run over here, do another delivery. I'll restrict myself to like no more than 2 delivery things per day just to not get too grindy with these. Yes, then my hope is to get cheap flowers. So I can start opening the other place. No work on expanding anything. Okay. Because then we'll get a box of cheap flowers and probably a box of croissants. Just to keep the coffee place up and running. And then we will slowly expand the store that are selling the flowers out until it can handle everything. Okay, and fresh food. Alright, so we still got a minute to get there. I'm guessing I'm going to have to zigzag this road and probably one more road to the left. I should make it there in time. That'll be close enough. Instead of going around the entire block, we can just run on over there on foot. Huh? You're getting right close to running out of croissants. So who called? Dear Sir or Madam, we're writing to inform you that your motor vehicle of type delivery van was found illegally parked at 3 p.m. $135 has automatically been charged to your account. Fine. I'll park legally in the future. We've been parking illegally this whole time and we finally got caught. My assumption is there will be, we saw that they did add police vehicles to the game. My assumption is if you're parked illegally and then a police vehicle gets within a certain proximity of you or whatever, you get fined. That's the first time we've gotten a parking ticket. But it hit me for $125. The good news is I'm still getting $300 out of this, so at least I'm still making, by the time we get our tips and all, probably $200 and some change. So, kind of sucks a little bit, but all things considered, it could have been worse. Alright, so now we will work our way up to here. And I'm going to grab a box of croissants and a box of cheap flowers. And the intention will be that I run the flower store myself tomorrow. And that will kind of do what we were doing on the previous store, where I run the store myself and we slowly expand that store until I'm able to hire people in. I did put in the applications, or I did request applications for 3 staff members for the store. I'll probably end up needing 5. You know, 1 cleaning, 4 customer service people. But we're going to start with that, and we'll figure it out from there. So I need cheap flowers, and I need croissants. Oh, I also need, so I need paper bags, cheap flowers, and croissants. Cheap flowers are very cheap, so let's get 2 boxes. Make sure I got enough spares. Okay. So let's get this all dropped off before we run out of croissants, because right now croissants are super hot. And that's going to be a thing you'll end up having as you get to, like, later in the game. You'll end up having where one of your businesses, things will be in, like, short supply and low demand, so the business won't be doing so hot. There's no evidence I got caught parking illegally all the time. None whatsoever. I don't appreciate your lies. It was a thing I was genuinely wondering if they just didn't have the mechanic turned on. Because... Oh, that's fine. You know what? Okay, let's drop off the croissants first. But yeah, and it's those things that, like, it kept being like, this is, you have to pay parking, you could be, like, it's illegal parking, all those, and I never had it react, and I was just like, I don't know what to do with this. Okay, so you're already close today, so let's park you. Grab the croissant box. Top that off. Drop that on the shelf right now. Grab the rest of this. One thing I've been meaning to do. Change signage. It's a whole bunch of different styles. Sure, type 12. And give it a color. Make it orange. There we go. It doesn't stand out that much, it's probably not worth me carrying, but you know. Keep doing that. Alright, so we can open that place tomorrow. What hours do I have that store set for? So right now your schedule is set to open at 7 and go till 6. Alright, let's make that 8 to 6. To make it not quite as utterly debilitating for my character. So with that, I need to wake up in time to make it to the store. Okay, I made 1,600 bucks. I'm about to run out of coffee, which is not part of the plan. Taxi, don't go anywhere. Alright, taxi, I need you to take me over here. And for right now, we're just going to go to the botanist. Oh, it's still set to temporary close. Cool, cool. Because I need to do a coffee run. And then we will run back to the botany store and open up. Most likely what's going to end up happening is once we start getting these deliveries in, I'll probably need it to be 2 boxes at a time. But, very genuinely, it's gonna be always ones I get to do a little bit back and forth while I figure out the amounts. Okay, so let's get over to mostly ethical brewing. Mostly ethical brews. And then we'll get to the ethical-ish botany and go ahead and get that open. The customers will complain about literally everything, which will be perfect. And then we will work on getting ourselves a second display to put the expensive flowers on. And I believe I'll end up needing 3 shelves of each just for it to get everything. We'll probably need 2 or 3 registers going. But I'm gonna have to like just take it like incrementally, scaling it up more and more, get our speakers set up, all that kind of garbage. But we don't want our coffee shop, which is currently bankrolling us, we don't want it not operating. Like I said, most likely I'm gonna probably have to take the order we put in and adjust the amounts. Okay, we're gonna have more stuff we're low on. Why are you not warning me that you're low on donuts? Because you're basically out of donuts too. So with those contracts, I'm gonna double check. Am I able to adjust it at this stage? No. I'd have to cancel it and restart it. But we get our next delivery on the 43rd. So in a number of days. And there's the warning that we're about to run out of donuts. Okay, hang on. Change of approach slightly here. We got a couple days in this. What the heck do you have in order? Okay, so we need coffee, cupcake, croissant, and paper bags. Everything. That's what we need. We need literally everything. Alright, so let's get over here. So let's go wreck our finances. So here's the paper bags. There's the cupcakes. 2 boxes of donuts. A box of coffee. And a box of croissants. That's what it cost me, $2,200. Alright, let's run that back. Because we're going to run out of donuts, and then we're going to run out of a bunch of stuff when we get there. Can you actually take me with all this? I never did try. Okay, so even though the taxi should not have the amount of inventory needed to handle that, it still works. Cool. So we've got everything restocked, so we should be good there. And we will try to open the store for half a day, I guess. And that should manage that. So we can go over here. And open. And we are officially have a wonderful place open here. And after all this time, grab, put the cheap flowers on the shelf, place the box down there. And the cart magically disappears from your store. Yep. So as much as I'd like to restock my inventory, that's not going to happen right now. We don't have the money. So let's go to sleep so we can wake up in time for opening the store tomorrow. And we're going to be kind of caught in that cycle of going back and forth from running the store ourselves until the employees get there. It's interesting that it's not flagging the opening store. Like it's... Oh, I also have to set up a new wholesale delivery to the store with at least one product. It's fine. Work. Start soon. Okay. So put in our full day's worth of work. And I've done it again. Okay, so we gotta grab some food. We're gonna have more money coming in, but we're not gonna worry about that. We're also allowing the floors to get utterly disgusting because I didn't buy the things to clean them. Because like I said, I'm gonna try to keep that around 2,500, I think. Other than where I do need to re-up my inventory kind of thing. And the reason we're taking that tactic is that way we can start actually affording to do our orders. I didn't actually need to do that. Alright, so we go right back to bed, we wake up tomorrow, and we do it all again. Okay. So when our day at the store is done, we can expand our inventory a little bit at ethical-ish. Probably get the cleaning stuff as well. Actually, I can get the cleaning stuff on the way in, maybe? Okay, we're gonna get the cleaning thing on the way in. Let's do a real quick drop in here. Okay. So give me this. I will buy you, and where's the cleaning thing? Cleaning thing. Apparently I'm not quite done. And you. Place the order. I'm a little concerned if I don't actually put these down. It'll cause problems. Place box. Place box. And place box. Let's open our store. Okay, so with that we can start setting up our registers. Think of all of our stuff. Okay, so before I get caught up in all that, we have to eat. I apparently opened up my my flower store directly next to, like one building over from a flower store. So Grace is not going to be happy. That we've got so immediate of competition. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I should have 2 more days before we're going to get our delivery, ready or not. Okay, so tiered display. Place you. Cheap flowers. Stack them up. Tiered display. Place you. Tiered display. Place you. Get the cleaning stuff. Oh, come on. Stop fighting me. Okay, so cheap, expensive, expensive. And we want to try to hold on to as best we can 2,500 bucks whenever our orders and all that come in. We'll try and get over to the wholesaler and see if I can't buy another box of cheap and maybe a box of expensive flowers. We check on our stuff here. We can go here. And if we look at our various stuff, it says point of sales. I've got 20 out of 15 capacity we have going in here. And then these other ones we've got 30 out of 15. Now, the building's traffic index is supposed to be able to go up to 40. So I would expect that to get higher. Can we see the sidewalk in front of the store and absolutely no reason, like a proper New York City shopkeeper? I don't believe so. I believe when we walk outside with the broom and it vanishes. But that would be interesting. Their energy is getting dangerously low. So we'll definitely want to take a taxi back home if we can. You are not open. So I'll keep that closed so I can get my trip back home. Because they open the same time I do, which isn't going to work out for us. You have a car, can you sleep in it? I don't think you can sleep in your car. That said, I don't have a car because I actually sold my car so that I could afford other things. Okay, so let's go to the wholesaler again. They've got more than enough money to go and get the boxes of fancy flowers. Not enough people double parked in a crosswalk. Needs more litter. Unrealistic. Well, I mean, no, I was the one who's parked in the double parked in the crosswalk. I got in trouble for it too, apparently. They finally caught on. Is there a shortage on those? Suppliers strain on cheap flowers. Doesn't... Okay, so we're buying way more than I probably should. Buying all the flowers I can. Getting trouble for double parking at a crosswalk, doubly unrealistic. I don't know. I've heard parking tickets get pretty wild. You know, obviously people get away with it, but you do get slapped. Keep in mind we're also in Manhattan very specifically, so it's not just New York City, but very specifically we're in Manhattan. Now I should be able to go over here. And start getting a bunch of other things going. So one thing I probably should have done is I'm gonna need to get more stuff set up here. Alright, so Bizman, we are going to open our business again, and we're going to work. What was it saying there? Current security 4. It's probably fine. So, the next thing you need, we're going to want speakers. We're going to want to make this place nicer. That's true. Manhattan's probably more strict than it is in Brooklyn. You just got back from New York City, so your salt towards the way people drive is there is fresh. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. The only part of New York I've been to, not counting airports, is Manhattan. Okay, so expensive flowers. Cheap flowers. Expensive flowers. So let's get back out here. Yes, let's scope out the competition. Okay, so the competition... Our competition goes, you are way, way nicer of a place than I've got. So competition is opening at 11 and going later. I'm going to assume that they've done their market research and know what's actually going on. And I'm going to just copy their hours. Because why do your own marketing research? Can you buy their flowers and sell them for more? I mean, I guess technically you could, because you could buy the item and then place it. I feel like that wouldn't work out, considering the people would simply go next door and just, you know, buy the flowers cheaper there. Especially since my place is kind of a dump versus there compared to theirs. I can't wait. We're gonna have our applicants start getting in here soon. Alright, so we know we need to go to the wholesaler again. Because the croissants are getting low. Because they're still in really high demand. Ooh, hey, what do we got here? Oh, we got our first candidate. Customer service. You want no cleaning shifts, and you do want to work full time. Hey, you know what? You had me at you just want to work there. And I don't really care about the details past that. Alright. So with that, you've actually got some relatively decent capabilities. So let's manage your schedule. And so for right now, what day of the week it is? It's Sunday. This is perfect. So go to Monday, go to you, there's your shift. Go to Tuesday, there's your shift. Go to Wednesday, there's your shift. Thursday, there's your shift. Friday, there's your shift. Cool.
So how many of your friends are running two businesses? Probably not many. But don't forget to take care of yourself. You know, life isn't only about making money. Sometimes you need to relax and play a little.
Okay, so we need to buy it.
So how many of your friends are running two businesses? Probably not.
Cool. So we need to buy a desk, chair, and computer, and then we need to play video games for an hour. It's important. We're not going to do that quite yet, because tomorrow is when our restock order comes in. And if I buy all that, I will not have enough money to pay for my restocking. Oh, right. I was going to copy the schedule off of my neighbors. So let's go to our Google Maps. So this is Grace's... Oh, they actually put, like, proper art here. Grace's Office Flowers, and they operate from 11 to 8. They also apparently include cheap and expensive gifts and sodas. We're not doing that, so 11 to 8. So we're going to go over here, we're going to open up our thing, and we're going to go to our schedules, and after very careful market research, we definitely pulled our customers, and we went into all of these things. Definitely went and did all of that legwork ourselves, and certainly didn't just copy the notes from our competition. We're gonna copy that schedule, we're gonna paste it across the entire thing, and now I'm gonna need to go through here and swap our schedule around. Alright, can I still have you do that? Okay, that's too much. Tiffany gets mad when I make her work 6 days a week, 9-hour days. She is not on board with that schedule. Alright, so with that, we can go ahead and let's also, while we're doing this, can we find... So let's see if there's actually an easy way to do this comparison. I apparently built the florists at the wrong time, considering there's 4 of them on our block. So yeah, so you're... Grace, I'm not going to tell you how to operate your business. On 5th Avenue, Grace, you have 2 florists. You have 2 florists. Literally 1, 2, 3. Same company. We're doing the Starbucks thing, where we got like 4 Starbucks on the same block. And what about you? Ah, so you operate from 9 to 7 for a florist. Okay. What about you? 8 to 6. Alright. Alright. So what I'm learning here is that I need to go to my schedule on my business. And definitely the way I should be competing is someone opens at 8, so we open at 8 now, and some of them go as far as like 9 and 8 p.m. So we're gonna be open for all of those hours. Hey, Tiffany, I'm just gonna need you to work a casual 12-hour shift, and I'm gonna need you to do that for as many days as you'll tolerate. Okay. So you're going to work 4 days a week, 12-hour shifts. That seems reasonable. I don't see anything that you could possibly be upset about that. All right, so that's looking pretty good there. The next thing we'll do is we'll go to the putting Tiffany on the 996 schedules. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the botanist and get deliveries. Oh, I haven't set a wholesale market contract up with you. Alright, so we'll do that the next in-game day. So now the beautiful thing is now Tiffany's working tomorrow's shift, so I don't have to. And there's our delivery. So that ate up the money that it needed to eat up for doing that. So now I don't have to cover the shift from that. Now I still have to do the cleaning, unfortunately. That's just the reality I live in. So when is my next delivery going to be arriving at Brews? So my next delivery shows up on the 49th. So it does appear to be about once a week. Yeah, sorry, the 50th. This product is currently in shortage, higher prices should be expected, and deliveries are limited. Crap. That's my number 1 selling product. How about a uniform? How about you shut your mouth? Tiffany is a good employee and you should be ashamed of yourself. Don't worry, Tiffany. I'm not one of those managers who throws you under the bus and does the customers always right and all that crap. What an awful customer service. You're not coming back? Man, that dude's expectations are just not reasonable. Okay, so we do actually have spare money. So we're going to continue our story stuff first, and then work on the business side second. So we need to go to buy a computer and a desk from the store. I also need to go to the wholesaler and set up a contract with the wholesaler to deliver to the flower store as well. So we'll do both those things. On the plus side, though... Oh, I have to wait a minute. On the plus side, though, with all this going on, we're making good money. We can keep all these things moving. All right. So, we need to go and get our desk and all that for our apartment. Okay, so I'm required to buy a chair, a desk, and a computer. And I want to be really spending and get all of the nicest things, but it's probably not happening. So the executive desk is $2,200. The nice setup is not in our budget. So basic gaming PC is $1,500. I'm gonna need you to go cheaper. $600 gaming chair. That'll work. I don't see cheaper than that. Ah, there we go. Just a regular office chair. We're looking in the right places. Can I get a cheaper chair that works for a desk, though? I guess 23 is acceptable. Because I'm worried if I get a different chair, it won't count. Like if I get like a really cheap chair. So we got a gaming chair. We got like ourselves a kind of an email computer kind of computer. And then like a standard IKEA desk. We truly are an 18-year-old. We came across some money. Now, granted, we probably would have saved up for a gaming rig if we could. Sadly, it's just not in the cards. But we're finally off of Mom and Dad's computer, and we got our own. This would be like an 18-year-old circa 2000, 2002. These days, realistically, with how much people need computers, if your family can afford a second computer, there will be a second computer. There might not be a computer for each kid or anything, but there'll be Mom and Dad's computer, and there'll be the kid's computer. Okay, so let's start with the desk. All right. And we have an obligation to play games for an hour. Non-negotiable, non-optional. Kids don't use computers anymore. It's all their phones and tablets. This is fair. At least 1 hour video games? All right, I guess I'll do 1 hour and some odd minutes.
There's an old saying, kid. Money might not buy happiness, but it buys everything else. Let's make sure your finances are settled. Pay off that loan and start saving up some money. Next thing I want to show you is a bit expensive.
So that's interesting. Normally, you ended up getting a an objective to go on the gambling boat. I'm kind of glad that one wasn't listed at this stage, and the reason I'm kind of feeling that way is the gambling boat, I think, was only Friday nights is available, so you'd run into problems with that. All right. So I got that all sorted. We're not buying anything else today. Let's also check... Oh, right. I need to go to the wholesaler. I need to go to the wholesaler while they're open. And the reason we're doing that is I need to negotiate a new contract. You rest in the chair? You didn't play games? Why would I do that? That sounds like a terrible rest. So yeah, checking our persona, we are 18 years old, we have 2 business, we have a net worth of $37,000 and a weekly income of $10,166. Man, I wish I was this kid. Is there an option to move in a larger department? Yes. You can get a ridiculously large apartment. So we like pull up the map and I can go here and say residential. Any one of those red ones are available. So if we look at the one we're on, that's not what I'm looking for. If we look at the one we're at, it's 581 square feet, so it's considered a B1 apartment. I can go over here. That one's also apparently small. Yeah, here we go. So this apartment is 6,340 square feet, and I can get that. It would cost me $45,000 down payment with a daily rent of $1,500. So you can get some like super duper big bougie apartment, but you know, gonna cost you. Whereas I think our daily rent is like $39 or something like that. Which honestly, okay, like that wouldn't be in a reasonable, like that wouldn't be a normal price for Manhattan. But it honestly puts you in the area of about $1,000 a month for an apartment. All things considered, it's certainly not a cheap apartment, but you can honestly do way worse than that. Okay, start a contract for ethicalish botany. You need to have at least 1 storage shelf. Yeah. Well, I will be back to bother you when I sleep off the night and we got, you know, a little bit more stuff coming in. Do you need a butler to clean your 6K apartment? No. Luckily, the game just hand waves the, you know, the need to clean your own home and anything entirely. The workplaces, you gotta clean them. So let's turn off the residential, turn off the retail stuff, hide the florists. Okay, so I'm checking our happiness. So we only got 4 more hours of happiness from the amount of video games we played, so we're gonna need to work on that. So definitely the correct decision is we're just going to slam out a 5-hour gaming session. I accidentally canceled it. I'm going to go sleep. I'm going to wake up in the morning around the appropriate time to go by the wholesaler. There we go. 4,300 bucks. Let's eat some food. All right, so with the money we've got, what we're going to run over here and do really quick is I'm going to buy the storage shelf I need for ethicalish botany. And then once we get the storage shelf, we're going to run over to the wholesaler. I'm going to set up the contract, and I'm going to go buy... apparently expensive flowers are doing pretty well on sales. So we will need you. And then we're going to want to set up the contract, do the marketing, get all that garbage set up. So place the shelf. Okay, get on the phone. So, well, actually, clean first. That's fine. All right. So let's get on the phone. And we will need to go to the marketing company, call them. And the botany place, we are going to start a small internet campaign. Cool. And we can go to the imports, call them, start a new contract for botany, and accept. Cool. So with that, each box of these, let's see, we'll want to order per week 1,000 paper bags. I believe that's one box. And each one of these, I believe, is 400. Or sorry, 40. So there's 160 of each of these. Maybe not that much. 80. Alright, so that'll start for now. Keeping track of time while playing the games is unrealistic. Okay, so order that. Cool. So the next thing we need to do is run over this way to the wholesaler. I need to do a little bit of restocking. Probably not the paper bags. Okay, because we're quickly running out of expensive flowers. Now, one of the things that happens is you probably notice the orders we're doing right now. I'm just basically saying, hey, send me 2 boxes of this every week. That's not going to be adjusting up or down on its own based on my stuff. When we do get to later, and we get our warehouse set up, we'll actually have a person who runs our purchasing department, and we can say, I want to keep 1,000 of that in stock. And they will order however much each period of time, like each and every day, they will order however much it is to get to that much, as long as it's sufficient supply to, you know, make the importer happy. So we will get to the point of doing that. Okay, and you should take care of that. Don't make me take care of it. Cool, so I got all that. So I gotta be careful about not ordering too much. So as much as I should get toilets and all that for here, that'll be a next thing. So if we combine our 2 orders we're dealing with now, the order cost we're looking at is, each time the order hits, it'll be about 2,000 bucks for this one. And then about, yeah, so we're looking at about $4,500. So we're going to want to try and keep $4,500 in the bank. And that's, again, just in case both of those hit at the same time. It could very easily get out of hand. So with this, we have to sit down and do another video game session. Our happiness demands it. We have run out of croissants, apparently. which is not good. Let's also go and check on our stuff here. So when can I adjust my delivery? I can adjust my delivery by then. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to cancel that order. We're going to bump that up to 600, and then we're going to reset that order. We're going to try to keep adjusting it to where it needs to be to make things happy. Oh my god, it's so expensive for the croissants right now. It is what it is. The business must continue to operate. Okay. We'll drop off our overpriced croissants. But the good news is now that I'm operating two businesses, if I do run into a situation like this where there's a shortage on croissants, which is going to really, really eat into my margins, the other business can kind of cover for it. Did that loan use, did that say your loan was almost paid off? Can you get another one for more cash flow? I don't believe our loan is almost paid off. I have an objective to pay off my loan. Generally speaking, I try not to take any loans more than I'm absolutely required in these games. Because it is just one of those things that there's certainly the argument on why you would take a loan, which is that it gives you the money you need to kind of bootstrap whatever it is you're trying to make happening. Oh, I grabbed the cupcake box. That's why it's being weird. But, so you can, you know, invest your loan as long as you make more money from what you spend your loan on to overcome the cost of the loan's interest. You are at the benefit. Which is certainly a thing to worry about. So let's go here, and we're going to go and slam out some exercise. Alright. So yeah, we're working on getting all that sorted. We're not going to advertise the other one now while it's at a shortage, but we'll try to get that to be at a higher promotion level. That's fine. So let's go ahead and go to sleep. Yeah, so we're still making, even with the gouged prices there, we're still making about 4,000 bucks in profit a day. Okay, so we're trying to keep it over 4,500, so I got about $800 I can throw around today. As far as improvements to my stores. Now, things I need to do is I need to get the sink, I need to get the toilet, and I need to get a bunch of other, like, general improvements to, the flower place. I still also haven't finished getting the, I haven't finished getting the other store sorted out. Now, one of the catches is obviously it wants me to get $100,000 in the bank. And it does put you in this weird thing where you want to keep scaling up your businesses. And so it can kind of keep you from really wanting to invest in stuff. I'm curious what the $100,000 spend is going to be on. Because there is a thing where you can actually straight up buy buildings. We'll see about that. Alright, what I can do for one investment is let's go to the furniture store over here, the IKEA, and let's get a speaker. So you can put the speaker in the flower thing, and that'll take one complaint that they normally have off the table. Because what we're probably going to do at this stage is if I have it where something runs out and I can go through, I will go back in. I will update the wholesaler order to add that amount on and adjust how much I got to keep in the bank appropriately to hopefully get it where I don't have to deal with it. Oh, cool. We got our new employees. Cool. All right. So we got our 2 new employees for our botany place. So you just want to have a full-time shift and you just want to be full-time. So that's perfect. That means I no longer have to work at the florist at all. So for right now, we can go ahead and shove you on the schedule. That's not the one I needed. I need to shove you on the schedule. Put you on the schedule. And one more. And I'll be kind, and I'll let you split shift. So basically, first half of the week is Tiffany, second half of the week is Mark. Meanwhile, we'll go up here and say cleaning person. 6-hour shift in the middle of the day. You can do that for each and every day. Like, it's honestly something I should have 2 people doing this. But unless we start getting consequences for the store getting too dirty, I'm going to ignore that. And just let the, let it go the way. And the reason I'm doing it in the middle of the day is, yeah, towards the end of the beginning of the day, it's going to be a mess. But then I will see at the end of the day if it's too dirty. Alright, so we got all that set up. So we now have all the staff set up for that, and both those calls are just probably telling me that I got applicants ready. And we came here for speakers. That's right. You're gonna look for a set of speakers. I want to say I saw the speakers over here last time. Alright. I can drop that off at the flower shop. And with the flower shop having that, that'll be one less complaint they'll have. I'll aim to keep our money at around 5,000. Just to make sure when the orders come in that we don't... like, if we don't have enough money for the order, it just cancels the whole thing and you don't get it. And then you're running a store without, inventory and you're playing catch-up. We should also check to see how close I am to paying off that loan, because it was a $15,000 loan the game required me to take at the beginning. And normally in most runs I just paid it off immediately, but I wanted to start with the coffee shop just to do a different retail than the gift shop that they normally make you start with. Sorry. That is one complaint I do have. One thing if the devs ever see this footage. Do you have a radio volume here? You see the one? You see the one that's empty right here? That's got nothing in it? That it's down here? Please make the in-store radios also respect that. I just don't want to deal with it. Like, the music in game is fine. For those who don't know, you actually have a cool thing here with the music that you can actually go into a folder and you can add your own tracks to it. So if you want to turn on, do that, but I just would have to go through that and I just haven't. Alright, so we've got that set up. So once again, we're going to go ahead and pop in here. We're going to play some video games. We are being the proper example of a CEO of a fledgling corporation, in that we have made our employees do all the work, and we're just not going to bother. Okay, we'll just knock out another hour. And go to bed. We can wake up at 8. Make another 4,200 bucks. Okay, so let's look at our orders. So we are out of the expensive flowers. So deliveries, I still got time that we can change that. So we're gonna go to here. We're going to cancel the order. And we're gonna bump that up to 1,600 or 1,600. All right, so that has pushed our stuff. So that's at $2,700 for that one. And then we would need to go to you, and you're up to that. So we're getting actually to almost $8,000 I would need to fulfill those orders. It is what it is. Things are going to continue to escalate as we figure this out. So if you can drive me down here to the wholesaler. And I'm assuming they're still in a shortage. They are. The other thing I could do is I can wait till like right after the order lands, that we get our delivery, and then whatever money I've got spare at that point, I could spend that on, you know, getting the toilet, getting the sink, getting all the stuff set up, decorating our existing businesses, getting that all sorted. It does want me to save up 100,000, and that's going to be kind of hard for me to do its current rate. Oh, I was going to check on that loan. So our loan...
Thank you Ulcare for subscribing for 14 months. Rual tap Rual tomb Rual tap Rual tomb Rual wave Rual lurk.
Hey, Ulcare, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 14 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot, and so thank you so much for that. Yeah, so we could pay off the loan. So we still owe $12,000 and some change on the loan. That's not that big of a deal. We'll want to get that paid off. Pretty much what I'm thinking is let's take the time to get these two businesses properly set up. And once these two are properly set up, we can worry about trying to get that money to happen real quick. Okay, now I need to clean this. Okay, and you'll take care of the rest of that. Yeah, I think I'll take the strategy of each time we have the delivery drop in, once the delivery drops in, I will, you know, take whatever money we've just got sitting here, and we'll get spending on that money to improve the businesses until they're either sorted or there's not much more to improve. How are we doing on the happiness front? So we have 3 days of happiness from video games, and only 1 day of happiness from exercises. Just gonna slam out 3 rounds of that. And a nice 1 p.m. day. Actually, we can probably go here, eat a snack, and then knock out a round of video games. Okay, and you're about to run out of coffee. So wholesaler's done for today, so let's go ahead and go to sleep. Alright, so let's check on our deliveries again. Okay, so we're on the 47th, so we're not ready for that, so let's cancel that order. And go to the coffee and say, bring more coffee. In the meantime, I'm going to need to restock the coffee. And what we'll also do is let's work on getting... So it's the 49th that we... Alright, it's probably a certain day of the week, right? So for so it's the 50th it comes in. So it's Monday. Each Monday we get our deliveries. So that'll be a good thing. Let's try to get to Monday, get that all sorted out, and once that's handled, we could pay off our loan as our first thing, because that is chipping me for, you know, $80 of interest or whatever it is every in-game day. So that's a little bit of money that'll add up after a while. And then the other thing we can also do is once I get all this sorted, we can see about the toilets and all that stuff for the other business. Let's go over here. I'm gonna grab 2 things of coffee off the shelf here. Actually, how is our inventory doing on these? So if we check our delivery, so the coffee we're dangerously low. So honestly, that's still not going to be enough. Let's make that 900. Okay. Oh, was anything else there low? That's the whole reason I looked in the first place. Not low enough that I think it's urgent that I grab it. That's probably fine. I also see that the paper bags, I've got a big surplus. So cancel the order on that. We're going to say no paper bags in this order. Okay. Because the goal here is to get those orders to such a degree that we get the goods in and then I just don't have to deal with it from the day to day. That like once every week, like every other week, I might have to pop in and grab a little bit more. You're surprised it doesn't require a bathroom at home? It doesn't. I was actually surprised about that as well, because they did add bathrooms like that you need at the house. But your character doesn't have like a I need to use a restroom need. Honestly, I don't think there's a really, like, I wouldn't want them to add that. It wouldn't be a big deal, you know, the meter gets full, you click in the bathroom and you do that. It's just kind of one of those things, though. It's just another bar to deal with. And I feel like in a lot of ways, wherever you go for food is going to be the same place that there's the restroom. So it doesn't even add new trips or anything. Coffee. Alright, so you got that. And we're gonna just advance the day as quick as we can, keeping up a rotation of exercise, exercise, eat a snack, binge video games, so they're already closed for the day, so we'll do this. Alright, so we need to go here, and again we're going to adjust the deliveries. So it's the 47th, we have the 49th, we can do that. So expensive flowers, we're going to bump that up to 240. And then when we wake up in the morning, we'll grab another order of the expensive flowers and bring it on over. Yeah, we probably lost a bunch of profits on that from... Okay, we got more stuff to bring over, so let's go ahead and again, Bizman, go here, deliveries. It's the 48th, so we're still good. Do this, bump it up to a second box of donuts. So we need to get a bunch more expensive flowers and some more donuts. I did not grab food. That's not what I'm looking for. We can find a fast food place along the way. Maybe. Got law firms and all sorts of stuff. Okay, we won't find one. So instead we'll just grab our stuff, and then when we get back... I can probably just go ahead and when we hit our own place, I'll just get a donut at my own store. Okay, so let's grab this. Check our inventory on our places. We're also going to need cheap flour. Well, actually, probably not need cheap flowers. We'll go here. I'll probably need more of everything. Alright, so let's start out. Grab a box of donuts. Grab a box of cheap flowers. Grab 2 more boxes of expensive flowers. Place our order. Okay, so the good news is we're 2 days from when we get our big massive delivery of everything popping in. That'll let us pay off our loan. Continue to build up the stores. Now, we could easily just keep the stores as is. They're, you know, profitable and all that. And with that, we could just grind our way up to the 100,000 by just passing time. And it's interesting because usually in the past tutorial, it'd be teaching us how to use warehouses. It'd be teaching us how to set up the headquarters. So I'm curious where it's going to go with the 100,000. Because I do remember there was an objective you had previously. So add the items to the shelf. Grab the donuts off the shelf. And they should sort out the expensive flowers themselves. If they don't, I'll deal with it in a minute. Donut? Drop that off. Right next to the house, we'll just grab our fresh food, because as long as that line is, this will be faster. Let's get back over there, because it didn't seem to restock our flower stand. Let's make sure that's sorted. But yeah, no, I was gonna say is, like, in the past, you'd set up your headquarters, you'd set up an office, you'd do all of these things. And then only after... Oh, okay, alright. So it did restock them, but that's all cleared. So let's go here. I'm just going to assume that this is gonna be a problem still, so let's go to deliveries, cancel order. We're gonna make that 320. And order there. So that's 3,000 on that one. Bizman, brews, deliveries. Leave it alone. Okay. Because tomorrow I can't really update my orders without canceling it. So we don't want to touch the orders on Sunday. Now my other concern I have is with as much as we're ordering, but these shelves might not be sufficient. No, it's got 10 more spots. It's probably okay. We might be pushing the limits on what those shelves can handle. Okay. Get our stuff knocked out for the evening. And we're going to be running low on the flowers again. So that's not what I want. We did not make nearly as much money that day. And I'm guessing it's because those 2 shelves stayed empty too long. It's still fine. So we're getting low on croissants and expensive flowers. So we'll run back over here. So let's grab 2 boxes of expensive flowers and a box of croissants. Because all of those are in shortages right now, which I do not like. I think more realistically, I'm also going to need to get an extra shelf for in the floral place. Because the speed of which we're selling those flowers, I don't think I can have the delivery give me enough per week where I actually have the shelf space to store it before the next delivery comes in. We can worry about that when we get there. Okay. I do look forward to when we get the warehousing set up. Alright. Okay, add these on the shelf and get my croissants back off. And then the next in-game day, we get that big delivery, which is going to eat up a bunch of our money. When that's done, we pay off the loan, we get the toilet, we get the sink, we just go through everything we can. Hey, Infinity, how's it going? Alright. And this is kind of the phase when you're playing a lot of Tycoon games that a lot of players who play Tycoons might be familiar. Almost every Tycoon game, you'll have this kind of middle spot where you're like either waiting on training or waiting on money, or there's something that you're having to invest time in and kind of wait for. We're at that stage of the game where I'm just trying to wait for the money to sort out. Alright, so we're not going to worry about the cupcakes. We can knock out another gaming session. And then we'll go to sleep. Yeah, so I think... Cool, so we got our deliveries in there. So they ate about $8,000 of my money. And restocked everyone, so that's good news. So that an extra 11,000 or whatever it is, that I can just do what I'm going to do with. Now, that's not quite enough for me to pay off my loans, unfortunately. But what we will do is we will work on getting the various things that need to be set up. I'm considering all of this money kind of forfeit to improving our businesses. It's getting colder now and still perpetually tired. But if you turn on your heater, your laptop puts the CPU at 50% idle because the heater is vertically right underneath it. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, so you end up having to figure out how to rearrange. Okay, so the things we're going to probably need is you want... Oh, right, the toilets and all that aren't in here. That's right. So what I need to do is... Hey, taxi. We'll go way down over here. There should be another furniture place down here. Oh, I have to put it on showing appliance stores. There we go. Where do we get the storage shelves? The appliance place. But I'm going to go to this one because I would say the toilet and the sink is more important right now. Okay, so let's see what we got here. So we've got the toilet. We've got the modular sink. Do we have the employee... the uniform closet thing? Does not appear to be so. Alright, so buy that. That's 3,000 bucks. Oh, if I remember, there's a subway over here. So we can take the subway pretty close. I mean, the subway's right there, and the subway costs $3 versus 119. Okay. So go to Hell's Kitchen South. But that'll get the toilets set up in ethical-ish botany. And I'll put up just enough decorations to give it the 20% as well. So then the question is, at that stage, do I just kind of keep advancing time to get this objective satisfied? Or do I just keep spinning up businesses, which delays us getting that money? So delays like future objectives. I mean, I feel like the correct decision is just to beeline for the 100,000, because I'm very curious of what it's going to have me do. The things I could think of potentially doing is you can invest money. It's something I've almost never done in the game, but you can invest your money like into stocks, that kind of thing. Some of the other things you can do is you can actually buy buildings. I don't think 100,000 is going to be nearly enough to do that. Okay, we're also going to need an extra shelf.
That's strange, said Reverend Jack. I didn't expect revelation to come so soon. Let's use that to enhance our message while we're pushing through.
Okay, so I could do then here is I will need, we'll grab the locker. What was the other thing I was going to grab? Oh, and another shelf. Okay. And that'll stop them from complaining about the appearance of the building. That'll stop them from complaining about the lack of bathroom, the uniforms. It should take care of most of that.
Jack said, would you like to come inside? Nah, my name is actually Satan. Figure said my business been going down.
And we can go to our people here. So employees.
Down in the dim, sharing a bottle of warm.
Oh, right. It was on the actual store. They changed where that was. So it was under settings, customer service, default.
I came here to end you. Satan
That's not what I want.
and laugh.
And cleaning, default, security guard, default.
In your game, I really don't know what to say.
Alright, so... Oh, and I need to do just a little bit of making this place not look like a dump. So I'll do interior design. Wall tool.
Don't know what to. Don't know what to say.
There, you've got like an accent wall.
You've been running my show way more
Okay,
than I ever did.
so... At this stage, I think we're going to be pushing to just try and effectively fast forward as much as we can. Because both those businesses should be relatively set up. Do I want to go in? Let's go in here and we'll finish that wall as well.
Devilish fires ain't nothing to your systematic extermination plan.
Okay. Yeah, so we're going to try and just race through the days for a little bit here and see if we can't get to that 100,000 objective. So there's going to be a bit of fast-forwarding timer nonsense going on here. It is what it is.
So here we are, Reverend Jack on the ground, snake bitten and cold. How is it gonna go?
Okay, and go to sleep.
Now when Mary's left to herself and alone.
Because that should give us time to recover the money.
Sitting on the back of her pail
We're only making like $2,800 now, which is not great. It's like we're getting money in, it's coming back out as well. Let's eat real quick. So what can we figure out? So mostly ethical brews, the average income has taken a pretty bad hit. And I think that's entirely the croissants are in shortage. And because the croissants are in shortage, I'm having to pay a lot to get those coming in. So it's cutting into our margins in a big way. And then unfortunately, it's the same with the flowers. That the expensive flowers, which is my big money maker there, are also in shortage right now. So I'm kind of getting double whammy that both of my businesses are dealing with shortages. Which again, we're making a profit. But it is a thing that is just chewing up that profit. Gotta set up a bakery and a greenhouse? I know, right? Start growing our own materials for all the stuff. Go ahead and start a coffee farm as well. Okay, it's 3,100. Now, shortages don't last forever. They do last for a little while, so we're pretty much waiting for, yeah. Meanwhile, okay, that's kind of interesting. I'm pretty sure that was one of the, one of our neighboring businesses. So we look at this, where we wedged ourselves in between the florists. There was another florist in the area here. I think it was up on this road that shut down. That's probably because we've wedged a whole lot of florists into a tiny space thing. Okay. And we're doing all this because this gives us happiness. So I'm kind of taking while we're on our downtime and just kind of power stacking happiness because I don't... Unless it's changed, it was in a cap before. So if we were to check on our happiness now. Yeah, so we played enough video games that for 13 days, we've got a bonus for how many video games we played to our happiness. Okay, so it's 3,000, so it is going up. Because the only other thing to do is if we went out of our way to spin up another business, but that still takes money to invest. And I'd like to try and push for getting that objective done to see what's next, because I'm just very curious about where that's going to go. But what should happen is as the shortages go, our profit should go back up again. I'm gonna restock my groceries. Now, low-key, there actually is aging in this game. Like, we're still only 18. I do think your character, I can't remember if you reach 100, you die or whatever. But it is a thing in the game that you can spend money to de-age, and it's just obnoxiously expensive. So low-key, one of the primary objectives of the game is effectively immortality, of making sufficient money that you can overcome aging. So it's got kind of a weird gimmick. All right. So, let's go on our deliveries because we're running out of cheap flowers. Let's go to you. Check on this. Go to deliveries. So the next one goes out on the 56th, so we can cancel that order. And re-up that order. Meanwhile, we should have enough time to do a quick run and buy like a box or two of cheap flowers to get that stocked up. Because we want to keep that running as much as we can. But the good news, we're getting up to Thursday and Friday, and we haven't had the other ones complain about stock. Okay, so I hate that. Cheap flowers are also now in shortage. So of the things I sell, which is cheap flowers, expensive flowers, that's one whole store that every single item is in shortage. Croissant's my next biggest moneymaker. It's in shortage. So, sucks to be me, I guess. I need more. Let's see how this works if I do this. Okay, so it's got separate segments for ones that are paid for and not. Okay. Which means realistically, let's go to the florist again. Deliveries. Cancel. 240. Order. Because it is only Thursday, so I still have 3 more days of the week before the next order. Diversify, they said. You'll always profit, they said. To be fair, it is working, because if I had only the florist, I would probably need to be like shortening my hours or something to mitigate a lot of the loss kind of thing that I'd be having otherwise. I do wonder what is this our shop or a warehouse? That's a warehouse. That's the wholesaler. We were just purchasing a bunch of stuff to take to our store to then sell to individuals. Oh, you already stocked it. Cool. Okay, so now let's run back home. Slam out another round of video games to keep moving things forward. Because, yeah, I'm really curious about that one, having the 100,000. All right. Okay, so cupcakes are getting low. So I can go on here again, go to you, go to your deliveries. We still have another day before I won't be able to do it that way. So up the orders on cupcakes. And let's get ourselves a box of cupcakes to supplement in the meantime so we don't run out. Okay. And my luck is cupcakes will be in shortage. No, it's not. Hey, expensive flowers are no longer in shortage and croissants are no longer in shortage. Heck yeah, and that's just in time for the delivery. Okay, that should help with our margins a lot. Alright, so that's good news. So what that means is when we do our next order, we won't see the prices reflected until the next order goes. Because it seems to be keeping track of, you know, what amount I spent purchasing stuff with the profit calculation. Okay. We're getting pretty close to the next time that we're going to have the order come in. Like I said, I think I want to just try and push to getting the 10,000, or sorry, the 100,000, to get the objective to be happy. And I'm hoping that once we get the new order of stuff coming in, that we'll start to see those 5,000 and 6,000s again, because that makes it way faster to get through a bunch of this. Okay, so tomorrow's the order, when everything comes in. And then we pay off the loan. And that should all be good. Because that is the only negative is as the game goes on, you will find yourself eventually getting to the point of you'll be doing a decent amount of fast-forwarding time. Because you'll get to the stage where you've got everything automated kind of going on. And so it'll just be time to like spin up the next business. You'll just slam out another business real fast. Okay. Do one more round of that. Okay. But yeah, later on you also have lots of logistics to set up. So I do think this 100,000 at this stage, I feel like they probably should have adjusted the tutorial a little bit to have you put in a little bit more time so far as scaling up your operation until this stage, just to pick up the speed a bit more. Wait, did you already do the orders? Let me double check to make sure those orders actually went through already. Okay, next delivery is on the 57th. Oh, it's not. Okay, it's not late enough in the day yet. That's why the order has... I was like, wait, how do I already have 20,000? We should be getting hammered for like $12,000, $15,000 worth of ordered of goods to last us the entire week. And then, like I said, what should happen is we should be making a much better profit margin on these supplies than we were in the last batch, because of all the shortages we were enduring. Okay, it wasn't as bad. It was only about 8,000. That's not as terrible as I thought it was. And we can go here to our finances. And our loan is paid off in full. So we're no longer getting hit for, you know, about $100 every single day. Okay. Honestly, pretty soon I could change the stuff to just wake up, go to bed. Because I'll have enough of this stacked up. Because like I said, I don't think there's a cap, or if there is, it's high enough that it's pretty relevant. Yeah, because this is up to 21 days on played video games. So for 21 days we can ignore it. So I think what we actually will do is I'll finish like this day slamming out some games and all that. I think we're honestly just gonna day skip by sleeping. Alright, we woke up, and we're not gonna do anything, we're just gonna casually slam out another 24-hour sleep. We just went day 58, smells funny, don't want it. Okay, so our profit went up about 50%. We're gonna start having some of those things dropping off. Okay, and we still haven't ate, but that's fine. So we're going to go ahead and go to sleep and fast forward another day. And now we're up to 4,400 profit. Yeah, so there's where all those shortages were just killing us. Cool. And we're going to fast forward another day. And sooner or later, we're going to see which of those, like, which businesses run out of inventory. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to see, is 44,000, 4,400, whatever. Okay, so we are out of donuts. So let's go to our orders. And go to the brews, deliveries. So it's 63, so we can go here. and chuck another batch of donuts on there. Oh, also, while I got you there, I'm gonna need more bags. Alright, so let's run to the store and deal with the shortage of donuts. For the thing, it's only gonna be one more box of donuts to carry us through. Alright, so let's get over here. Yeah, and I could choose to, you know, do deliveries for an extra, like, what is it, $600 a day. But the time you dedicate to it, you know, adds up quite a bit. Well, and apparently the expensive flowers are in shortage again. So that's pretty annoying. We got a lot of businesses closing, and a lot of them are coffee shops and all that. Alright. It's out of my way. It's going to eat a little bit into our profits today. Because the shelf ran out of donuts for a chunk of the day, but that's fine. Okay, so the only one who showed up short was the donut showed up short that day. I shouldn't have set that for 24 hours. It's fine. I mean, we got 4,700 bucks. And we are out of coffee. So I can't change... Oh, actually, I can change the order. It's tomorrow I can't change the order. So it's a 60-second. Okay, so cancel order. Gotta bump the coffee order up a little bit. So we definitely need to fix that because we're now running a coffee shop that is out of coffee. Okay. Where's that copy again? There's a copy. It does make me curious about all these shortages, like, the best way to mitigate that. I know later on we'll be able to manufacture some of these things, which will help. But kind of this early when you only have a couple of stores, it's not like you're going to shut down one of your stores to then turn around and spend all the money to open another one just because there's a temporary shortage. You'd be better off just continuing to like expand and diversify and opening more stores. Yeah, like I said, I think with the changes in the tutorial, this is the first and only step I've run into so far in the tutorial that I'm like, you know what? I don't think this is when you should have this step. I do think we should, I do think it's better having kind of the office whatever route. Now, it's possible that this is going to lead me to setting up the office, and they just want you to have a big enough buffer of money to do it. That's not how it used to be, but we can see. Because beforehand it was you'd set up the well, you'd get a headquarters, and then once you had the headquarters, you'd set up the office and then go from there. So it's kind of a bunch of steps. I could see them trying to streamline that a little bit. Alright. As I continue running around, my character has not eaten. Okay. So now's the day I can't afford to do any additional orders. There's good news, still making good money. That isn't what you want to see. Okay. So I need... So we can't reset the orders, but we need cheap flowers, donuts, and cupcakes. For the cheap flowers, I actually need multiple cheap flowers. So this is probably going to hurt our sales today a lot. So 1, 2 cheap flowers, donut, and cupcake. We can bring those back. And so that's what I'll need to remember is whatever the amounts of stuff I'm bringing in, I will want to increase those. That was coffee, not cupcakes. I did get coffee, not cupcakes. Okay, thank you for noticing that before we got too far. Let's go back inside, grab the cupcakes. Okay. So I'll probably need to do is get a second storage shelf in the coffee place. Because we're gonna need to add another thing of cupcakes on there. Is there high demand for donuts going on? Is that the reason why it's suddenly... Ah, cupcakes and donuts got a really big boost in demand, as did coffee. So it looks like all of the stuff that I have going through my coffee shop is on higher demand than normal. Like, that's the other problem with doing the wholesaler versus when we get to do the imports to the warehouse, is the imports to the warehouse can be flexible to demand, so long as you've got the shelf space and you're ordering enough. It'll, you know, it'll order as needed, as opposed to this, which is every N amount of time, do an order. But yeah. Oh yeah, we had I was about to say, did I not buy the cheap flowers? Okay. The cheap flowers. Cheap flowers. Okay, get the other place. And then we get the limitations are. That's very late game stuff though. Setting up the factory, I mean. We have one of our employees called in sick. Who called in sick, do? So you're not this location. Okay. So we had to cover the shift for one of our people who was called in sick. Thank you. No problem. I like, by all means, always ask questions. I'm more than happy to. Reach a weekly income of $10,000 for one business. I didn't realize that we made the 6,000 something. Alright, so let's go here. And again, we're going to just advance time here real fast. Here's hoping that they don't call in sick again. Yeah, so we made almost 6,000 that day. Alright, can we see... I'm guessing no one's sick right now, so that's good news. Why is your satisfaction? Clean work environment. Fine. Yes, we're trying to get that 100,000 real quick. We paid off our loan the last one, that ate up about 12,000. We're making almost like 5,500 a day now. So it should keep us going pretty quick. And it seems like the inventories are pretty stable for what we've got going on here. And we'll check on Saturday to see how things are going on. Okay, so we're at Friday. We got stuff that we're shortage on. So let's go in here, go to this, go to deliveries. So I need you to have more of that. More of this. And more of that. Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9. 14, 15 boxes. So we're looking. The shelf can hold 16 boxes. That's assuming there's nothing extra there. So we definitely are going to need an extra shelf. So first, let's get that sorted. Buy 1 extra box of each. And then let's get an extra shelf real fast. Because otherwise we're going to potentially get the delivery and it's going to tell us that we couldn't do it. So I need donuts, croissants, and coffee. So donuts, croissants. And the good news is none of these things are in short supply. Realistically, I probably need more than this that I'm grabbing right now. Because we still actually have, inclusive of the day we're in, 3 days left of the week. So we ran out that fast. It is high demand, so I should be trying to make sure we have all this in stock, but I'll just deal with, again, the next in-game day. Keep the money flowing as best we can. We're a bit over a third of the way to our goal. And we are kind of improving our profitability a little bit here and there. Let's pop in here really fast and we'll grab the shelf while we're here. Oh yeah, and they complained about this, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't get 4, that's fine. Okay, because that might amount to more sales anyways. Alright, so we can pop in here, just shove everything we can on the shelf, and then sort it out on the other side. Let's take this outside, drop it there. Go on in. Okay. So let's grab the... Okay, they already took care of it. So let's grab the... Where are you at? The table. There's a table. Place. Chair. Place. Not that. Chair. Place. And chair. Place. So that should hopefully keep them from complaining about that. Now this is the one I'm not as sure about how we're doing. That's the delivery spot. Place those that way, so it's the same width here. Okay, I might be able to do this by scooching you up, scooching you up, scooching you up, and then placing you against the back wall. Then scooch you up against there. Okay, that'll work. So I spent a little bit of money to get all that set up, but now that should take care of that. Good chance before Sunday's over, we will unfortunately run out of the coffee stuff again. Because it's in high demand. So that's the reason I'm waking up a little bit earlier. Ah, that was a bad profit day. And we're low on cupcakes. Oh, we need to eat first. Our happiness is still holding up so far. See if we can't snag some cupcakes real fast. And then while we wait for that to open, we need to go here, deliveries, cupcakes. Yep, so we're still fine to pause that. Alright, so just gotta wait a couple seconds and all that. But we're at 40,000 now. We'll just grab the box of cupcakes, just the one. Inexpensive flowers are shortage yet again. That's fine. Yeah, no, I do think there's a pacing problem here. Now we are on normal difficulty. Easy difficulty would be probably making more money. So if you're like, oh man, this is taking a while. With all the walking, you should be really fit as well. All the walking while pushing carts in that all the time. Okay. Yeah, you dropped off. Got all that sorted out. That's who needs a gym membership? Alright, so how are we doing on our happiness? So, I still got 11 days till the happiness stuff starts to wear out. Which is fine. Okay. So we're back to 4,600. We lost some money on the one day because we were just short on everything in the coffee place. Okay. Don't love to see it. So we need a thing of donuts and a thing of coffee. We're getting pretty close to half the money we need. And as we're getting these orders sorted out, then I don't have to worry about it as badly. Because it'll be less of me running over here desperately trying to like grab these things. Can you choose the businesses you buy? Yes. Like when you start, you actually like literally go, I would like to open a coffee shop. Or I would like to open a flower shop, or I would like to open a gift shop, you know, fast food restaurant, whatever it is you choose to go with. Because you'll keep opening more and more and more businesses. Like right now we just have the 2. But with the tutorial changes, they want me to save up 100,000. And like I said, they did have this mission, like, or one like this, it may have been $1 million or 500,000 or whatever. They did have a mission on the old version of the tutorial where you'd have to get a bunch of money, but it was way later in the tutorial. And I, for the life of me, don't even remember what it is that it ultimately gives you, because it was so hard to avoid the temptation to just take your money and then open the next business and then open the next business and just keep things going. Because, like, okay, I could stop and do this thing to do whatever. Or, instead, I could do this thing that will marginally increase the rate I'm making money. And it's really hard to justify just having money sitting around when you could just keep increasing the amount of money you're making again and again. They drop that off. Drop that off. Okay, and then we have our actual delivery come in tomorrow. Right, my money should be making money. Right, so the whole sitting there being like, okay, I just need to, you know, I just need to kind of like wait until things get sorted, you know, enough goes in the bank, is a hard thing to make happen. You received an... What was your problem? We couldn't store all of flour expensive boxes. Please make sure you have enough available shelves for the next delivery. Okay. I should have plenty of storage there. There's only a couple of items. I mean, okay, we'll see what the situation looks like. I might just have to adjust the orders. I mean, they are fully filled. Oh, we are... Okay, hang on. Let's look at our botany place. Deliveries. Okay, hang on. I do not need this many. Alright, so let's tone that down by a very significant volume. So we just did our order, and that was almost perfect. This here needs to be way down. Like, let's cut that down to 160 for right now. And I'll take multiple rotations to go through. But that's fine. So let's keep going over here. Like, so we're gonna try and advance things. We're gonna have to stop and do a round of exercise and all that. We'll have that catch up. Yeah, 5,000. Yeah, let's go ahead and do a round of this today. Because we're getting close to the point where we're not ahead on the exercises anymore. And then we'll do a round of gaming. And plan to wake up the next morning, because I still want to make sure we don't leave days with no inventory. What's the margin on the flower shop? Can we have a Steam summer flower sale to move more volume? I wish. What is the contact thing? Hey boss, I've been enjoying working so far, but moving forward I have a new demand, a clean work environment. You monster. Why would you think I would give in to such unreasonable demands of wanting a moderately clean place to work? Yeah, so as long as we're hovering around this 5,000, it shouldn't take me too long to get where we're looking for. Let's check into happiness. Yeah, so we got about 5 days before that catches up. We're just basically fast forwarding through a year of our character's life trying to get this objective really quickly. Okay, nothing in shortage yet on Friday. So the inventory we picked up is holding out that long. So let's take a quick look here at our stock. Okay, so the good news is the cheap flowers are starting to knock down. The bad news is we're not selling nearly enough of those. So what we're going to do is I'm going to cancel. We'll leave it alone. Let's check on the other store. Deliveries. Yeah, and these are all down to 1 box or less. And then the bags. We're actually in pretty good shape there. I also like the idea that we are sleeping through eating. That we're just offsetting hunger being a problem by just sleeping the entire way through it. Okay, so we ran out of donuts and we're gonna run out of coffee. Kind of figured that was gonna happen. But we're at 63,000. So we're getting really, really close to making that progress we need. Don't need to eat if you don't burn calories. Yeah, we've gone to like full-on hibernation. So we need the donut, the croissants, and the coffee. All right. Yeah, it's a shame we can't just get an immediate influx of money. I'm hoping it's not something annoying like there was a mission to do the gambling vote in the previous one, which you have to do on Fridays because it's the only day it's available. I'm really hoping this doesn't end up being like, save up 100,000, red or black. Does location affect sales? So donut shops next to police department? So there isn't that kind of thing with like the police department kind of thing, but there is a location affect sales in the sense that if I set up a coffee shop and then someone sets up a coffee shop next to mine, we will start competing with each other for sales kind of deal. So location does matter, but not in the, because there's not that many buildings that have that kind of thing that would arguably impact. Because I don't even think there's technically a police department on the map. There's a hospital. But it's way more your businesses relative to your competition's businesses. Okay, they already took care of it. Like, that doesn't bother me, because otherwise, if it was that kind of way... Because, again, it's not RNG map. It is a static map. When we look at this map, the map and, like, so far as this being a retail, that being an office, those are all static. All the stuff like the hospital, because this is Central Park, because this is supposed to be Manhattan. Like, very specifically Manhattan. Like, this is supposed to be Grand Central Park. You got a church up here along the edge of it and everything. You've got, I think, one of these buildings over here is whatever. If it was one of those things where it was like you build next to the police department to get this, it would just mean your way of playing the game every time would be you immediately go build the one thing next to the police department, build the one thing there. You'd have a very formulaic thing. Instead, all of the other businesses are run by your rivals, and they will vary. And so kind of as a result, you kind of have to decide based on that. Or you could choose to ignore your rivals and just put stuff everywhere and just deal with it. Okay, so we did pretty much run out of that stuff, and you're wondering probably why I'm continuing to go forward. We literally get the delivery here in a minute, so I could run out and grab the cupcakes, but the cupcakes are about to arrive anyways. Yeah, so the cupcakes arrive now. And how are we doing on this? So we're at over half the money we need to raise. And I got several days left in that. We're gonna go ahead and sleep the next couple days, because we should be locked in. I did not expect it to be this much fast forwarding. I should have completely ignored their objectives and just opened up another business. That would be my feedback about the new tutorial, is this objective to get your 100,000 at this stage is too early. That you need to encourage the player to, like, you know, open a couple more businesses, that kind of thing. That way you can, you know, hopefully have the player making, you know, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 per in-game day, and then you have that give and take of having to resupply and shortages and all that. Okay. But this is a freshly reworked tutorial. So it's bound to have a couple things that need a little a little tweaking. Alright, so let's do our grocery run. But yeah, we're at 70,000. So it won't be this week, but it'll probably be the next week. We'll hit the 100,000. And I'm really hoping it isn't something like, yeah, go ahead and invest 100,000 into this stock. I could see it being where you can buy buildings and then rent out the space to people. It'd be weird for that to happen before we set up our own headquarters, because that was always considered like the last level of your progression, is you'd start literally buying up parts of the city and forcing your competitors to rent your property to compete with you. Because that's the same thing they'll do to you, is they'll own buildings, and they, like, once you get to the point you're hostile enough towards each other, they literally won't even rent out the space to you. So you have to try and, you know, hurt them financially enough that they, you know, start selling the buildings, or they're willing to give you, you know, tolerate it anyways. Okay. Then go, and I'm deliberately trying to make it so that we wake up every morning at around 8. That way if there's a shortage, we can go and run deal with it. Alright. And everything's fine so far. It's around this day that I expect something to come up short. Okay, we got a problem. We have lots of staff called in sick. Let's get to Ethical Brews over here. And unfortunately, it's both the cleaning person and the cashier, I believe, that didn't show up. Or no, I don't think it's the clean people. I think it's both the cashiers. Very clearly they got sick, and it wasn't that, you know, they all decided to hang out and have a party. I can't take the time to clean it. So I believe the cleaning person should be here soon. Or I guess not. All right. Yeah, later on, when it comes to people being sick, you'll have an HR department who will bring in temps. I need you to actually clean that floor, please. Alright, so that should take care of that. So we put in a full shift. So the good news there is that means I got to keep all of the money. The bad news there is I probably didn't get nearly as many sales. Because the place was a disaster the whole time. Alright, so the coffee machine is out of coffee. So I'll need to wake up in the morning to deal with that. Alright, so we need coffee and donuts. But yeah, that's honestly looking pretty good. We got all the way to Sunday before something that ran out. So we got this pretty much right where we want it. The downside is we are paying the $400 delivery fee every time. which is not my favorite, because that means it's $800 a week that's just vanishing into it, but it's okay. It's a necessity. Until we're at the phase where we do, like, warehousing and all that, this is the best we got. Yeah, so we are at 83. We're going to probably spend close to 8,000 tomorrow. And so this week we're going into, I should get the 100,000, then we can move on with all this stuff. Okay. I'm just waiting for it to be something like, go here and choose investments. You could spend $100,000 to invest in your competitor, and be like, I don't want to do that. Now, on the plus side, if it is something like that, I could potentially invest it, immediately de-invest it, and then we have $100,000 to just probably fully spin up an entire 2 extra companies, maybe 3 extra companies instantly. Or if it goes to the headquarters stuff and all that, get that set up. So it's not all bad news. Now, buying the building would be the one that's curious, because I believe with the building, it means you just get in a monthly income every month. One of the things they did change was it used to be you would invest, like, you'd buy the building, and it was like forever free money, but the amount of money was terrible. Donuts. Coffee. And your bought cupcakes, and I'm just gonna live with that. Okay. You did fully run out of cupcakes. Fine. I was actually kind of like, you know what, I might be able to eke across the finish line before those run out. But then I realized it's 9 in the morning when I got in to do the weights. It's fine. We'll drop it off. Get a batch of cupcakes. And then we get our big order tomorrow. Okay, so let's grab the cupcakes real fast. And the good news, it doesn't look like anything I'm selling is on shortage right now, finally. So at least that's not eating us alive. Yeah, we're definitely going to have this next week. The only way it doesn't happen is if we have, like, a whole lot of shortages all happen at the same time. And even then, it might still happen. Alright. Yeah, so normally I wouldn't do quite as much of just run back and forth like this, because what I would be doing is I'd get a business set up like one of these, and then that'd be sorted, and I'd be working on getting the next business set up instead. Okay, so there we go. We got the cupcakes restocked. And how's our happiness doing? We need to play more video games, apparently. That's fine. It's late in the evening. That delivery's coming tomorrow. We won't fuss with the... Yeah, the cheap flowers are getting low, but they're not out. And the stores are already closed for the night, so I don't need to worry about it. And there's our shipments. Cool, so we're still up in around the 80,000s. Yep, and it should just be quickly doing a fast forward on this. And then this week should have it all wrapped up, like in the next 3 or 4 days, maybe. I shouldn't have done it that way, but we did, so that's fine. Oh, no, it's fine. Okay. I didn't have it set all the way up to here. Let's get to the morning. Yeah, so we're getting 5,500. Yeah, so it should be a total of 5 days to get all the way across the finish line. I'm just trying to keep grinding the happiness up a little bit here since we burned it off. I'm kind of going till our character gets too hungry or whatever. And then just going to sleep. Okay. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast. So, yeah, 5,000 each time. Yeah, so we'll get the 100,000 and then finally get to see what the next part of the whole deal here is. So give me 2 seconds to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Thank you for tuning in. Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Get out of here, dogs, while you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Moriarty, you're a child. Retreat. Get behind cover, get behind cover, go behind cover. Both the melee are down. I'm getting wrecked because I was memeing. Stay out of this. Stay out of that. Get moved, move, move. Oh yeah, I killed myself with that. I was memeing with it and... But yeah, it's exactly the invasive thought. Is that I can go here. Attach that. Perfect. That's almost exactly the plan I had. Didn't quite have the, like I was expecting to more slide down the next part, but that's exactly what I was aiming to do. That definitely deserves a clip. Thanks everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having any emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Please don't break that. You're a real jerk, you know that? Hey. Well, that's just mean. The least they could have done is driven it over to the other part of town. Went off by that.
Fire in the hole! Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Okay.
All
Oh,
right,
none of these
and we
close.
are back. Okay, so we just finished eating our food. For our happiness, we have one more day and played video games, so we're going to knock out some games. But we're getting right to that home stretch again, that 100,000. We're at the 85,000. Making somewhere around $5,000 a day. So it should go relatively quick. I'm just quickly slapping out 3 rounds. Literally just having a casual 15-hour game sesh, as you do. We can go here. Alright, another 5,000. Okay. And just trying our best to get these meters all up so that when I'm working our stuff, we stay happy. Because I remember being happy... Oh, no, I remember. It's like later on when you have, Later on when you have some employees, they'll have, like, peaceful workplace or whatever, and you have to be happy or they get mad about it. So you end up getting that as a requirement on a bunch of your staff. Alright. Next day should do it. I'm just going to go ahead and go to the next day. So I can get back to playing the game normally and not just fast forwarding. Sorry.
All right, kid, you're doing fantastic. Now remember how I told you that each new business is easier to set up? Now I'm going to show you a cool trick for this next one. Start up your next business, but then head over to the retail installation firm. Trust me.
Okay. I don't think that's a bad thing to teach the player what we're about to learn. I do think, though, it would make more sense for them to probably wait until you've got like 3 or 4 businesses. Because what they're going to teach us here is we're going to open a new location, and rather than build it out entirely ourselves, we're just going to use a blueprint to just say build the entire place, and we're going to pay a pretty substantial fee to have it all installed and have like the business like fully set up from nothing the whole way up in one quick go. So I do think it's a good thing to teach the player. I feel like what they should do is with the 100,000 thing, you know, kind of give like a gentle suggestion about like, hey, you should be making a weekly income of X amount of dollars before you take this on, just for the not having to advance, like fast forward through too much kind of thing. All right, so I need probably 2 things of cheap flowers. Do 3 things of cheap flowers. And get this dropped off. I'm also not sure if I would recommend doing the blueprint setup before you set up warehouses and all that. For kind of the same reason as once you get the warehouse and all that set up, that's when you start really wanting to scale. So I do feel like there's an order of operations here that might need to be adjusted. I don't think it's a bad tutorial thing to have. I just feel like maybe it needs to be punted down the line a little bit. Alright, so let's drop off the cheap flowers. Cheap flowers. Grab the coffee. That'd also be good because where we're at with our businesses now, I haven't like fully decked them out. And with what we're doing here, we'll end up fully decking out a company where, you know, there really isn't room for improvement. Alright, so we've got that sorted, so let's do the things it wants me to do. So we're going to go into our home real fast just to be out of the way. Alright, so open the market insider and find a wholesale product above 80% demand. There's the gym cover. That's not a wholesale market. So unfortunately, there is not immediately something with an 80% demand going on right now of any kind. Now, I could go into neighboring districts and look for stuff, which I kind of really don't want to do. I really much prefer to work on the district I'm in. That's fine.
What we'll do in the meantime... So, let's see. Oh, good. It went ahead and counted anyways. Perfect. Start a new wholesale retail business that sells the items that are demanded. Don't need to worry about it. Let's see. Visit a retail interior, whatever. Alright, that's fine. So we can go here to, yeah, all this stuff. So Business Insider in this area would be bag of carrots. And the bag of carrots, I want to say, is the veggie store or whatever. Yeah, these are, you can see this is the thing for buying the building where they're like in the millions. Alright. So let's go ahead and go to our Google Maps. And I'm going to do this more the way I prefer versus the way they've done it. Which is, I'm not going to worry about like the amount of traffic too much. I'm just going to set up a new space here. I'm going to open a new business. And we're going to rent the building for next to nothing. We're going to start a new business. So we've already got a florist and everything. So what we're going to go ahead and do is there's no gift shops in the area. So I'm going to choose the gift shop. That says it requires the headquarters. Never mind. Does this count? Okay. Mostly ethical gifts. Start business. Cool. So it does count it. That sells the demanding items. Alright, so now what I need to do is go to a retail interior installation place. So rather than me building this out, so what we're going to need to do is hide that for a second. Hide this for a second. Interior installation firm. So I'm looking for a retail installation firm. So there are a bunch of these. Oh, let's hide the appliance places for right now as well. So if we look along here, I've got one place down there to check. I want to say there's a total of 3 or 4 of them. So we got that place to check. I got 2 over here. I also wonder with the next town over. Yes, this is the new area down here. Huh. Yes, this is the new town down there. Alright. So what we're going to want to do is go by these different locations. So start with that one down there. Opens in 44 hours, so you're not open on weekends. Cool, man. What about you? So you close in 2 hours. I don't think I can get there in 2 hours. And what about the one way out here? Alright, so it looks like they're not open on weekends. So rather than fuss with it too much, we'll go ahead and just have this be a happiness day. Get ourselves through the weekend. And then we'll do our rounds getting all those things sorted out. So for happiness, we need to play more video games. But then Monday we'll be able to get all the stuff it wants me to do to start setting up the stuff there. Okay, so you're going to run out of donuts. So we'll need to deal with that. So we're not going to sleep through skipping entire days right now. But yeah, now you can see as we're making 5,500 a day, there really isn't much value in me doing just regular deliveries. Yeah, it'll make me some money. But we're better off just embracing what it is. So let's get the box of donuts. And once we get that order, we'll be good. So hopefully what'll happen is after we do this installation, they'll start the part of the tutorial where they get into like warehouses and headquarters and all that stuff. Because that'll make the wholesaler stuff I'm dealing with right now go way smoother. Yeah, so it's just for today, so I can probably just grab the one box of donuts and be out of here. Because then I also don't have to do, like, any of this balancing. Like, literally all it'll be is just say, hey, I want this much kept in stock in this store, and every single day they'll deliver. Okay. Get that topped off. And we're good there. Alright. We got one more round of happiness stuff. And then tomorrow we just hop between the different firms and all that. Get what we need to get set up. And also take the time to go to the different ones to talk to people. That way in the future when I need it again, I don't have to worry about it. Yep, so get it that time, so we got a little bit earlier. Okay. Alright, so let's look at the map now. So we've got this firm down here opens up in no time at all. We're probably gonna want to take the subway to get there. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so let's go this way. Hop on the subway. Take that over to the first of these firms. Go behind the desk, talk to them, see if they're the right one. And then just work our way around to all of them. The only one I'm really curious about is the one all the way down in Industrial City. Okay, that's just the orders coming in, that's fine. The one all the way down in Industrial City, I'm assuming is for the warehouses. Which will be a curiosity. Okay, so we've got you way down over here. Okay. I want to say it's one of those buildings along the side. Here's where we're going. Okay, for the moment. Alright. So drop off at this one. And then we got the two to the far west, and then we got the one in Industrial City. Like I said, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to walk in here, we're going to talk to the person behind the desk. And the thing is, one of them ends up being for offices, the other one ends up being for retail spaces. There's one for your residential spaces, and my assumption is the Industrial City will be for warehouse spaces. Because there wasn't really much to worry about there because it was just put up shelving before, but now we can do manufacturing. I can see the need for that. Okay, how may I help you today? You have no addresses available. Okay, yeah, so this is the office spaces, so they literally said I can't even work with them right now. I'm gonna hop in the taxi. This cost us a small fortune. Okay, and where are you? Oh, there you are. Alright, so address. So that's residential. That's not what we need. And then the next one is just over here on the left.
Yeah, it's 3 buildings up. And that'll be the retail one. The good news is once I've talked to him like that, I just have him in my contacts so that in the future I could just buy a new business and be like, yo, get my stuff sorted. Alright, so we can go here to mostly ethical gifts. We can select an installation day, makes no difference, and then you can select a design. Which you've got all these. So the thing we need to do here is we're making a gift shop. Now, a trick you can do is you have all this stuff where other people have made blueprints and all that kind of stuff. So we can go, okay, it is a retail space. I'm gonna have to check what the business actually is. So you can go here. So it is a, where's your information? It is an A1 retail space. An A1's just the size. So you can go here to Blueprints, A1, Retail, and you are going to be a gift shop. And so you have all these different ones that people have already made. So I could go into here and say, okay, you know, you have this one here, it has the max of security and all that. It is literally $98,000 to fully set up that thing. But, like, these are ones that people have set up to be, like, absolutely maxed out. And that's the whole thing. There also is, if you don't want to use other people's ones and you want to make your own, you actually can go to... There's an editor that you can do... Can we sync with the workshop now? Okay, so retail. A1... And then go to gift shop. So the curiosity is I'm curious that they actually have where like restrooms are a new requirement in the game. And I'm curious that the ones have not gotten that set up or not. Because I'm not sure on that one. So we'll say rating retail. Yeah, I have them by rating. Yeah, and all these have, like, relatively just okay ratings. Alright, well, I'm going to make bad decisions. I'm going to add that to our library. But you can get the idea here. Is I've got that in the library, and so the way this works now is I could talk to this person, and I could say, I would like to make ethical gifts tomorrow, and I want it to be the maxed black and white style. So you can see the actual the actual cost for me to furnish this thing is about $42,000. Of which they're going to charge me $44,000 to do it for me, as opposed to me doing it. So it's almost double what's more than double the price. So we can confirm that. Do you accept that we will sell all the existing interior found in the building and subtract it from your total price? Yes. Thank you very much. Can we help you with anything? Nope. So what that'll do is tomorrow, we're just going to have her finances get utterly wrecked by $86,000 because it's all going to happen at once. But again, the benefit there is later on when money's coming hard and fast, you don't have to like run and grab like, you know, all the individual pieces of furniture and design every little tile if you don't want to. You can just make a blueprint and stamp it out. You can make your own. They have a whole editor thing going on now that you can do. I haven't messed with the editor. I actually don't think it's in-game. I actually don't know how you get a hold of the editor. But we can see about it. Meanwhile, let's see. The last one is down here somewhere. We'll go down here and see about the last of these installation firm places.
But yeah, like I said, I think for me, with the tutorial, I would suggest they, you know, set up an office, set up like 1 or 2 other businesses, then maybe tackle the installation thing. Because at $86,000 that it just cost me to install that, you know, that's basically like 3 or 4 businesses worth of money, getting them fully kitted up and all that. Which is fine. And I'm not too sweating it, because what we'll do is we'll build that. It'll probably be another business that'll pull me in $3, $4, $5 extra $1,000, and you can get that going. It'll just keep moving stuff along the way. Maybe, you know what? The reason they might do this is with the rebalance. It might actually be that by the time you get to the setting up your headquarters, there might be higher overhead than there used to be. And that higher overhead might be kind of one of those things that can make or break you. So they might be trying to encourage you to get farther along before you set up your headquarters. Okay. Yeah, and I'm assuming that there is for warehouses. But like I said, since I've talked to them once, I don't have to worry about that anymore. So what we'll do here is we will go back to the subway up the way there. I can actually go and take these off of... Where are you at? And take those off of there now. Because in the future, if I do need more, all I'll end up doing with that is just calling them on the phone and saying, hey, do the thing. Now that we've done that. And where all of these are saying, hey, you need whatever, whatever, whatever to make this place functional. What should happen is tomorrow in-game day, we should get that. So one of the other things we'll do is while we're standing here is we're going to call the recruiting agency. And we're going to call you. And we're going to say mostly ethical gifts, customer service, full-time, 2 people. And I will pay the extra to get that quick, because we're at the stage that I don't really feel a need to operate all the stores myself. Cleaning, full-time, 1. There we go. Because we're now making like 5,000 something a day, so me sending off the resumes not... you said there, you should have your setup for Vintage Story server? Nice. Already forgotten where the subway was, though. Over there. Nice. I hope you have fun with that. Vintage Story is excellent. I've genuinely had a really good time with it. Oh, hey. We could do stuff here. You need sports clothes to use those machines. Don't judge me. What do you mean? I'm not allowed to work out in my suit and tie? I need to get a wardrobe or a mirror, whatever it is, that lets me change my clothes back to normal. So Hell's Kitchen South, I believe, is the one by the house. Yes. All right. But yeah, so this will be your 3rd business setup. Now, as a player playing the game, you have a couple of options. So you could continue the way this has gone and, you know, wait till you get enough money to just kind of directly install, you know, directly install it and kind of get it sorted. Or you could do like what I was at the beginning, where I open the store and I slowly get them going. Vintage Story is like Minecraft. You won't be able to put it down, you pick it up. Yeah, no, I played a bunch of Vintage Story on the channel. You know, yeah, and you were around for it. It's excellent. Vintage Story is good. It is, I jokingly call it like sweaty Minecraft. It's not sweaty as in like super hardcore in the like super challenge aspect, but it's, the crafting has way more depth to it. The combat is honestly not great, if I'm being genuine. But if we're comparing against Minecraft, I wouldn't exactly say Minecraft's a bastion for combat either. They're fine. They're passable. I do find the enemies more annoying in Vintage Story, though. And most of that is honestly just more around how they spawn and that kind of stuff than the enemies themselves. I also think the whole armor slash tier thing gets to be a little silly where unless you have the right tier of armor, it kind of bypasses your armor and does ridiculous damage. It feels like a certain way of just kind of gating certain content between either, one, playing super duper sweaty, or two, you know, not engaging that content until you hit that threshold of equipment. So it is one of those things I do wish they would kind of retool that. Let's see, Vintage Story originally started as a Minecraft mod, then they said, you know, we had enough to make our own game. Yeah, I mean, from what I was reading, the thing that they were actually saying was one of the main people around the, Vintage Story basically made the comment that what they wanted to do was getting to the point of being difficult to mod into Minecraft. Which I have no idea, I've never looked into the modding of Minecraft specifically. But it is a thing that when you're modding on an existing game that sometimes what you want to do works kind of counter to the way the game wants to run. And it's not that it can't be overcome. It's just a lot of times you're fighting against the game more than anything that. Okay, so we got a new message from Christian Bahoud. Hey, Joe.
Ah, so what did I tell you? Simple, right? Expensive, but simple. Now, open up that new store and start earning back your money. And remember, it's great to expand, kid, but don't rush things and start losing money.
Oh, you had way more products than I thought you were going to. Okay. That's gonna be hell to set up. Because a lot of that merchandise is real expensive. Alright, I mean, you know what? Sure, why not? So let's see here. So, looking at this, we got our first candidate who wants to work here full-time at mostly ethical gifts, so we'll hire them. And what we'll do in the meantime, yeah, and they're going to tell us that's all installed. So now when we walk in here, don't play music. Where's the speaker? Where's the speaker? Alright, game devs. Please, for the love of everything, make that respect the radio setting. Where is the speaker? It's in here somewhere. There you are. Okay. Now I can go here. Because the problem right now is this is the same audio slider for the person talking. There isn't really a way to manage it. Alright, so. The unfortunate reality of what we got going on here is I've got to go to the wholesaler and just buy as many of these things as we can. I was not anticipating this being a situation where whoever made that blueprint wanted to put as many different products in there that would be arguably appropriate. So let's go over here to the wholesaler. Alright, so let's see here. We're gonna need the cart. You'll need paper bags, I know that much. Cool, we got our other two employees. We'll get that sorted here in just a minute. So you got cheap gifts, cheap flowers, expensive gifts, and expensive flowers. Wait, is there expensive flowers? Maybe not expensive flowers. Oh, we don't have expensive gifts here, it doesn't look like. We've already got the paper bag. Okay, so they changed this. Alright. And you also had soda I saw in there, so let's grab some soda. So grab 2 soda, 2 things of paper bags, 2 things of cheap flowers, 2 things of cheap gifts. And we're gonna drop that off for our first go. Alright. You think you remember a YouTuber playing this game? Yeah, no, there's been a bunch. I know, I think Let's Game It Out played. I think it was one of those classic ones where, you know, they try and see ways you can break the game. And I believe with Let's Game It Out was he went to the casino boat and just did, you know, blackjack until he was, you know, filthy rich. The classic. Okay, so technically we can open it, so let's go ahead and get all this stuff sorted. So my employees, candidates, we will hire you, and we will hire you. Alright, so let's go ahead and get everyone set up. So let's go to the schedule. Now you're going to open on Sunday, we'll open you at 7, and we'll keep you open until 9. Well, 7 to 7. Copy, paste the entire schedule across everything. Let's start getting everyone assigned. So we got our cleaning person, they're going to get a 6-hour shift in the middle of the day. I'm going to set that up each and every day. So the place stays clean. And it shouldn't be too hard to achieve the next goal for Uncle Fred. Uncle Fred's next goal is to get 3 profitable businesses. That should be easy. Alright, so we got Cecil for 3 days. And then the 3rd day you get a half shift. Then you got Jason for the rest of the week. Alright, so technically the place is operating. So we need to find where the other wholesalers are so we can get this stuff set up. So let's see, we got the importer, wholesaler. Alright, so let's go down here, because the wholesaler we were at did not carry the things we needed. So go to this one, and while we're here, we want to take 2 seconds. You think it might have been Spiffing Brit? I think the one I saw, I believe, was Let's Game It Out, but it is possible that Spiffing Brit covered it as well. It wouldn't surprise me. Okay, let's look for... I didn't go back to the exact same one, did I? Okay. No, it's the same merchandise, different vendor. That's not what I was really expecting. Okay, so wholesalers. We got another one down here. What do you offer? So you've got flowers. So that one also has the exact same things. Huh. And you also have the exact same things. You also have the same things. That's an interesting problem. So that would mean going on to an importer, but I don't have everything set up for an importer. Okay, all the, you need a purchasing agent, logistics, and shipping warehouse to get it? At least you need a warehouse, which means the warehouse purchasing agent. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is they used to have, the couple of wholesalers had a different list of orders. So that's potentially pretty bad. Alright, so let's go ahead over here. We could do in the interim. Let's grab this cart, because I did notice it was complaining about cheap gifts still. Oh, there is flowers expensive. Okay, so that's a problem. So we've learned a lesson here. And that lesson... And that lesson is with all of this. Why are you still highlighted, by the way? Did I hit something I didn't realize? It's fine. Alright, so what's going to need to happen here, probably, is we can probably get this business to be profitable. I'm going to have a completely unreasonable amount of crap here, which I'm not loving. But hopefully we can go that, because I could disable all those to not show, but there's no way I'm remembering all the stuff they have set there. Now, I could go through and genuinely just get rid of all those things, which wouldn't be the worst idea. But my hope is that literally at the end of the day, it'll say I have the 3 profitable, and if we manage to have it where the next objective is to get warehouses and all that set up, I'll just kind of endure the fact that it looks terrible and I can't keep track of what the heck is even going on. Okay, and I am seeing a problem. They don't have the bathroom set up, so this is an out-of-date blueprint. So, let's step outside, go to the Bismax thing, go here, open our store. You think most blueprints are still based on the last one? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. It did just update this past week. Oh, you're not where I need to go. Will I be able to get to where I need to go? So we have down here the appliance store. Alright, so all I need to do is go in here, grab a cart real quick, and you can run on over here and grab... Where are you at? Bathroom. Modular sink. And over here is the... Was it not here that the uniform locker was? It might have been the other one that was the uniform locker. I want to say it was along this wall on the other one. That's fine. We can get this, and then we can set up the uniform locker. We'll actually check real fast on this, because we'll be able to see. Yeah, so we have to get the uniform locker. So I can go here, buy these two. Okay, and then directly northeast of us is the subway. We could take that really fast, and if we're quick enough, we might be able to get the uniform locker as well, and have the entire business set up. You know, and ready to rock and roll and all that. And that'll just be a matter of, as we are able, we can get the other stuff sorted out. So in this case, probably the easiest one. Yeah, we can get the uniform locker set up in there. And that'll be good. Oh, also before I forget, it might actually be too late. Marketing call? Yeah. I want to get a marketing campaign set up for that place as well. Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit of a trick on that one so far as one, getting the contract set up to have them deliver until we get the warehouse. And granted, I really hope the next thing we're working on is getting your headquarters, your warehouse, your purchasing agent, all of that set up. Because if we get all that set up, then we can start automating this out where I won't have to do nearly as much ferrying stuff around. Okay, so bathroom stall. There we go. Modular sink. There we go. Now we might be able to run over here real fast and grab the lockers. And then we need to like not spend money unless it's restocking for a bit. Okay. Yeah, no, I do very much look forward to the purchasing agent stuff. I really like that approach. Because once you get all that set up, it's way easier to be like, this is how much I want to have on hand. And it just handles it. And then the only thing is to be careful that you don't spend so much money that you can't pay for it. Okay. Alright, so we can go here, go to the business there, settings, default, default, default. I should also go here real fast to that one. Settings, orange, orange, black. And there we go. Okay, and we'll go to sleep and wake up in the morning. Okay, so not a noticeable difference in profit yet, but it was considered profitable.
I'm gonna be honest, kid, I wasn't sure how far you'd make it, but it looks like you've mastered the wholesale arena. Color me impressed. Give me a call when you're ready to import products at a higher level and automate things with a headquarters.
Okay, cool. So we are going to endure this disaster.
This is really unacceptable. Another business. You suddenly forgot who owns this neighborhood. I'm not looking for more rivals. I would rather destroy them. So you should consider if it's better business to shut down your own business.
Yep. So we have our rival here is getting moody. Active rivalry. There is an ongoing rivalry between you and Ingrid. Yep, so Ingrid is starting to get a little salty about us.
Remember when I said you were too small to be considered a threat? Well, now that you've opened more stores in their neighborhood, they're starting to consider you a rival. Nice. You must be doing something right.
Okay, and meanwhile we can call Uncle Fred. All right.
Excellent timing, kiddo. Your old Uncle Fred just poured himself a drink and was wondering when you'd be back for more. So let's build your empire a headquarters to operate from, okay? Step one, of course, more business school.
Alright. So let's work on the business school stuff. Because I'm also thinking I need to save a little bit more money because we're going to end up having to pay for our inventory updating. And I could very easily see opening up the headquarters, putting all the furniture in, and then having the order for all the stuff to come in and have it fail because I don't have enough money to pay for anything. But the school, I want to say, is usually relatively inexpensive. It's just time-consuming. So I can get that knocked out. And we're making $5,000 to $6,000 a day. That's good. It's also interesting because this used to not be a course. Ooh, you're 160 per hour. You suck. So how much is that going to eat me for? Good couple thousand. Alright. Let's run home. Probably, I was going to say eat some food, but probably just go to sleep so you don't waste the food. Wake up, do another day of courses. And hopefully the money continues to go up. Let's also take a look. I'm going to have to kind of keep my eye on this manually because of all the visual noise. And that wouldn't have been a problem, except the blueprint was someone else's blueprint, and they just had a whole bunch of stuff going on, you know, outside of scope of what I necessarily needed. Well, that's fine. Yeah, almost 7,000. Love to see it. Alright, so let's get back over here, keep the courses going. This will be good because while we're burning the courses, we're getting pretty close to when it's time for the deliveries to go. And I think what my plan is going to be is to basically let things continue to process until we hit the delivery day. The moment the deliveries come in and we know how much we got left over, we can then go from there to getting the next thing set up. Alright, and this will finish the course out. And this will apparently open up a bunch of other options of businesses, because we had some business that wouldn't let me do because, you know, we didn't have the right education. Alright, so we got 3 in-game days until we have the next time the delivery gets paid out, or the delivery gets done. So we'll get that sorted. And I don't think it does us any good to talk to the importers until we have a warehouse, I believe, or have a headquarters. I believe without it just doesn't count it. I think it just says, like, you can't do this until you have a headquarters. And it's going to let us do a lot of stuff, like automatically train people and all that stuff. So this ends up being pretty big stuff. Okay, so we need to do a couple rounds of this. Oh, don't do that. Our energy's toast. Okay. We'll do a little happiness maintenance. Okay, nothing new I need to worry about there. We're gonna do a grocery run. I wonder why that's staying pinned like that. Okay. So get our groceries. We'll advance the next couple of days to get ourselves to delivery day, so we know how much money I got to throw around. And then we'll get the headquarters set up. But right now, I could do the thing where they taught us where you can, like, go grab a blueprint of a headquarters and drop it in kind of thing and just go with that. And it's not even a terrible idea. But considering the cost for them doing it is double what it would run otherwise, I'd end up having to grind money up here to get to like 100,000 to then build the headquarters. Instead, we're just going to kind of do it ad hoc as we need until I've got an abundance of money. And then when we have the abundance of money, I can turn around and be like, okay, redo this place, but, you know, not terrible. Okay, so how are we doing here? We got 4 days left on the video game happiness. Just gonna knock that out real quick. Have a snack, do another round of exercises. Okay. But a big one's going to be training. Right now our customer service blows. That's a little thing. We can get some heckin' gaming going on. Alright. I just knock out a casual 15 hours of gaming real quick. Okay. So when we wake up in the morning, I have things I gotta restock. I can't do it now because everything's closed at this hour. But we'll get that sorted. Okay, we also had someone who called in sick today. Alright. So I got a bit of a run that we have to do. So I need cheap flowers. You need 3 rounds of cheap flowers, 1 round of expensive flowers at least, and coffee. The good news is tomorrow is, or like tonight is the delivery night. When we get to Monday 8 a.m. we get a delivery. So we only probably need to get a couple stacks of each to get through it. The bad news is because someone called in sick, I'm gonna have to fill in for them. I was seeing if it would tell me the alerts here. Oh, it does. Yeah, because I got alerts on everything. Okay. So let's see how we do here. Let's grab the cart. So let's get the coffee. So 1, 2 coffee. 1, 2 expensive flour. 1, 2, 3. Cheap, so let's see. Coffee, done this. Alright. And 4. Get a full load. And we'll need to go by all of our different businesses and get that sorted. And of course, as we're leaving, and I have a full load so I can't carry any more, I'm being warned that my donuts are about to run out. So that's going to happen. Hey, taxi, no. So we got those sorted there. And we're about to run out of croissants too. Cool, man. Okay, and we're out of donuts. So we need donuts and croissants. Here we got cheap and expensive flowers. Let's go to the gift store. Okay, and now I need to... Alright, 1 second. They didn't restock it on their own. So there it goes. Just updated. So I gotta go back up there, and I need to grab the donuts and croissants. Okay. So let's run those back. But yeah, so the headquarters stuff we're working on now is the thing that resolves that I don't have to do this anymore. That only, like, maybe on initial setup you might do it. But the running around, doing the inventory, constantly juggling and double checking and all that goes away. Because otherwise you'd never be able to grow this much. Right, so I need to go to the coffee place. Okay, so we had one of our stores had a person call in sick. I believe it was the botany place. So it's probably been running without a cashier this whole time. And they got a cashier. Okay. Who was it who called in sick today? Lawrence is the cleaning person for here. Okay. I'll do it once spruce up just because. Okay, so he spruced it up. Now it'll be on the rest of them to take care of. Alright, so we'll do a round of gaming. Then from there we'll have to get that sorted. It'll be very curious to set up the support for that gift store. I'm having a feeling that's going to be a whole basket of things. Let's go ahead and work out. You ran out of cupcakes. We're getting there. All right. Let's run over here and grab the cupcakes. All right. On the plus side, while we're having all this like nuisance of running around like this, we are making good money. We are making almost $8,000 a day now. So, while it is a little bit of a chore because we don't have our headquarters set up, it is not like it's not lucrative. Which should put us in a very good position for when we get our headquarters, because the headquarters is nothing but overhead when it comes to a lot of that. So it's one of the mistakes you can make is you can beeline for the headquarters when you only have like one tiny little retail place set up, and then get yourself in trouble because of it. But with this, we're going to have plenty of money that'll be able to afford the rent. We'll be able to afford, like, you know, a good number of staff. Alright, nothing else to add there. Let's do another round of workout. And when we wake up in the morning, it'll be time to build out our headquarters. Tiffany has called in sick. Okay, and there's the shipments, and I got $27,000 to work with. Alright, so let's get to the flower store to start working on it, and then we're going to quickly start calling around to dealing what we, or start working on what we got to deal with. Okay, so we can do this. Meanwhile, we need to go in here and rent a small office space to open a headquarters. So go here to where we have the retail spots. We're going to switch that to office. We're going to get the office place literally right next door to where we live. Okay. Rent the building. Start a business. Headquarters. Mostly ethical HQ.
Okay, I think it's time to kick things up a notch and start importing your inventory. You'll need a purchasing agent to order and import a large variety of items at cheap prices. Hire and assign them to your headquarters.
Okay, so we're going to want to... Oh, I'm going to need a different contact. Ah, this sucks that we're... You know what? Alright, so we're gonna lose a chunk of today. Because unfortunately we did get stuck where I'm filling in for someone else. But that's okay. So I'm gonna go over here. We're gonna go to sleep, get all that stuff. I might be able... Let's check the hours of the IKEA. Because I might be able to get by the IKEA in time to get the furniture set up. I will take the offices off that list. And appliance stores. And the wholesalers. Okay, so it's going to close in 30 seconds, so we won't be able to get past there. That's fine. Alright, so we'll go to bed, wake up in the morning. And as long as no one calls in sick, I don't have to worry about it. Cool. Alright, so I got a bunch of things we gotta take care of, because one, I believe the recruiting agency I'm at doesn't do, like, office recruiting. So let's deal with that, that's a more time-sensitive one. So we can go to the recruitment agencies. That's Anderson, that's the regular ones. And it's somewhere around here. Yes, that's the one we want to go to. So what we'll want to do is we'll run over here. We will get in contact so we can hire a purchasing agent. And it's telling us to buy a chair and desk and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to go a little above and beyond with that. I'm going to buy like 4 sets because I know we're going to want a purchasing agent, I forget what it is, like the distribution agent or whatever. There is a human resources person. I want to say there was like 4 of them. But the point is, at this stage, a bunch of desks is not that expensive. So we'll get all that going. Alright, select a business, HQ, select a skill, purchasing agent, and I want them immediately, so get that sorted. Next thing I'm going to do is I want to say down here, that's the interior design. There we go, office supply. So I can grab... Oh, you only have like a dolly? You don't have like the big furniture thing? Ugh, it's fine. Let's talk to you so I can order stuff in the future. Okay. So that kind of puts a damper on that whole buying it all in advance thing. So, we can go here. Grab a desk. Grab a computer. They only show me like the actually okay chairs. Multi-purpose. Desk, computer. Alright. Yep, Yeah, I'll stick with that. Is there anything else I should grab while I'm here? I wonder if I'll need to have bathroom stalls for them now as well. Probably will. Alright, well I guess we're just getting one workstation set up for the moment. Alright, we can go over here now and get our office set up. But as you can see, I do like kind of just taking over part of town. It's not what the game encourages strategy. Okay, so there is a bathroom, and luckily they already have the bathroom furnished. So I don't have to worry about that. Okay. So now we're just waiting for a hiring agent, which is good news. Because we did put in the ad for next day. Oh, wait, did, 1 second before it's too late. Let's go here to e-marketing, call. And for the gifts place, small internet, confirm. Cool. Because I wanted to get that set up, and we didn't get that set up the other day. Alright, so what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be setting up warehousing, that kind of stuff. And that'll let me automate a lot of this ordering stuff even better. It's like right now you've noticed I had to keep adjusting my inventory up, down, all that kind of stuff. With what we're doing here, I'll no longer need to do that. Like, I'll be like, I want this much to be held in storage, and it will handle a lot of that itself. And there's some nuance to it, but it's not like here I'm constantly needing to tweak. Okay, so for here... Okay, we just went until we got our email. Alright, so we got our new hire. So they're fully qualified, everything. We're going to hire them. And so now we need to go here to the different places. Yeah, and you're still complaining about stuff I don't care about. We need to go bizman. We get a purchasing agent. And we go to our schedule. Put our purchasing agent on the full schedule.
Okay, perfect. But you can't order anything until you have a place to store it all. Now let's get you set up with a nice warehouse and some large pallet shelves. I love the smell of fresh inventory in the morning. Smells like profit.
Okay. So cool. What we need to do now is get a warehouse. Now, there'll be no warehouses right here, so I'm going to go right over there. So that'll be a warehouse. Let's see. Ethical-ish storage. Alright, we don't have a driver or anything like that, so that takes care of that. So what I need to do now is we'll go into Anderson & Sons. And our money's pretty low because I'm buying a whole lot of stuff. I'm going to get just the one pallet shelf to satisfy the objective. Pop over here was one of these buildings. There it is. And then we go right here and we place down our pallet shelf.
Let's get that purchasing agent an import contract so they can order your first batch of goods. Each importer sells different items, and you'll need a different purchasing agent for each importer. I'll show you how to set up your first contract.
Okay, so let's consider our purchasing agents. So we look over here. We have the importer up here. So they do foods. So they're our food importer. And you You are also doing foods. Okay. What about you? Alright, so here we go. So this one will get me clothing and alcohol, and cigars and stuff like that. That's also foods. Okay, we've got glass, fabric, uncut gems. So this is stuff for manufacturing, clearly. Let's see if we can't learn more with this. I think they changed a bunch of this. So you have grapes, barley. Yeah, that's the one that gives me materials for making stuff. You give me materials for manufacturing stuff. And I'm assuming these are also supposed to be materials for manufacturing stuff. Oh, untoggle those. Huh. So we do have the headsets. Okay, we got our cheap, expensive gifts. Cheap jewelry, we got some books going on here. We got some of the headsets and all that that we're missing from the one. So that's some options. We've got you here. You're the one who gives alcohol and clothing. And you are just food and flowers.
This is a love song. Despite what you think.
So I'm assuming all of these will be along the shore. Let's check down on the new island. Because I'm not seeing all the things I'd want to be importing here so far. I don't see any importers down here at all. So it looks like some of these things I literally am going to have to manufacture. And I wouldn't expect there to be importers like right in the middle of the city that all be along the shore. Okay, that's... So we have like the Rhythm by Trey headphones. That's where I'm getting caught with this. Yeah, it's all the manufacturers. So these three we don't care about. Or wait. I'm looking forward to see... Yeah, so this is probably the one we would want to set up so far as the gift shop goes. Because it's going to give me some of the things I don't have access to right now. Like, I don't believe we have access to the expensive gifts. The headsets. I don't see the smartwatches as an option. I think we're just gonna go to the gift shop and I'm gonna yank all of that stuff that I can't get locally. Alright. Yeah, because this will give me all the stuff I need for the coffee place. Alright, that's only going to give me the stuff for the coffee place. Let's try and figure out which of these should be the one I do. You give me groceries and flowers. Of course, you're going to be a troll like this game. You give me the stuff for the gift shop. No, you don't. You give me the alcohol and clothing. This is the only one that's a wrong answer. Okay. It doesn't seem like no matter which one I go, I'm not going to get everything I want. Alright. Let's go to this one up here. Because that's the one that'll take care of the... Where is the one that takes care of the coffee shop? Okay. You're going to aim for jet cargo. Try and be fast about it. Alright, new partnership with our purchasing agent. Okay. And we can open this up. Alright, so that will... Smart delivery. With smart delivery option turned on, the agent will ensure the entered amount is a total amount available in the warehouse. If the target amount is already reached, no additional products will be delivered. Gotcha. So we want to keep on hand right now 2,000 of those bags. For the cups of coffee, 600, croissants, 600, cupcakes, 600, donuts, 600. And for these, I actually don't know how much comes in a pallet of soda cans. Okay, so let's get all this set to our warehouse. Now the catch with these is there's a minimum amount they can carry. All right. Yeah, so that's the target, that's the amount to buy. So yeah, so that's a target amount we want. Okay, so it's gonna be that much in between. Okay. Okay. Make sure all signed. Alright, so that'll be that much. So in the meantime, like I said, we're going to go ahead and go to the gift store and just yank all those things. Because we're just not going to have those anytime soon. So I kind of regret going with the way we did with the gift store, but it's fine. It's still going to have like all the really high stats and everything. It just means I built all that extra stuff, or got all the extra stuff, and we just won't need it. What I can probably do with that is I think with the different, you know, furniture, that kind of thing, I think I can just shelf it. I wonder if you can also just tell it to, like, to sell it back kind of thing. I can't remember how that works. But yeah, so I want to get all of that removed from the gift store, all these goods. Ultimately, I'll want the expensive gifts, but I don't have the means of getting those yet. My assumption is a lot of that... Cool. So it looks like we actually get a bunch of the money back. That's some good news. It looks like the person who set this up basically put all the core things for the gift shop in there, and then just kind of rammed in anything else it would take. Yeah, so we got multiple racks with gift cheaps and flour cheap. That's fine. Alright. So the stuff from our order will not have arrived yet. We'll end up needing to get a vehicle here in not too long, and a bunch of other stuff. We'll also need to gain our levels. Yeah, so we got logistics, purchasing, HR managers, headhunters was for who I was forgetting. I was thinking that's a separate section underneath there. Alright. So what we'll do here is check on our happiness, which is doing extremely well. So we can go ahead and knock it around to video games. They take us into the evening. And the gift store is gonna run out of stuff soon. So let's go here. We because I'm going to need to set up a new contract for having stuff delivered to the gift store. Alright, so it's contacts. We want to call the wholesaler. Start a new one. We'll go here, mostly ethical gifts, accept. And then we can go to mostly ethical gifts, repeating order. So I don't really know how much of everything I need. I'm going to say 1,000 bags. We don't have any shelves for umbrellas. So we'll say it was 40, 160 of those. I don't, for the life of me, remember how much of this will do. Let's just do 300 of each of these. I don't know how any of that's going to work. We can figure it out as we get there. So order, that's fine. Alright, but the one I actually care about is going back here to our purchasing agent. And we've got that one all signed. So we got 3 days, so it'll be Monday that our order comes in. And it should have all that stuff. Now, in the interim, let's go ahead and run over here, get the cheap flowers in the gift store. And then I'm going to want to get probably like 2 more pallet shelves. So that way we don't have our first order just straight up fail because I don't have room for it. I'm just going to do it right now because we're standing right here. Maybe more than 2. It's one of those things that honestly, you can get a lot of these and not have to worry about. 2, 3, 4. It's probably overkill, and we definitely don't want to spend too much more than we already have. Okay, so the pallet shelves... So what happens with the way this works is you get a delivery from the importer. They drop it at the warehouse you tell them to. And then from the warehouse, you can grab the things off the shelves, these pallet shelves, to deliver yourself. Or, more realistically, what you're probably doing is you're probably going and setting up a delivery thing through a logistics agent to automatically deliver it all for you. Because at that stage, you're handling all that stuff automated. But I will need to buy a delivery van of some kind and that kind of stuff to get that going. We'll worry about that when we're ready to actually send the driver on their way. And once we have all that stuff set up, the next big thing after the logistics and purchasing agent will be a HR person. And they can handle when someone calls in sick, they'll have someone take their spot for the day. They also will handle when you're dealing with training. You can just say, hey, just keep training these people up to a certain percent. You can just say train them the whole way up, which is what I usually do. That way I can max out customer service. And they'll just facilitate it. And you can even have it where if you have more than one HR person, you have them train each other. But that's where you can get a business set up where you literally don't have to touch it, you know, on any meaningful capacity anytime soon. Alright, so let's go to flowers. Grab some cheap flowers. And take to the gift shop. But yeah, because what ends up happening here is you just have a really high amount of warehouse storage. And then instead of having to worry about storing stuff at each and every individual stop, you can have it delivered daily to each stop. And you can just kind of bulk store stuff in the warehouse. And then because you are dealing with a warehouse, I can have like a warehouse that is bulk storing stuff for fast food restaurants and have it serve 4 or 5 different fast food restaurants. And it ends up being very powerful. But it does become more and more that you end up needing more and more purchasing agents, logistics people, drivers. So all of that does introduce overhead. But you still get to scale, and that's where the money happens. So you get less return on interest, or less return on investment per place, but able to work at a lot more places. There we go. Alright, so for the verify the goods got to the warehouse, that's just gonna be me dealing with getting to Monday again. I skipped out of that. Now the good news is once we get all these like logistics, driving, those kind of missions done or whatever, then we won't be stuck to like dealing with that Monday juggle. Because the only ones that are time sensitive is deliveries on Mondays and then the come on. So we got a person who called out sick. So Mark called out sick at the botany place. So let's go over to the botany place because it looks like we're going to have to pull shift. Alright. So as much as I'd love to top off the shelf at the gift place with the sodas, that isn't going to happen because we are super tired and hungry because we just did a 12-hour shift at our flower shop. So we're going to go call it a night. We'll deal with that in the morning. Yeah, it's when you get HR set up that, well, HR and all that, the things kind of really be more and more like all this headquarters automation stuff is tremendously large to the game. Okay, so I need you so I can go up here. And we can go and get ourselves like 2 pallets of soda. Take that to our gift shop. And the soda's probably over here, right? Yeah, it's so weird seeing this layout be so different. Like, there used to be a whole back wall. They used to have like so many of the different goods here, like your expensive, your cheap gifts, your expensive, your cheap flowers, like all of that was here. But it does look like they've taken away a lot of that stuff, which I think is fine. But it's curious on, they've deliberately made it so it kind of really limits what businesses you can run until you set the import-export. You can do like a couple of grocery stores, that kind of thing. Alright, so you just pop into the gift place. Because their fridge is running out of soda. And you got paper bags and all that. Yeah, so you can just take care of yourself. Alright, 2 more in-game days, and then we're good to, then we'll be ready for the next step, which will be a logistics agent. What we can do, actually, is before I forget, let's do a couple of things. Well, I probably can't call the HR place. That's fine. It'll be Monday. Because what we'll do is Monday we will call, get the logistics agent, because I'm assuming that'll be next, get the logistics agent hired, get the driver hired. We'll be probably about ready to buy a vehicle at that point, at least the delivery van. I am going to need more desks and all that, so I'm going to run over here to grab an office setup real quick. Because with the purchasing agent, I'll need the headhunter's the only one I won't need in the short term. But I can go ahead and get the desks and all that ready. Not the super fancy one. And I need... It's a chair that's not as fancy as those ones, but I'm not seeing it. Alright, they're getting some heckin' gaming chairs. Some nice budget gaming chairs. That way they could sit long hours in their gaming chair and be absolutely miserable with how uncomfortable it becomes. Because there's so many gaming chairs that are not great for a long time. There's some good ones. There's not many of them, though. Like, I know when this one goes, I would really like to get the fractal chair. Oh, that looks good. And this chair, it's been fine. This is a Muso. But it definitely is not the comfiest in the world. It's nowhere near as bad as I had a DX Racer, and that was not a good chair. Okay, so let's get to our office over here. And set up some more workstations. Okay, and we can place you. Alright, so now I've got spots for 3 employees. Game looks pretty interesting. It's good. You're basically like a serial entrepreneur tycoon kind of thing. Alright, so we do some more heckin' gaming to stay happy. Alright, so when you wake up in the morning, we need donuts and we need flowers, like the cheap flowers. I won't be able to get those anymore tonight, but that's fine. And our 6,000 bucks. Okay, so we've run out of donuts. And I'll need some more cheap flowers. And we'll see how we're doing once we have to get all the delivery in. Like I said, then I'll need to hire a driver to do my deliveries. I'll need to hire a logistics person. I'll need to buy a vehicle. There'll be a lot of figuring out with all this. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 cheap ones. And I'll get a box of donuts. While I'm here, I'm going to grab a bunch of these things we keep running out of. We'll take a full inventory. Okay. I forgot they had like the ridiculously fast sports car that is just a good way to get yourself killed. Not literally killed, you don't have a health bar in this game, but just to trash the car and waste all your money. Okay, so I'll travel over here. Hop into our floral place. Put you on the shelf. And you. And you. So there's all the flowers. Grab the rest of this and run it on over to the coffee shop. The good online friend hit a moose like 2 hours ago. Stole her car. He's forgetting how mass they are. Oh man, that's rough. Okay, top up all those, and add the rest of the inventory there. Cool, so we should be good, and now we just got to get to tomorrow. And once we reach tomorrow, we verify that the items arrived in the warehouse from our delivery. And then from there, we see what it does next. My assumption is it's going to be having me get a logistics person and a driver. Because that's what you need to, that's what you're going to need to have them automatically deliver stuff. Okay, so we can eat something. They'll do the delivery here in a couple of seconds. You should look at a bed and just choose how long to sleep? Uh-huh. Be amazing. Alright, so with all those deliveries, we actually don't have a lot of money left over, which is a real big bummer. Yep, so there's our orders.
We're halfway there. You got your inventory to your warehouse, but now we'll need a delivery driver to get your new goods to your stores. You're doing great, kid.
Okay, so next we need to call on you. And for the storage, I will need a delivery driver. We'll get one of those. Okay, now we get rid of that. We call them. Because they're going to ask me to do this already. So we're going to get a logistics person. Alright. So you want to get me a Mercedes Dash and drive it to the warehouse. So where do I get a Mercedes Dash? Oh, this is not what I was expecting it to be. Did they move? Oh, no, they must have moved to the car dealership. Oh, there's the car dealership. Okay. Oh. Alright, so let's do a little figuring. Car dealerships. I need to find a Mercedes Dash. Oh, I can't see their inventory. Alright, that's luxury cars. I don't imagine we're getting a luxury car for delivery purposes. That feels like not the mood. Not the move. Did you put the dealership way down here, maybe? General U.S. Trucks. That sounds more promising, because none of these are the Dash, and these trucks I can no longer interact with. Tiara Vic is one of the better parody car names you've seen in a game. Yeah, alright, so let's see the subway we can get at over here. And then so you're awake, hating the whole sleep over conscious thing. Yeah. That's like so many of the things that when people are like, if you could have anything from video games, what would it be? And it's always stuff like that. Like being able to, go, I'm going to sleep for 5 hours, and you sleep for exactly 5 hours. I'm going to wake up at exactly this time. I'm going to wake up at exactly that time. But also the stuff like being able to see the stats, so when when you're trying to learn a foreign language, you just don't feel like you're making any progress. You can, look at your character sheet and see that, you've actually gained 15%, proficiency with the language. It's just not really that obvious. Alright, so we're going to go to the industrial city. We're going to check out the General U.S. Trucks and see if I can get the Mercedes Dash there. Which it might be out of my budget, but I need to figure out how much it costs before I can worry about the next step. Because it used to be that dealership I was just at used to handle like the delivery trucks, the little trucks, and a bunch of the regular cars. And then you had like the downtown area where you had like the really fancy sports car and muscle car and all that. But it looks like they took the dealership I was at there and they kind of split it between, I'm guessing this place down here. You know, and where I was. And let's also see while I'm in here, do they have someone at a counter that I can, you know, order vehicles in the future? I'm guessing it's going to be a no, but we'll see. No. Alright, so we can get a Mercedes Dash. You got your freight trucks. Alright, well, let's go get a Mercedes Dash. A Mercedes Dash is 48,000? Oh, it hurts so much. Alright, well, that's not happening anytime soon. Okay, that's not my favorite. Well, at least I know where to get them. Sadly, we can't do an order. But unfortunately, they're $48,000 for a Mercedes Dash. Now, I was hoping it would be like the truck I have been doing my other deliveries with, like the little mission deliveries. And I bet you that's the reason. I bet you they made that truck as the new delivery truck that you can buy, whereas the actual delivery trucks, they probably made them kind of their own unique thing to help with confusion kind of thing. All right, let's go Hell's Kitchen South. That's where we live by. So we're kind of in a bit of a just dealing with it until we get that sorted. One thing I'm gonna go ahead and do is while we're doing this, new campaign for the headquarters. Give me an HR manager. We'll start getting all that stuff going and kind of ignore the tutorial thing here for a minute. That way we're starting to automate training people and all that stuff. Because my assumption is if I already have an HR person, a logistics person, when it comes up, it'll just do the check, be like, do you have HR? Yes. Because most of the stuff I've seen so far has worked that way, where if I already have something it was expecting, it just kind of hand wave gives it to me. Alright, so we'll want to advance the, we advance a day here. Tomorrow we'll get to hire the driver, I'll get to hire the HR person, I'll get to hire... Basically, I'll get to hire all the people I need to hire. That's the important piece. And then once we have that, we can start training people. The logistics person won't have anything to do yet. And the delivery driver won't have anything to do yet. But that'll be okay. Okay, we did 2 rounds of exercise, and we slam in another 5 hours of gaming, and we're going to bed. I had to get $48,000 to get the delivery truck. Alright, there's the first of the potential employees. That's the logistics person. So we can wait up to 7 days to hire them. I'm going to hire them. They're not going to have anything to do. And I'm going to be paying for them to sit around and have nothing to do. Oh, schedule. Yep, and I can't set a destination or anything because we don't have a driver. Or a vehicle, but it's at least functioning. Oh, I need to do a run to the grocery store. Yeah, so we're probably going to have to push at least through the next in-game week, maybe 2, to get the 48,000 for the delivery truck. In the meantime, I am just going to have to manage whatever stuff doesn't quite get right. Once we get the delivery truck set up where I can start delivering stuff, we can get off of our wholesaler contracts. And the good news there is we get a bit better margins because we are going through an importer than through a wholesaler. But unfortunately, on the other side of it, all of our additional staff to do that do eat into those additional margins. So I actually don't know where it lands in the long run, other than it becomes less laborious for us as the player. Because eventually we'll get to the point where, like I said, I'll have the warehouse and like the whole thing set up that I literally will have no reason to go back to one of the stores or whatever because it'll just be handling itself. Oh, that's headquarters. All right. And we blasted through the exercises. And it's time for us to go to sleep. And that'll be the other 2 hires. Okay, so let's get those cleared off my inbox. Okay, so our other 2 hires is the delivery driver that will hire to the storage place who will have nothing to do. And we will have our HR person who will hire. So we're going to go to our stuff here. So we'll assign you. Yeah, so I can't even assign you. There's a good chance Kathy here gets mad at us because I've hired someone and she has nothing to work on. So we're going to go ahead here and just work on training them in the meantime. Meanwhile, let's go to our HR manager. I need to put you on the schedule. So we got our HR manager. And so we can go here, get them assigned. Now I want to train our employees up to the absolute max. And we will fill the assignments of every employee we can. So now our HR manager is training everybody, which is good. But yeah, so now basically what I got here is I'm waiting to get the truck. Now one thing I could do, and I don't like taking loans, but I'm sitting here thinking I could sit here and fast forward day after day after day after day. But from like a content creator perspective, that's a whole lot more fast forwarding when you've already done a whole lot of fast forwarding. So I am going to just accept this fate, and we're going to take a loan. New loan. So let's say 30,000. So we will be paying about 100 something per day on the loan. So they did approve the loan. So let's go get our truck. Because right now, part of the justification of why I'm taking that loan is I do have 2 new hires who are sitting around twiddling their thumbs because they don't have the equipment to do their jobs. So I definitely want, if I'm paying them several $100s a day, that they actually be able to do the thing I hired them for. Now, what we'll probably do for our next business is make a fast food joint, and the reason we're going to potentially do that is the warehouse contract I did set up does cover fast food materials as well. So if I were to build a fast food place, I can hook it up to the warehouse we are setting up now, and that'll just cover it. versus some of the other ones I will need other warehouses to deal with deliveries. That's kind of one of the things that becomes a pain point as you go along, is setting up some of your logistics. If you have like a bunch of different materials going to your stores, it ends up being kind of rough to get all the stuff where it needs to be warehouses wise. But it's a manageable thing. Okay. So now I can spend our $48,000 to get this all hooked up. And that should put us at the place where I can then go through and get rid of the existing orders we've got going on. You know, we'll go with red this time. So cargo space 24. So we're gonna purchase that. And there's our brand new vehicle. Alright, so I need to go south, then... Now this one I don't want to damage. I actually own this delivery vehicle. Okay, so it should be... Okay, one more block. Okay. We need to take this over to our warehouse, because what I'm going to do is drop this off, and then we assign the driver to this vehicle. And once we've done that, we can assign the driver to drop off the various things we have in the warehouse that I have businesses that use that, and just get that sorted. Now, when we have the availability, we will want to get a second HR person, because as I mentioned before, the HR person can get everyone training except kind of themselves, but if you have two HR people, they can train each other. Okay. I'm being forced to drive the speed limit, and I do not appreciate it. Hey, Treacle. Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Thank you so much for the 40 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been having a good one, and for those who don't know Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. So if you're into that, you can find that over there. And sometimes you just gotta streak with a little cup of tea in your hand. It's just the way it goes. Okay. Right, let me go ahead and get that shout out for you. Alright. No problem. But again, check out Treacle. Fantastic. Plays RimWorld. More than likely, if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. It's kind of how that all works. Alright, so we're almost off the bridge where you don't have to be stuck in traffic. No, no red light. Oh, they just burned through it. I appreciate that. You want to be a little careful, because again, this is my own vehicle. We did spend $48,000 on it. Most of which that money came from the bank. We accepted a bit of debt, which I don't like doing. I just kind of figured if I didn't do it, I would be spend the next half hour to an hour kind of fast forwarding through a whole bunch of days to get there. And meanwhile manually handling all sorts of warehousing stuff. Oh, wait, don't. Okay. Alright, there's all the businesses we own in the little road right there. And I believe our warehouse is just up the road on the right. Okay, so now I go to this. I will need to go to my warehouse, manage the drivers, assign them to... Oh, our driver's training. Okay, well, as soon as our driver finishes training, we assign him to that and get all that sorted. We'll see what the capacity of doing those deliveries are. That's one of the big reasons you want the HR people to train everyone. Is because, for example, like right now our logistics agent can only handle like one warehouse kind of things. Once we train them enough, I think they get up to 3 or 4. But you get the idea. You can scale up how much that one person can handle. Okay, so I have to move on to the next day. We just gotta wait till our delivery driver gets done training. Because we set them to train because they had nothing to do for them. And if you have them doing nothing for a while, they'll start to get upset about it. It'll undermine their happiness. And that can lead to headaches. There we go. So I've got them available now. Let's get that all set up. So I need to assign you to that again. So go here, assign you to that. Assign you to that delivery vehicle. Okay.
Look at you getting all fancy. There's just one last step to set up your own logistics network. Now you need a logistics manager to tell the delivery drivers how much inventory to send to each store.
And we already have almost all of that set up. So we can go right back here, go to our logistics person. We've got our plan and everything, so we're going to add a destination. So, this one is one of our destinations. So, I believe with this, I can go here. Basically tell them to have 2 boxes of each. Alright, and that's all the stuff we're bringing in right now.
Amazing! With your new headquarters, you now have access to more inventory at cheaper prices. Now go ahead and assign all your stores to receive imports and make sure your delivery targets are set up properly. Call me when you're done and ready to expand further.
Okay, in the meantime, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go to, like I said, we got the brewing here going. We can go to their deliveries. So this has all been coming in there. We can now cancel that order entirely. We're no longer taking in the stuff from them. We are now handling all of that internal to our own stuff. And so I'm not paying the extra delivery fee and everything on that. So if we wanted to get more stuff set up like that, what I would end up needing to do now is we would have to set up another one. So the things we've got here, so I can't bring the flowers and all that kind of stuff in, unfortunately, on this one. Yeah, so the flowers would be the next one. That would be a second purchasing agent and all that. So let's go ahead and call Fred because I'm pretty sure he's going to ask me to set up the HR person, and we already have.
Well, hopefully your headquarters is running smoothly and making things easier on you already. Now let's expand its usefulness. Hire an HR manager to automatically train employees and provide them with a healthcare plan.
Okay, so right now, we're not going to bother with that whole healthcare thing because I do not have enough money for it. So we'll start sleeping. Okay, so you noticed our total profit has gone down. That's because I got a driver I'm paying, I got a logistics person I'm paying, I got an HR person I'm paying. So we are eating into our margins by having all that overhead. It is kind of a necessity to getting things scaled up. One of the big bonuses we'll have is as we have our people getting better trained, those better trained people will have higher customer service, which will help us get more sales. But in the interim, you know, it is cutting into our income. And on top of that, I'm now giving loan payments again. And I'm not going to go and try and worry about paying off that loan right away. What we're going to try to do instead is I'm going to try to keep expanding our business. And a big part of that is going to be going through, and probably the next one I want to set up is the fast food place. That will set up a brand new fast food place. I can start importing those goods as well, add it to the logistics network, you know, and then we'll have that. We would want a second HR person to begin training our existing HR person and all that. I didn't mean to eat it, but that's fine. Okay. Yeah, no, we won't be able to do anything with the insurance till Monday anyways, so let's not worry about any of that, because I don't have much money. And while we did cut back on some of our spending, not as much as I'd necessarily want, so far as our ordering. Because the thing we did save ourselves is I'm no longer... Why is Tiffany calling? Benjamin Conley offered me a free job training if I go work for them. If you're willing to send me to training in the next 24 hours, nothing has to change. Otherwise, I'm leaving ethical-ish botany. How dare you? How dare you ask literally anything of me? There. Okay. So that's Tiffany. Yeah, to the gallows! Alright, so you work at there. So it's Friday. Excellent. So she's not even working those days. Excellent. So she doesn't even work tomorrow, so I don't even have to fill in her shift. I just basically had to pay her, you know, for some training to go away. That's perfect. I appreciate it. I appreciate your very minimal demands. So you gotta wait till the weekday. So we can go by the hospital to get some life insurance plan or health insurance plans for employees. They don't whine about it anymore. We haven't actually reached the point that they are whining, but they will start whining about it. Okay. So you're back from your customer service. So let's go, assigned. Get you back on the schedule. And then we're gonna go to your schedule. So, Tiffany, 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 and Tiffany. Alright, so mostly ethical gifts is low on gifts. So I'm gonna run to the store, gonna actually, grab like 2 extra boxes of gifts. I'm pretty sure we already have the buy order set up for them. Let's double check that. I'm pretty sure we already have. Yeah, so you can cancel that order for just a moment. Let's bump it up to 600 for now. I'll need 2 boxes of gifts probably to get ourselves through the weekend. Okay. And that'll do fine. But one of the good things, and part of why you do it the way we're doing this now, is we go to the purchasing agent and we check this. Instead of where before we were having to buy these giant mountains of things depending on our need, you'll notice right now my total cost to restock tomorrow for this one is only 700 bucks. And it's because with these things that are still, fairly fully stocked, it is only going to fill in whatever's missing. I do see it looks like they got rid of the minimum order size. At least I didn't notice it before, because that used to... Let me actually double check that. Yeah, there used to be a thing here that said, like, minimum order, and it was a good amount, like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $8,000. And so sometimes you'd have to, like, just massively overstock your warehouse just so it would get enough stuff to trigger it to order. So it looks like they got rid of that, so they're just going to buy whatever they need to top it off. And that's going to be a lot nicer for things running smoothly and being less of a pain. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, so the next one we want to get set up is... would need a separate purchasing agent to handle the place that we get the flowers from. And then with that, we could import the flowers for both the gift shop and the flower location. And that'd be just, another thing I don't have to worry about. And we wouldn't even need an extra vehicle or anything like that either. The only thing we'd need an extra one is a purchasing agent. Okay, and we got that all topped off. Alright, we're not doing anything about any of that stuff until we hit where we do our big order to get all the stuff topped off, which will be the next in-game day. But you'll notice again, our money is not going up right now. All these things we're doing, we are making my life easier, but it's not actually technically more profitable. It's more profitable in human hours, less profitable in game hours. Because in human hours I could fast forward time and get to the next day because I got less I gotta babysit. The other advantage is your delivery drivers. They operate every single day. So unlike the delivery drivers like from the wholesaler, which only show up once a week, your importers are once a week. But you can overfill your warehouse and they'll keep topping off your place as long as there's more inventory in there. Okay, so let's go. We're going to want to get that off there, get that off there, get that off there. Go to the hospital, which I think is over here somewhere. There you are. Okay. Where? There's admin. I believe it's... Oh, no, it's you. Alright, start new partnership. We have our HR manager, and we will... Sorry, we cannot continue to offer you gold because your current HR monitor doesn't have the minimum requirements. Silver. Perfect. We'll prepare a partnership and send you the detail offers as soon as possible. Expect our answer in 2 days. Alright, so we'll start getting all that going. So that'll be a thing that per employee, we will have a slightly increased cost of business just because of all that. So the next thing I think we're going to go ahead and do, and this is probably not the correct decision, is I am going to go to here. And we're going to grab 2 more desk setups for purchasing and an HR person. One, two. 2, 1, 2. Because we just paid all our dues right now. Then go to our contacts. And we're going to go here and call. So let's go to HQ. And I would like an HR person. And that's so, again, we can do the multiple training thing. And then I would like another purchasing agent. That way I can set up a partnership with the place that does flowers. So we can automate the flowers nonsense. Because if we set up that delivery, that'll be 2 out of my 3 stores that I never have to touch the inventory ever again. And then we'll just have the gift shop, which actually, now I think about it, we might be able to get the gift shop to that point as well. Like with the 2. We'd also be able to expand them to having expensive gifts, which is another thing we can use to make money. Am I in the right row? I'm not. And then, like I said, once we get that set up, the next business we'd probably set up is fast food, since the group we already have an agreement with can do fast food stuff. It'll literally just be take what we've already got, set up a new business, point the warehouse at it, and we're good. Like, and if I do the thing where I saved enough money to do the automatic installation, not automatic, where they install stuff for you, I could even take it a step farther and just not even have to walk in and touch it. You can get to that point where you literally say, I want a fast food place there, set up the layout, here's your employees, and it just kind of handles itself. But that's getting later game stuff. Okay, and eventually they'll start getting all sorts of demands, like they'll want mouse pads and tablets and all sorts of garbage. We're not there yet, but they'll get there. Okay. So let's work out. Do some gaming. And take a nap. Until the next day. We have received a message from, I believe that's our HR person. Hey boss, I've been enjoying working here so far, but I have a new demand. A mouse pad. These entitled people. Expecting a mouse pad to do office work. Don't they know their keyboard shortcuts? You tab between your inputs. What the heck was this lady's name again? Hang on, wait a second. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's not our HR person. Purchasing. Hey. Lavone, you tab between your inputs, Lavone. Did no one tell you how to do the computers? It's fine. It's around here somewhere. There it is. Yeah, and the way you deal with this later on, if you're like, oh man, that gets so annoying to deal with, later on all you do is when you do your initial office setup, you just make sure every desk gets a phone, a mouse pad, you know, the tablet. You just set them all up to have everything and not even deal with it. So we're like, imagine that's your big thing. So even working at this company, you're like, okay, you know, it's time that I go and I kind of threaten my boss being like, hey man, I need this or I'm out. And the thing that you're like, no boss, you don't understand. The thing I need is I need a mouse pad. Like that's where you're gonna draw the line kind of thing. There's your mouse pad. So now if we check on her, my employees, it'll mark here that they have a nice to have mousepad. Well, actually, I guess it's under a nice to have, not or critical. But I've generally found you want to, anything that they ask for, you want to give them. Or, you know, you risk losing them as employees. Okay, so we got our new potential employees going on here. Which by potential, I mean I'm absolutely hiring them. So, new employees, candidates. So we got our new HR person. And we got our new purchasing agent. So I can go to there. I'm going to add a plan. We don't have you scheduled yet, so let's do that. So there you are, and you. So I've got everyone on their schedules. Your admin employees sound very reasonable, unlike your mod employees who demand excessive things like checks, notes, food. Exactly. You understand. Alright, so with this, we get our new person here, max out the training, assign employees, fill all. Okay. So with that, what's going to end up happening is our HR people are going to start training each other. That'll give them more slots that they can train stuff, let them do better health insurance and all that. Now, the next thing I need to do is we need to figure out which of these was the one that offered flowers. Why can I not? Okay, so set this. You have... Yes, you're the one with the flowers and the sodas. And that'd also give me grocery store stuff. So before we commit to that, so Seaside's probably what we're going with. That's not what I actually meant to do. So that's expensive and cheap gifts, but none of the flowers or anything like that. That's your alcohol and cigars and all that. This is your manufacturing stuff. Oh wait, is that one way down there? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, okay. So what we're gonna want to do is this one up here will do the flowers. And it'll also give me the ability to go into groceries later. So we're gonna set our destination over there. All right. New partnership with John Edwards, one of our purchasing agents. We're going to open it here. And so for John Edwards, we're going to go ahead and say repeating smart delivery. We will say ethical-ish storage. We'll tell it to make sure there's at least 4,000 in stock. I don't care who brings it. Flowers. 1,200, I don't know. That seems like too much. That's very, very much too much. 600. Okay, so we'll start with that. We'll also want to get like 1,200 sodas. And so set all of that to be put in the storage. Cool. And so we can order that. And then the magic that'll happen with this now is we can go to... I mean, that's what we always give the mods, Luxray. Give them bucket fish heads. That's just how it be. Okay, so we can add another one on here. So this will be mostly ethical botany. And we'll say 300 flowers, 2,000 paper bags. That's what Rual gives you? You're welcome. Oh, it was the health insurance. Is like what pinged? It gives me cookies? Sure, we can call those cookies. Alright, so it's $13 and some odd cents per employee per day. Cool. So we got health insurance.
Oh, and I'll show you one more thing to really boost your headquarters value. Headhunters. These folks can help recruit large numbers of employees, which is really useful for staffing up a large office. Plus, they can automatically replace employees that quit.
Okay. So we will go back over here, CityWorks call. Apparently they're like, it's time for a headhunter. Which luckily we're standing right next to the IKEA, because that means I need another desk for people to work at. And with that, we'll have everything set up with the headquarters. So then it should be just a matter of scaling up, like building more and more businesses, getting more and more warehouses, yada, yada, yada. It might take us into the manufacturing side. I'd be a little surprised this early if it takes us there, because there's a lot to unpack with that. And I'm honestly curious how they're going to tackle that part of the tutorial. But also, it's a fairly endgame thing. Are the HR managers training each other? Yes. So they will gradually both get better and better at HR and be able to handle more employees and health insurance and that. Okay, so we can drop all this off. I'm trying to find a way so you can't see your inventory in your backpack unless you put it down and open it. Oh, inventory? I have no idea about that. That sounds like it'd be utterly obnoxious to do. No, that's not... Don't lie to Trico, Luxray. The only cookies we have in chat is Sentient Cookie, who spends most of their time trying to run away from the other mods. For some reason, I haven't quite figured that out. Oh, wait, did you think I was giving you Sentient Cookie? Yeah, that's, you misunderstood that. As a reminder, the cookie is sentient. Alright, so we got all this going on. We can go ahead and get this sorted out. Eat a little snack. Yeah, but that should make the backpack more immersive. Hey, I mean, if that's what you want to do, personally, I find, like, the games, like, for the record, the Forest has a really cool backpack. The way it, like, goes down, it folds out, and you, like, grab the stuff out of it. And I think that one's not bad, but I've seen a number of games try to do a similar effect to that, where you have to, like, sit down the backpack and do it. And most of the time, that animation gets extremely tiresome extremely quickly. Where you're like, look, man, I just want to take the thing out of my backpack. Let me do it. That kind of falls into the adding realism because realism, that in many ways ends up being a major detractor. I also do think there is negatives about trying to make a game not too immersive. That comes across wrong. But, like, adding stuff that, sure, is immersive, but comes at a cost of the enjoyability of the game. It is the thing to think about, you know, when you're dealing with your inventory stuff. If you have to go through the animation of like going and putting your backpack. I mean, have you played Fallout and Skyrim? Yeah, you hit like tab and you just end up in your backpack. What's going on with my hands? Oh, that's just the light. I thought it was like the arm was going across there. I was like, what? But yeah, no, very much, like, don't get me wrong, it can be very unimmersive where you just hit a button and magically things pop out. But I'd rather have that than some chunky animation. Or like, oh, I need to eat food, put down my bag, deal with it. You received a logistics delivery alert from Chad Ball. Okay. Incomplete delivery. Not enough inventory at whatever it is for there. Okay, so I goofed on that one. So let's go to our logistics person. Go there. Go down here. And let's say, 150. Oh! They're complaining that I don't have the stuff to give out in the first place. That's fine. Let's say you're mainly just talking about for bigger backpacks, not for small baskets. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying in that regards. I do think it's one of those things that you're probably gonna have difficulty finding a mod that achieves that, because genuinely, you know, that kind of like really pushing the immersive gameplay, like forcing you to put down your backpack just to open it. It's interesting on paper, but then when you actually go and do it, very, very quickly, it loses its novelty very quickly, is the way I'll phrase it. Alright, so we gotta hire a headhunter. So let's get our headhunter. Any phone. Alright, so our headhunter's demanding a phone. You could just hit G and put it on the ground and roleplay it? Yeah, you can do that. Like, it wouldn't be that hard of a thing to implement. It's just putting in the time to do it. That's the liquor store. That's not what we're looking for. Okay. Yeah, so we won't be able to get them the phone right away. That's fine. So we got that. So regardless, we can go here, go to Headhunter, schedule, give you a desk. Yeah, so they want the phone, it's important. Alright, automatic replacement, not enough skill. So we're not going to worry about that. HR manager, go here, assign people, do that. Cool. Create a plan to automatically replace stuff. So unfortunately I can't actually do that. And the reason I can't do that is our person we got for our headhunter isn't actually skilled enough to do an automatic replacement plan. They need to be at 75% to get there. Right now their skill set is, I think it said like 31%. So that's going to be just a hot minute of sitting there, unfortunately. So we're going to leave that the way it is. And then we're going... Wait, why is it not open? It'll be right here. So yeah, so it'll be the next in-game day. We'll be able to get them the phone they want. So we're going to be a little upset this in-game day. And that is just what it is. You received a logistics delivery alert from Chad Ball because we still don't have the stuff you need to deliver. That's fine. That's going to happen every day till Monday, and then we should have enough that it should stop happening. Let's get over to Scott's office supplies real quick. Get this phone that our person's gonna want. And otherwise, I'm gonna have to just wait for them to train, unfortunately. Don't sleep on the park bench. Okay. So that we can go down here. To Murray Hill. Alright, and pretty soon we're going to want to open up our next business. Like I said, the next business is going to be fast food. Because it'll be that, or we can get like a veggie store. We have the purchasing agents for that. And so we can get all that set up and start expanding. And that's kind of the way it goes with that. The other things you'll want to end up doing around this stage is we would set up offices. And offices don't have where you need to have supplies going to them constantly. But they're like IT and all that. That tends to be a lot more involved in a bunch of that. Oh yeah, no, right now we have a little bit of debt, unfortunately. Any phones? There's an office phone. Okay, so you can go up here. Yeah, and I took on a little bit of debt to get the vehicle because they got rid of it was like $8,000 or $9,000 delivery vehicle. That's a vehicle they give you for delivery jobs. And now they've got this vehicle down here, this new van. But that new van costs $48,000. So it was a lot to get that set up. And I see that that's how they've decided they're going to kind of, you know, make things take a little bit longer. It's through that type of stuff. So having to need to have bathrooms in your businesses now, and that costing you like $3,000-$4,000 to get set up. The delivery van's costing a bit more, which I think is totally fair. Like I feel like the pacing has been mostly better. The only caveat is I do feel like the order of operations for the 100,000 to automatically set up a business, I do feel like that should probably have been after what we're doing right now. And so maybe have you build out a second business, you know, or third business or whatever, but not go that route. Okay, so want to place your phone there. And you're still complaining about being able to deliver the flowers. Which again, that's fine. We can go to our employees and make sure this person is happy. Yep, they got what they need. Now, another thing we could do for entertainment we could add onto the pile is watching television. Yep, let's go just wake up, do a little business, and then after a little business, do 3 straight hours of exercise, 5 hours of gaming, be completely spent, go back to bed. Okay, in the meantime, about stuff. Still just eating food straight from the fridge, no cooking involved. Nope. I don't make money by all that kind of stuff. Alright, so when we wake up in the morning, well actually, they should take care of that themselves, right? Yeah, that should be a thing I don't need to worry about. What we'll probably want to do is go in here to our logistics person, go here, go to the coffee place. And if that's getting that low, Go bump the... I see. I see the problem here. The problem here is the amount I had delivered to... This was not enough. Okay, so what we're going to do here is leave that alone. We're going to go to our purchasing agent, go here. So I got 2 days left to adjust the order, so we're going to cancel that order. So croissants are going to bump those up to 1,500. 1,500. 1,500. 1,500. 1,500. Get that back on the schedule. So basically, I just didn't import quite enough coffee to cover it. So I'll need to deal with that when we wake up in the morning. And that's the stuff I will need to adjust it to make sure I keep enough stuff in stock. Just eating pickles straight from the jar just like in real life? Exactly. Just grabbing a bunch of refrigerated potato chips. Reach 75% on any one employee. Nice. And also, let's get that cleared off of the list. Okay, so we can go over here to you. And I want to grab in here. So let's go over here really quick. Let's grab 3 of those. What else was low? Oh, right. I also need to go to you, deliveries, cancel that order. We don't need that done anymore. So I wanted to check your deliveries here. Yeah, and your order was already canceled. So just sitting there. Yeah, so it's a cup of coffee and everything else is relatively fine. Okay. Yeah, so that's the only thing we'll have to do is up our orders occasionally. You know, as we set up new stores, we'll have to add even more. Eventually get to the point that the amount we'll be pulling into these warehouses will get pretty obnoxious. Even later on, I believe you'll get set up manufacturing so that you'll import the materials and you'll process that into the end, you know, the end goods. So that you don't even have to import it, you just import the raw materials. And it'll give you much better margins because you'll buy the materials for next to nothing. And meanwhile, how is our headhunter doing in their skill level? 37. Yeah, so that's going to take just a while to set that up, unfortunately. That I will just have to have that headhunter continuously train. They'll eventually get up to that, I think it was 75% I needed to get them to, or 80% to have them automatically hire people who quit. Automatically replace people who quit, I should say. Sounds like they tweaked the supply too. Shortage or guarantee if you import everything. We definitely have noticed more more shortages. It didn't top it off. Hang on. Like when we were... Okay, they took care of it. Like when we were getting started, we ran into a bunch of that. Not that it like really derailed things, but it means it cuts into your margins. Okay, let's take a check on our happiness. So we have a bunch of time there. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you're, I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? Another fantastic content creator who I highly recommend checking out. Let me go and get this going, which is shout out Italics. And we were playing some Alien Isolation today. I don't remember who it was you rated the other day that Is it still kicking your butt? Is the question I'm asking. But I hope you had some good time with Alien Isolation. It's always good to have you, and thank you again so much for that raid. Working from home today, are we? Yeah, we're doing like what the actual CEO does. We're not actually working, we're playing video games. But you know, so we're just wake up, do a little exercise, just do a casual like 15-hour binger of video games while the company can run itself to a certain degree. But again, check out Italic's absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole range of games, including RimWorld and all that good stuff. So if you enjoy that kind of stuff, really solid. Beat Alien Isolation, but not before it beats you many times. That seems fair. It's always good to have a challenge to overcome and all that good stuff. But with that said, for those popping in here, I am Rual Storge. We play writings here on Twitch. Today we're playing some Big Ambitions. For those not familiar with Big Ambitions, this is kind of like the serial entrepreneur simulator. That you are in Manhattan. Like, we're talking legitimately it's Manhattan. You know, you got Central Park here and everything. You know, you got a church over there and whatnot. But the entire idea behind this game is you start out and you open like one little teeny tiny business with your help of your Uncle Fred. And the goal is to just continue to expand and take over until you become this giant, you know, giant conglomerate that just bullies other businesses out of the area. And so it's very, very serial entrepreneur. So you got like your different rivals. Like right now, Ingrid here does not like me. Even though she's pulling in 1.7 million, I'm pulling like 22,000. I'm a little fish, but I'm a little fish in her neck of the woods. And so she's getting a little salty that I'm still kind of operating in the area. But it's a whole lot of like thing that... You remember checking this out at launch? Cool. That it's got new stuff. Oh yeah, no, the like another thing they added that's pretty sick. We haven't done anything with it yet, but you can now take warehouses and you can kind of do like a little Factorio thing in them where you can manufacture your own goods using conveyor belts and automation and workers to produce goods cheaper than you can buy them normally to go and you know, kind of just take over the market. Yeah, you're a little fish, but you're an annoying little fish. Yeah, no, you do screw them in their markets and all that. So we're kind of in the mid-game here, where what I am doing is I'm not working the stores that much myself anymore. I've received a message from Chad Ball. Why is Chad reaching out to me about that? So I'll eat some fresh food. Okay, so Chad Ball is one of my employees who is my delivery driver. Chad Ball is demanding I get him an executive office desk. Chad. Buddy. I don't even think the place... Oh no, I can get that at the IKEA. Alright. Does chat want fluffy dice? He's the driver? I thought Chad was the Chad's the logistics person. He's the one who tells the drivers where to go. Let's go over to the IKEA real fast. Grab a really fancy desk. And we'll also grab a chair and another computer while we're at it, even though I don't have an employee who needs to go into that. It'll be good to have it for the next time I need to hire, like, another purchasing agent or logistics person or whatever. Oh, well. I gotta wait, like, 20 seconds. Oh, sorry, I'll let him off. A desk is a reasonable request. Yeah, no, I mean, they've been having such unreasonable requests, like an office worker wanting a mouse pad. It's... What does the world come to where these employees have such unreasonable and such entitled expectations about the very basic things they need to do their job? Okay, so grab that, grab the computer. You're not getting a nice chair. We're gonna go and get ourselves a budget gaming chair. So we got ourselves a desk, a computer, a budget gaming chair. We're gonna go ahead and purchase these. Run over to our headquarters building and get that sorted out. But yeah, so far where we're at in the game is we're doing pretty good. We can look at the number of businesses we've got started. I have a florist called Ethical-ish Botany. We've got ourselves a mostly ethical gift shop and mostly ethical brews. You get to keep the trolley. It finds its way back somehow. But no, I do not return the trolleys. Can you rename the staff? That is an excellent question that I did not think to mess with. Sadly, no. It does not appear that I can rename the staff. You can rename the businesses, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And there's definitely been times in the past that we've had the naming queue where we allowed people to like have businesses named after them, which was a lot of fun. Because after working the same position for a while and you want to get promoted to other benefits, maybe that's how they simulate natural turnover. Oh, so what ends up happening is as your people work for the company and they get more qualified and yada yada, they will ask for increases in their salary, and they will get these demands like you saw right here, where the ones like, hey, I want an executive desk now. So it is a thing that like as they get better at their job, they will expect more and more out of it. Okay, so now what I need to do is it was Chad. So let's go to my employees. So Chad is our logistics person? Yeah, so Chad's our logistics person. So we need to go to our schedule. So Chad is unhappy. They want an executive desk, so we're going to slide them down to the executive desk slot, because that one's got an executive desk. And Chad should all be happy now. And now we'll just abandon the IKEA thing there in our headquarters. But yeah, so we can go to our different businesses here. So we've got our gift shop here, which is one I grabbed a blueprint because I had to use a blueprint, and we just stamped it down and put it to work. So, you know, it's nice. We've got our first business, which is our coffee shop, which is doing fine. The floor's dumpy. It's fine. And if we go around the corner over here, we've got Ethical-ish Botany. Did I ever set up the marketing campaign for Ethical-ish Botany? Yeah, so we sell flowers here. You can make it look really nice. These earlier ones I just didn't put the time in. But, so like, to give you an idea of some of the stuff going on, so we set up a floral place. I wonder if it's still as bad as it was. No, it's a little better. Yeah, but when we first moved to the neighborhood, there was a florist here. There was these two there. I put mine in between. There's that one over there, and there's one over here. And I didn't look to see who was around me, but we have had 2 or 3 other florists in the area go out of business because there's just too many of us. But because I can split my stuff here, you can do that stuff. All right. But a lot of it is you go in here, you can see what's in demands. Like right now, they really, really, really want another supermarket. Because they had they actually had both the supermarkets in the area closed, and as a result, all the stuff the supermarket sells is just exploding in demand. Yeah, and there's where the florist nearby us closed. But yeah, so you can look at it. So like, for example, we have a rivalry with Ingrid. One of the things I can actually do in here is I can look on this list and see what Ingrid's doing, and potentially go and cause her mayhem. The other way you can approach it, if you want to check on that, is I can go to Ingrid herself and go, okay, so Ingrid right now is operating 18 businesses. We can organize these, so she's got 2 bookstores, 2 clothing shops, an electronics store, 2 fast food place, 2 florists, a fruit stand, 2 gyms, a jewelry place, 3 liquor stores, and 2 nightclubs. She also owns a decent number of properties, like actually owns the buildings. So if I wanted to cause Ingrid some indigestion, what I'd potentially want to do is open up an electronics store or a jewelry store. One, because it's apparently she is just printing money with those things. And 2, that's her main income. So if I can start drawing her customers away, it's gonna hurt her a lot, considering about just shy of a third of her income is this one store here. So, if I really wanted to troll her, that's not the way I should have done that. If I really wanted to troll her in a big way, So this is her big electronics store. I could potentially go in here and say, what is the closest place I can open here? So retail-wise, there's actually not much there. But retail-wise, I could open up another electronics store to try and start directly competing with her place there. Now, granted, that can kind of hurt you in the short term that you are fighting for the same market, but the more you start to take the screws to the other person, they have to decide when it's time for them to cut their losses, or if they're going to try and snipe your employees, or they're going to try and deliberately underprice you to try and drive you out. And they do a lot of stuff around that. When they first introduced the rivals, they kind of sucked at it. That a lot of times, a lot of the stuff they'd come after you for, you could pretty much just sit there and just go, hey, I'm still making a profit. It does feel like a game that a certain big business streamer should play. I think Drongo would enjoy this. The only big negative with this game is the mid-game, where you have a lot of fast-forwarding. Okay, I have received a message from the Internal Revenue Service. Sweet. Taxes. I love taxes. Okay, what do we got here? Why are you just now telling me about the loan? Alright, so with the Internal Revenue Services, I have made how much? So my overall revenue was 213,000. We got a bunch of tax deductions because we apparently were able to deduct our vehicle expense, and we're able to deduct all of our school expenses, which honestly cut down our tax obligation by $52,000, which is pretty sweet. So I only have to pay about $8,000 in taxes. For context, that means my taxes were just a little bit more than I make in a single day. Now granted, apparently our year is 120 days long, I'm guessing. So that's going to be some complicated math to figure all that out. So what we're going to want to do is we need to find the IRS building so that we can pay our taxes. Internal Revenue Service. There we go. So what we'll do is we'll take the subway over there. And we can get all that going. So there you are. Okay, so this subway is pretty close to the IRS building. And you can take the taxis. You can also drive around. I actually sold my car early on because we're not playing on the easy difficulty, so I could have slowly chipped away at making the money to get my next thing. But I find the cars to be a liability a lot of times in the game. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna sell my car, and it's literally became a toilet. I sold my car for $2,000, and I got a commercial toilet for $2,100. So I had to pull a little bit from my savings after I sold my Honda Civic equivalent to buy a toilet for making a bathroom in my business. All right, so let's pay our taxes. Cool, taxes are handled. So it leaves me only $6,000 not allocated for this week's stuff, which is unfortunate. But we'll get there. Okay. So the thing we need to do now is need to put aside enough money to open our next business. The plan for the next business is to open a fast food restaurant. And the reason why specifically we're looking at a fast food restaurant isn't because the fast food restaurant's like particularly lucrative, whatever. I have a purchasing agreement with an importer that they do handle stuff that fast food restaurants use. So it means I don't have to set up another contract with another importer and do all the overhead around that. I could take my existing overhead and then just import that and sell it, or not sell it, deliver it on to our fast food place when we open it. Now, the thing we're going to have to figure out that is where we're going to be setting up that business. I have plenty of money for renting the building. I do not have the money for building out the space. So we're going to have to do that little by little, probably. So let's go look at what we've got on here. So, generally speaking, this is not a good strategy. I just like taking over a neighborhood and just continuing to expand. So we're going to choose our retail spaces. So what I could do is this location here probably is going to have a decent amount of foot traffic. Yeah, it's got 36. So we can look at this. So for $7,000, which I don't have, I could get the lease on it. I don't have that money, so we're not going to do that. I am noticing something that's interesting that's happened is looking at all the empty retail spaces. I am noticing something very interesting has occurred. We have all these retail spaces are generally doing okay with the occasional vacant building, but for some reason, since I started setting up business on this street, there's a lot of vacancies on this street. I feel like I might be kind of responsible for driving out other businesses, which I'm okay with. So let's rent that building. We're going to start a business, and this business is going to be a fast food joint. So we're going to do ethical-ish burgers. Okay. So we're not ready to do much with that location, but that's fine. So we've got that area over there. Now, there's things we can do here. One is I can gradually, little by little, build up the location, get it a counter, get it a deep fryer, and one after another slowly expand to make it work. Because this is our dump that we've got right now. But one of the things we can choose to do as an alternative is we can go to the blueprints here. So the size of the building is an A2. We can grab a retail thing. We can check on the ratings. And we can go down here and say, alright, I want to make fast food. And I could find someone else's place they've already designed. And the price on that one is astronomical, so to heck with that, $122,000. But you could literally just say, build the space for me. I'm not going to do that, because I don't have that kind of money. So what we are going to do is slowly build out that building. And I'm going to go by the strategy we've used in the past, which is every Monday is when I have to pay for all my deliveries to come in. So once our deliveries are all paid for, the rest of that money on Monday is free for me to do whatever upgrades and building out I need to. So it's saying I'm going to need a cash register, I'm going to need a shelf, and I'm going to need some form of primary product. Why is ethical brews out of donuts? Hang on. You should not be out of donuts. So we aren't doing the deliveries here anymore. You're definitely showing us having nothing in stock. Let's go here to our logistics person. Go here. You've got it set up. Okay, they should take care of that the next in-game day. So we'll leave it alone for right now. Alright, so we're looking for whatever the cheapest thing is that I can sell stuff at a burger joint for. So we got a hot dog grill and an industrial grill. Okay, so we could potentially go into the lucrative market that is hot dogs. And that's where we'll start. So we have our mostly ethical burgers where we sell hot dogs. In the meantime, let's go to our purchasing agent, because we have this here. So we're going to want to go to the hot dogs area here. So we got 6 days, so we're going to pause that order. We're going to go to where we have hot dogs. I have no idea what amount of hot dogs we should be getting. So let's start at 600. That might be woefully inadequate. I honestly don't know. And then the other thing we can do is we're already good there. So keep that order going. So that way we'll start putting hot dogs into our warehouse. And then we can get all that sorted out. So the downside is this does mean I have no donuts in my coffee shop until my delivery tomorrow. So that is a thing we're going to need to work on. Let's actually go in here again to the purchasing agent. Yeah, and you've actually got the 1,500 donuts. That should be plenty. Oh, right. I was going to look at the other location over there, but we chose to get this one. So let's drop off the stuff for starting to set up the burger place. And as I mentioned before, we're probably going to spend all of the money I currently have just getting stuff set up as best we can. We'll start with that. I just realized the hot dog grill needs to go in a cabinet. I didn't buy 2 cabinets. So we're going to go ahead and place the cash register here. We're going to take this box right now. We're going to place the box right there. I need to go back and get a cabinet. And then I'm going to need to go to the wholesaler and buy some hot dogs. The other thing we're going to want to do is contacts. Go to our recruiter friend. So Anderson Recruiters. We can give them a call. Ethicalish Burgers. Customer service. Only full-timers. I would like 2. I am willing to wait 6 days. That's fine. We won't do that right now. I definitely need to hire people. You're starting Delicious in Dungeon at 3 in the morning. Help. I don't know Delicious in Dungeon. Right, so I needed another shelf. I didn't buy enough of them. So start getting this fast food place online. Okay. Yeah, so the plan here is just to keep expanding the fast food restaurant until we have a proper fast food restaurant. And we will just be continuing to get this all going. Cabinet with doors. Grab this. Hot dog grill. Cool. So the next move we need is I need bags and I need hot dogs. We'll also check here on our logistics person. So you can add a 3rd location. Love to see it. So Ethicalish Burgers. And we will want to say hot dogs. Have no idea how much it should keep on standby. We'll say 400 hot dogs and 400 sodas. And 2,000 paper bags. Alright. So now I have a delivery driver who's going to try and take care of all that. The coffee machine is going to run out of coffee soon. What is going on? Those should not be running out. Check out our delivery drivers again. Okay. So we have a whole bunch here. It's all in stock. We need the coffee shop deliveries. So I need to delete this contract. This contract is gone. We're not doing that anymore at all. I need to go here to our logistics person and here. Yeah, so you're delivering 600. You keep 600 in stock every single day. And mostly ethical brews. Let's bump it up to 900. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I didn't give them enough per day. But they should take care of that in the morning. We want to make sure that stays up, because if we run out of inventory in one of our main stores making money, that'll become a major ordeal. That's where we start running into serious problems. Alright, so let's go ahead, and we need the paper bags and the hot dogs. Actually, oh, hot dogs are effing expensive. Okay, never mind. We're just not open the hot dog place today. I also realize I don't have a shelf to keep stuff in the shelf. On the shelf for the hot dog place. Okay, so that's all lovely. What I'm going to end up needing to do is getting a delivery shelf for $1,200 when I have the money. The coffee place is out of coffee. We're just going to fast forward to tomorrow and see if it sorts itself out at 8 a.m. If it does, great. We don't need to worry about it. If it does not, that would be what we call really bad. So we're going to run down here. And this is just me. I need to adjust how much I'm having ordered each week and how much is getting delivered each day. Once we get that settled, it'll be a thing I don't have to touch anymore. On the short term, it could hurt us because all the overhead from our HQ is gonna be a thing. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's see here. We'll go ahead and slam on a nice 5-hour gaming session. And then we will call it a night until tomorrow morning, just after when stuff gets delivered. So I received 2 logistics alerts. The good news is those got sorted there. So what is our alerts on our logistics? Incomplete delivery, not enough inventory and ethical-ish storage for the following: donuts and cheap or expensive flowers. Okay. So let's go check on our purchasing agent. But you do have the cheap or expensive flowers. And you do have the donut. Huh? Alright, well, let's check to see if you actually got your restock. That's what I care about. You did get your restock. That's what I care about. Not sure why we got the prompt the way we did, but it's fine. With that said, I'm gonna make some decisions I shouldn't make. And we are gonna get the hot dog place set up and running. And the reason I'm saying it's a thing I shouldn't make is I'm buying more stuff right after we already had the day where we were kind of in the safe area. So I'll need the shelf to store goods there, and I will need a cleaning station. We can drop that off, and then I need to get a box of hot dogs. Because holy crap, that box of hot dogs was like 1,100 bucks. Which is way more than I was expecting it to be. But as long as there's any type of meaningful profit margin on it, that should work out relatively well. So storage shelf, we can just shove that back here for right now. We don't have to think about it too much. Cleaning station, shove that back there. Plunk you down here. And now I just need to get to the wholesaler, because we do have it prepared to order some hot dogs, but that doesn't happen until Monday. And so I'm going to need to start supplementing the inventory by buying it wholesale. And by that, I mean I can afford to buy a single box of hot dogs. We can also buy a box of picked bags. Make sure I have those. Yeah, and that's not even like it's in shortage price. That's just the price of hot dogs. Yeesh. I'm hoping I'm at least getting a lot of hot dogs. Yeah, so 300 hot dogs. So let's race on back to our restaurant. And we can drop okay, grab that box, put it on the shelf. Grab that box, put it on the shelf. Okay, so with that, we can work the register. We can open the place. Start working. Okay. We'll go to all our business stuff and start configuring things. So schedule, congratulations, your new hours. You open at that time to that time. Copy your schedule, paste it, confirm. Actually, go even later. Copy. Cool, so got the schedule set up for everything. We don't need to worry about delivery. We will need to call the marketing place for the burger place and set up a small internet campaign. Cool. Then we're gonna need to go on here, and I'm gonna need to go on to my recruiting stuff. I don't have the money to recruit people. It's fine. So now they're gonna complain about not having a place to sit down. We're gonna do really good with this business. It is a fast food place where you can get hot dogs, no seating available, no napkins, no drinks. You get your freaking hot dog and you get the hell out of my business. That's what we do here. Okay. And let's go ahead and sleep till tomorrow. What time did I set that place to open again? Schedule 7. So we'll sleep till just a little bit before opening time. Because right now, we are the entire staff of that place. Okay, looking at our stuff here. The imports. We don't have enough hot dogs to restock the shelf. That's fine. Okay, and then Dixie Rose is demanding a water cooler. So our headquarters person is demanding a water cooler to continue working there. Again, all these entitled employees. Alright, so we can go here to contact there. Furniture and all that, office supply, call them. Oh, I have to wait till you open. So what we're going to do is when they open, we will call the place that deals with the water coolers and have them take care of it. I'm also going to need to hire people. Okay, so plays are going to start opening. So, call them. How may I help you? I need you to deliver to my headquarters building. Next available day. Add an item. I need you to deliver me a water cooler. Thank you. Oh, well, never mind. Well, that's awkward. In the meantime, what we could do is call the recruiting people now, and I will want to talk to you. And we can put in for our burger place. I'm looking for people doing customer service full-time. I would like 2 of them. Thank you. And I'm going to call you again. And I'm looking for the burger place, someone who does cleaning full-time. Just 1 of them. Confirm. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to let this... Yeah, it's fine. We'll zip through today. Oh, well that's not great. So we fully have hunger and exhausted ourselves. And I believe if I don't take care of this, we will have health problems because we will we'll end up in the hospital. So we're going to sleep. Okay, and we'll go back to the burger place.
He was honoring Jesus with his rattlesnake dance. Lord, couldn't you have given
All right.
one more
So we're gonna run out of hot dogs before the day's over. But the hope here is in not too long we might get those phone calls to hire the new employees, because we did that pretty early in the day. And once I get the employees, I can make them do this, and then I can go and restock the hot dogs and do all that stuff.
That's strange, said Reverend Jack. I didn't expect revelation to come so
Oh, and we need to go back in here, so purchasing. You here. The hot dogs. I don't think 600 is enough. So let's go here. And bounce you up to the 1500 the others have. Which is gonna hurt a lot. Oh, it's like 10,000. Yeah, I mean, it's a chunk going there. That is what it is. We will go to this. Logistics, you. And then for the hot dogs, we will drop off. Yeah, 400 a day is probably okay. Alright, so we're fast forwarding, just kind of hoping this. I don't want to go full fast forward. Our hunger's not going to hold up for that. And if we get to the point that we run out of hot dogs or our hunger exhausts, we're just going to shut down the work for the day. Okay. Needless to say, our hot dog place sucks. We need seating, we need a trash can. Oh, we actually had some hot dogs on the shelf. What do I have on the shelf back here? Okay, hold up. Don't fast forward. Contacts. We got a new potential employee. So I can go to you. You want a clean environment and all that. Oh, you're gonna hate it here. Welcome aboard. So we're gonna go here. We're going to go to our place here. So what we're gonna want to go ahead and do is I don't want to work anymore. So I'm gonna go onto our schedule real fast. We got our brand new employee. Welcome aboard. Oh. Okay, so I've got you all set up on the schedule for 12-hour shifts, 4 days a week. And with that, I can stop working. And we've got you all sorted up. Now you're going to be all mad because the place is dirty. Why is it dirty back here? Who's going back there?
So here we are, Reverend Jack underground, snake.
Okay. So you still have 100 hot dogs on there, and you got a bunch of sodas. Very clearly, I'm shipping in way too much soda. What do I have you set up for the soda receiving? I don't do it there anymore. I do it over here. So logistics, do this. For sodas, oh no, 400's fine. Yeah, we're probably fine. Okay, so you're good here until we get more stuff in here. So I need to not cave to the temptation of continuing to buy stuff because I've only got a couple of days till we have our all our deliveries get ordered, and we're expecting that to be somewhere in the area of like 15-20,000. So needless to say, I gotta be careful I don't get myself in trouble with that. Meanwhile, let's check on our employees and see if our headhunter's trained enough to do anything. Not yet. I need my head... Okay, we got our next recruitment person. So we got our next candidate. They're our cleaning person. They're going to be hired. They just want to work full time, so that's perfect. So schedule. Let's go here. Actually, the way I could probably do this is go onto that one. Click up here, grab our cleaning person, give them a 6-hour shift that covers the middle. Copy, paste on everything, go here, and then cancel those two. And that should take care of all that. So that way we've got a person doing a cleaning shift that's 6 hours long every single day of the week. And then we've got someone working the counter 4 days a week. And then we're about to get another hire that can work the rest of it.
Subscribing for 2 months. Bonk. Okay, now back to Cozy Lurk.
Hey, Anima, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's too much of a sub channel, and you enjoy your lurk. I really do appreciate that support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that continued support. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our groceries back home. And add that here. And how's our happiness going? We need to play more video games to maintain our happiness. Cool, and that's the last position, which will be our customer service person. So I can go here, grab them, do this. We're hiring them onto the spot. And then we can go to our burger place, go to our schedule. So then the first 3 days of the week, we will take Kelly, our brand new hire, and make them work 12-hour shifts. Oh, I don't have you set to be open that day. That's a mistake. So copy you, paste you, get rid of that. So Kelly works this shift. And then what happens is on the middle of the week, Kelly and Rose split shift, and we've got our work schedule. So that someone's always working there at all times. And we now have just hot dogs happening. But what we'll do is when we hit the next part of the week... No, we don't want to do that. We want to go sleep. When we hit the next part of the week, we will work on getting more products on the shelves and all that, and that'll be good. So we're making about 6,000. So it's not looking like we're actually making more money right now. Okay, so we don't have enough soda and paper bags. Due to enough space at the destination. Okay, destination not having enough space I could do something about. We'll grab one more shelf for 1,200 and put it there. Really starting to worry about the money on this side. Let's go over here, grab the shelf. Place the order. And then we can drop that off for Ethical-ish Burgers to continue to get our stuff going on there. But needless to say, this is my block. You want to do business on my block, you're going to have to deal with it. There we go. What do you mean there was no space? Let's double check that information. Due to lack of available space at the destination, the following could not be delivered: soda and paper bags. I mean, it looks fine. This is probably going to be another mistake. But I'm going to run over here and grab a soda machine. Actually, well, the soda machine's over here. I'm going to go over here and grab a soda machine. That way we're at least selling that product. Now, the big question is, will me grabbing the soda machine and then putting it there result in enough sales to offset the cost of me setting up the soda machine in the first place in this short time span? And the answer is, I don't honestly know. We're going to find out when we get here. The worst case scenario is if I'm short, my delivery won't come in, I'll have to manually deal with it. It's going to have to be the large. Alright. I'm gonna get the large fridge. And we're gonna stop there. And like I said, I'm still gonna need to get a trash can. I'm still gonna need to get a place for people to sit down and yada yada yada. But we need money. We also need a toilet. We need a sink. We need an employee uniform location thing. Just a lot to go into this. Alright, and there's the sodas. So at this stage, we now are selling both sodas and hot dogs at our fast food place. Moving up in the world. So we're going to do some heckin' gaming. So there's a casual 5 hours of gaming. And we're going to chase that 5 hours of gaming with the casual 5 hours of gaming. Then I'm going to go sleep till the morning. And pretty soon they're going to stop complaining about the hot dogs not being in stock. Okay. So let's eat this. So why am I out of coffee? Oh. Not enough inventory, coffee, donuts, and hot dogs. Alright, so we need to go to our employees, purchasing agent. So we are not ordering enough of these things. Let's go to the coffee. Or tack on another 2 orders. The hot dogs haven't arrived. What else were you short on? What else did you not have enough to deliver? Donuts. Alright, so let's go to our purchasing agent. And go to our donuts. Same deal, we'll add 2 more orders onto it. Alright, so it's going to be 12,000 I'm going to need to complete that order. In the meantime, I'm going to need to cover the coffee for now. Let's get over here. Pop in here. So I need enough coffee to last us for 2 days and the donuts. So let's grab 1 thing of donuts and 2 things of coffee. And let's try and get there as fast as we can. Because right now the store is open and it's a coffee shop without coffee. Needless to say, not great for business. Okay, so let's get back to the coffee shop. Okay, coffee is restocked. We got that dropped off. So crisis averted for right now. Then we can pop in here and slam out another 10-hour gaming session. As you do. As we're continuing to try and start getting this this fast food place set up. Meanwhile, let's take a quick peek. How is our headhunters training coming along? They're at 51%. And I need them at 75% to complete the next part of the... I'm going to call it the tutorial. It's pretty much gone well past what I consider a tutorial. I'm gonna lift the weight a couple of times, and that's good enough for us to go to sleep. And pretty soon they'll stop complaining, but we'll get there. We can eat that. We start our day, and we're gonna do a nice casual 15-hour gaming session. Okay, we're about to run out of hot dogs. I'm gonna choose to ignore that for right now. And you're low on coffee, I'm gonna choose to ignore that as well, because we should get the top-off delivery tomorrow. And we're out of hot dogs. Okay, so we should get our order in. Okay. 2 shipments arrived. There shouldn't still be 2 shipments. It should be 1 shipment. Okay, so we're going to handle this real fast because the delivery was earlier. So I need to grab the hot dogs and I need to grab more coffee. Meanwhile, I need to figure out what delivery still happened. Because there should only be 1 place getting deliveries right now. Or is it 2 deliveries to 1 place? Let's see. Bizman, so let's check our deliveries. We can actually check here. Alright, it's not telling me there. Okay, so let's check. So, you should no longer be getting deliveries. So delete the contract for the flowers. That should be handled. Okay, so that was the delivery that was still happening. Because we've already got that switched over to other stuff. And that's going to mess up a whole bunch of things we don't deal with. So meanwhile, I just need them to get through today with the hot dogs. I can't buy your hot dogs. It's hot dogs or coffee right now because I lack the funds for both. And that's because we ordered... You know what we can do? I can go to the warehouse and take two containers of the hot dogs off of our warehouse shelf and deliver them ourselves. Because that's the issue, is the delivery for, like, around town happened before the delivery, like, the goods got shipped into my warehouse. So I should be able to go over here, grab 2 things of hot dogs off of the shelf in our warehouse, bring those over to drop off. We've already got the 2 things of coffee. I technically could have just taken the coffee off the shelf too, but we've already bought it, so it's not like I can really go back to before buying it. Still don't know why you're pinned there. So my warehouse is right here. Let's pop in here. Okay, let's see. Hot dog box 1, hot dog box 2, and we're good. That should get us through the day. Like I said, now we're just trying to juggle, like, okay, how many hot dog things do I need? You know, like how many things do I need to order per week to keep us stocked for the whole time? Okay, and grab the coffee. And put it on the shelf. Now to drop off the hot dogs at our fast food place. And you can really decorate up the businesses as well. We haven't done too much of that here. So there's the hot dogs. Okay, and it's Monday, and I still have about $700 to spare. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to take our $700, and I'm going to buy a trash can. So that we are... Well, actually, forget the trash can. I haven't been complaining about that. Let's buy the speakers. Because it is just one of those things that you have to get your sound set up, your chairs, your tables, your trash cans, all of these kinds of things. We're just going to slowly, little by little, get that area set up. Now, it should speed up a lot now they've got the order of the hot dogs in. We're getting all our stuff sorted out on that end. Things should quickly start improving there. I can actually just skip the entire store going from the back. Because there's the speakers we're going to grab. But every little bit we do to improve that store should ultimately improve the amount of profit we make per day. And as we get our profit higher, we get all that. Now, we're almost getting back to the 8,000 we were at before we added all the overhead of our headquarters. And considering how much overhead we did add that we can spread out for, even more businesses, we should be able to start getting ourselves up to $10,000 a day, that kind of stuff, and continuing to grow and escalate. Eventually, Ingrid's going to take a more active role on pushing back against us, and that's where it's going to be a little bit of a fight. But it shouldn't be too bad. I was also really hoping we would get you 75. I mean, we're getting close. We're at 55%. Oh, went too far. Before we put the speaker up, I'm going to kill the global volume, because even though there is a dial for radio, it doesn't apply for the radios. And, it doesn't apply for the radios you put down. And they always start at max volume. It is one of my only complaints of the game, that they really do need to adjust that. So now I can go here, toggle the radio off, and now I can turn this back up. Because otherwise that blast music's super loud. Okay, so they're all complaining about places to sit, and they're gonna be out of luck because I don't got that kind of money. So I'm gonna sit down and slam out another gaming session to get us through the day. We ran out of donuts, but things are already closed for the night. Hey, nothing complained about not being able to deliver. Oh, it's not time for them to deliver yet. Okay. Well, at 8 a.m., we'll get to see if anything complains about delivering. Alright, so everything worked just fine. So I'm going to go ahead and do here is I am going to run over here and see if we can't get the trash can and that kind of stuff set up. Because what is it predicting our order would be right now if our purchasing order went through? 3,300 bucks. How many hot dogs are we ordering from you? Or not? We're getting the flowers from you. Oh, that 600 might not be enough. We'll see. Okay, so if it happened right now, we'd only be at about $4,000. Realistically, it'll probably end up being about 10-15 by the time the week's done. So let's try and get stuff up and running as best we can. So there's the trash bin. There's the table. 1, 2, 3, 4 chairs. And the uniform thing. Okay. Alright, so that'll be that much more set up for a restaurant. It'll be interesting to see how we set up this whole thing to do all the stuff. I still need to go through these other ones and decorate them up, because the appearance does matter. I also need to get these employees on the HR plan to get trained. Let's get that going first. So business, HR person, grab you, add employees, bill, and done. So they'll start training up our new employees here. And Hunter's at 57%. Okay, so trash bin, we can put that there. The uniform. Uniform lockers over there. Standard table. There's a chair. There's a chair. There's a chair. There's a chair. And now we can go and configure this business here. So we'll go to Ethicalish Burgers, settings, put our people in uniforms. There we go. And then set our colors again. I love that with like the default image it gave us, we have Ethicalish Burgers, which is a place where we sell hot dogs, and the image is of a salad, which I appreciate everything about that. I think that is perfect, and no notes, it should stay exactly as it is. Alright, so with that takes care of that business for right now. The next thing I'm going to need to do is get it a toilet and sink. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And there are other things you can do to give yourself happiness. We can put up a television and watch television as well. We can go and walk around Central Park. That actually is a relatively good one. I'm just doing these ones here because we can just fast forward in the house, and so it's convenient to ignore things. Alright, let's fast forward to our next day. Only made $4,000 profit. So I'm not loving that our profit is not... It's not as high as expecting. One of the things that's probably going on is, let's look at what we got going on here. I'm not seeing this stuff in demand. Yeah, so if you look at what's in demand, right now it's mostly the fresh food stuff. Apparently our bakery stuff is in demand, and burgers are in demand, but hot dogs that we just set up, not particularly great demand right now. Yeah, it's pretty low demand. It's fine. Okay. Reach 100% skill level on any employee. Which employee just maxed out all of their skill? I genuinely don't know, because I don't see someone with 100. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so we have our very first, you know, coffee barista, whatever, literally has maxed out their skill. Cannot be better at their job. I did notice that our driver has maxed out as well. Yeah, so we've got that. We can only deliver up to 3 places right now. And the purchasing agents, I want to say as they get higher, the big thing they do is they get slightly better rates. The HR managers are working along. Health insurance for this manager is silver. Can we just hit upgrade? It just works. Are you sure you wish to upgrade to gold? It'll be $21 per employee. That's fine. Because that ends up making your employees much happier, and there's certain employees that will require it. You can be more careful and have like one's gold, one silver, one bronze, and one that doesn't have it. And I am entirely too lazy to do that. I will do this. Yeah, we have our loan that we still have sitting around. Yeah, so let's see. Right now, our ongoing expense is about $200. And yeah, so you can see the issue of what we've got going on here. So right now, the gift place is making a bit of money. The burger place is barely breaking even. The brewing place is making solid money, and the botany place is making money. But pretty much our headquarters, with the cost of it, is effectively completely countering the botany. So it's almost like one of my businesses is not making money with how much overhead we got from headquarters. But as we go and set up more and more businesses that become more and more lucrative, those businesses will effectively offset the headquarters overhead until it starts to come ahead of making just that much more money. That's part of why we're not moving as fast at the moment, is that overhead is slowing down our ability to do more. Alright. But we're still making $4,000 a day, so it's not like we're not making money. Alright, we can do a grocery run. And nothing complained about not being able to stock itself up. Yeah, so we're basically trying to push to the next time we have to order all our stuff. And like I said, that's kind of been the approach I've been taking. Get to the week, all the orders go out. When the orders come in, all that money left over, I can just do what I want with. Because we should be fully stocked, where anything we sell should offset. Like, unless I'm losing money on purchases, anything I sell should ultimately, you know, recover when it comes time. Like, if I'm selling stuff at a profit, and I have a full inventory, and whatever I remove from the inventory, it's because I sold, I would ultimately make money on the other side. So I should never have to worry about hitting a negative. Something's got to be really, really messed up, or I've got to have, like, egregious amounts of theft or something for that to be a problem. But I'm also trying to watch over here for when stuff starts getting, like, low in stock. Because if we see stuff start getting low in stock on the left-hand side, it means I'm not ordering enough in the first place. And that's one problem I genuinely could run into since we're guessing where a lot of this goes. Alright, 5,000 bucks, love to see it. Go to sleep till the next day. And for the record, where we are this balding guy and all that who runs all this operations, oh, actually we're age 20. Okay, I wonder how long a year is that? 60 days maybe? Yeah, we're aging up. You actually, from my understanding, you can die of old age in this game, but one of the end game things you try and do is you can actually pay it something like $1 million or 10 million or 100 million or whatever. It's some copious amount of money to de-age. So it becomes a whole thing about trying to hold off aging out, which from my understanding is a very, very easily achievable goal. Okay. Let's take a look. Our purchasing agent, or headhunter. Okay, only 9% more, and then we can satisfy this objective. In the meantime, everything else is going fine here. Yeah, so the burger place is technically making money now. And the gift place could certainly be making way more money. It is just selling cheap gifts and flowers because I can't do expensive gifts yet. So it wasn't really a good call for me to get that when I did. But it's profitable, it's making $1,000, so operating it is still making me more money than it's costing me. So it's still worth doing. Alright, 7,000, so we're slowly climbing as things are getting settled. Okay, and so one more day, and then we'll get our next shipment of everything coming in. And then we'll see how much more we can get done with the burger joint to get it all set up. Alright. Okay, we received a thing from Chad. What was Chad complaining about? Okay, so Chad here Not enough inventory at ethical storage for the following items: coffee and donuts. Now that's fine, because we literally just got the restock now. But what that does tell me is I need to go into our purchasing agent for the coffee and donuts. I need to pause that order. Oh, it's already in progress? Oh, okay, they haven't come in quite yet. I need to wait a tiny bit longer. So we'll have our delivery come in now. And then we can go here. Yeah, so you need coffee and donuts. What that means, though, is I need to go to our purchasing agent, go to you, cancel the order, and we go to the coffee. And let's add 2 more boxes in on that. And the donuts, add 2 more boxes in on that, and put the order back out. So that way next week we get even more. And then everything else is doing fine. All right. So let's check on our thing here. 70, I need 5 more percent. And I've got 12,000 to work with for building this area out. So right now, as of the 1 table and all that, so let's go and expand our menu, is I think what we're going to work on. Actually, I take that back. Do the bathroom. You thought it ran out of hot dogs too? I didn't think so. No, that was a number, like that's been about a week ago. And so I already adjusted it. Alright, so let's go down to get the, where was it? Oh, you know what I could do? Alright. So let's contacts. We can go to the furniture. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, they open at 10. Alright, so let's expand our offering. So let's grab the cart. Grab a cabinet. Grab an industrial grill. Do we get the salad bar as well? Yes. Salad bar. And purchase that. And then from here, when it hits 10 o'clock, we will order the toilets and sink. Okay, so salad bar. Oh, we'll put the cabinets and doors here. The industrial grill there. So the industrial grill could do burgers or chicken kebabs, and you could just do straight up salad as your only option. I set you to undefined so people don't ask for it yet. Okay, so let's take a quick peek at the Market Insider. Turn up this. So, what's better, burgers or chicken kebabs on the current market? Burgers. So we're going to get burgers and salad. Meanwhile, let's go on to our purchasing agent. Go here. Cancel the order. Burgers. How many are we getting in hot dogs? 1,500? Alright, so we're going to get 1,500 burgers. And we're going to go down here to the salad. Get 1,500 of those. Make sure we assign it to the right warehouses. Alright, we'll order that. But in the meantime, I'll need to go here to contacts, call you, how may I help you, orders, burgers, add item. I am looking for the modular sink. And where is the toilet? And the bathroom stall. Deliver that tomorrow. Oh, you can deliver that today? Heck yeah, deliver it right now. Let's do this. Okay, so I'll show up at 2 at the burger place. In the meantime, we can run over here. I should have checked. How much is that order? We'll say 4,000. So 4,000 is going to be allocated to getting the bathrooms and all that set up. In the meantime, I need to find burgers. So it's going to be 1 thing of burgers. Killing me here. And 1 thing of salad. And so that'll be expanding our menu, so that'll greatly expand or greatly increase the profitability we're gonna make on our fast food place. Because the more different products you offer, generally the more money you're gonna make in this game. So park that burger and salad. And chuck that item in the back there. I'm gonna run outside for a minute. Okay. So once we get a gap... Alright, so we'll have to wait till they're actually shut down. I'm gonna just scooch that out a little bit, so I can put more stuff back here for when we get, you know, the fryer and all that. Okay. So I've got that coming in. Bizman, the headhunter, still has 70%. What else did I need to do? There's something else I needed to do. Right, so we need to go to Bizman, logistics, go here. So we have the hot dogs and all that. So you are going to deliver 400 in salad and 400 in burgers. And that should take care of that. So that means we should be ordering that stuff in. I'll probably have to do a run or two myself in the interim, but that'll be fine. And in the meantime, we're just waiting for that delivery for the bathrooms. Because that'll help a good deal. And then whatever money left we have, I'm just gonna start, you know, putting decoration on the back wall, and we're gonna start cleaning these places up. Because I'm kind of liking this idea that every Monday we just wipe out whatever money we have after all the orders go through. Because that honestly feels like a reasonable way of handling this. Let's also check on our employees. Is anyone unhappy? You are somewhat unhappy. I think that's just whatever. Oh, that's your skill. That's faction. I totally forgot about that water cooler. We never did order it, I don't think. And now, like, once this order gets in, we won't have the money, so we'll have to wait to get the water cooler tomorrow. It won't cause them to quit that much, but it's when their satisfaction is a little bit lower. It's much easier for them to quit or get hired out from under you and that kind of thing. Oh, right, they changed it. They're delivered inside now. They used to be delivered out to the street. So, bathroom. Modular sink. There you go. That means I might actually have the water cooler. It might just be sitting in here this whole time. I do not. Well, wishful thinking. So I do have enough money. How may we help you? Tomorrow at 10. That's a water fountain. That's not what you want. You want a water cooler. At the wrong place, I think. Okay, not you. Let's call... the office supplies. HQ. Tomorrow morning. Water cooler. Oh, that's right. I couldn't... the reason I didn't get it was it had a minimum order amount. And I didn't have enough I needed to order. You can travel here. We can buy the water cooler real fast. That our employee wants. And we can drop this off at headquarters, and that will make that employee happy. Okay, so hopefully we can catch a taxi. If not, there is a subway right over here. Subway entrance is right around here somewhere. There it is. Okay, that'll be my best bet. We can drop this off at HQ to make, I don't remember what her position was. One of our admin staff. But yeah, so you continue to expand all that stuff. Eventually you hit the point that you outgrow the headquarters space and all that, which is totally fine. Usually by the time I get that, I'm building out spaces using the installation people. It's just right now, this phase in the game, if I wanted to make it so they built it out for me, it would cost me like 100,000 per business, which isn't the end of the world, but it means just spending a lot of time just fast-forwarding time to save to even get anything set up. This is not what I need here. I need you here. So you just want a water cooler. So I'm going to put it right here by this person's desk, who's not the one who wants it. So, you know, that's going to be perfect. So as they're trying to work and getting their job done, everyone's crowding the water cooler at their desk. You're welcome. Helping you network with your team. Forcefully. Whether wanted or not. And let's get to tomorrow. Okay. Why are you unhappy? Alright, let's take a look at Chad's complaint. Incomplete delivery. Not enough inventory at the storage to deliver salad and burgers. That's fine. That is not unexpected. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and run back out, and I'm gonna grab like 2-3 crates of each, the salads and the burgers, to top off the inventory there, since we're gonna have to wait till next week for the delivery. Because if I get those and I put them on the shelves, and I won't have to listen to it constantly ping telling me it's trying to send it. Because then we should get our money's worth. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's way more than I should be spending, but it is literal inventory that I'm selling, so I think it'll be fine, because it just means the next time we have to do an order, it should be hitting less of that. And so yeah, the fast food place is coming along little by little, getting us our 4th business. Probably want to move on to office space after that. because you can have offices where you just have lots of employees, but there's not a material overhead I gotta shop for all the time. What I think I'm going to do real fast, chat, is I'm going to start wrapping up here because I'm not going to be able to skip this ad break here, and there's only a couple minutes. But thank you so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to follow. I will probably not be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day off, and I got a bunch of stuff going on, but maybe Friday. And maybe we do more big ambitions. Maybe we do something else. We'll figure it out when we get there. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly, so don't forget to like and subscribe. For everyone over here on Twitch, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and I do know I'm like rapping really fast.